What if everything you thought you knew about power was a lie, spun from the threads of whimsy and terror? What if the gods of Olympus were not the distant, polished figures of reverence, but merciless puppeteers, orchestrating chaos with their fickle fingers? Beneath the glory of Mount Olympus, a darkness brews, an ancient tale steeped in blood, betrayal, an ambition that promises to shatter your worldview like fragile glass. Can you hear the whispers of the forgotten? They echo through the ages, recounting a lineage soaked in primal rage and insatiable desire. Zeus, with lightning crackling between his fingers, didn't just claim the throne, he wrested it from the jaws of darkness, a savage conflict that split the heavens and reshaped the cosmos. His rise was not a fairy tale, it was a battleground where the fates danced to the rhythm of screams and thunder. Imagine a time when titans ruled, colossal beings whose wrath could crack the earth. They were not mere myths but harbingers of doom, prowling the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to reclaim their lost power. The Titans' gruesome tales of betrayal and revenge form an intoxicating cocktail of war, one that would make even the most hardened gladiator gulp in fear. What if I told you that the greatest war ever fought wasn't one of armies and swords, but a savage contest of cunning and divine trickery? And what about the gods? Ruthless and hilarious in equal measure, they played games with mortals like children tossing pennies into a wishing well, each coin a life, each wish a gamble. Aphrodite's beauty could start a war. Poseidon's temper could sink ships. Hades? He ruled the underworld not as a cruel master but as a sardonic spectator, chuckling at the folly of those who dared cross him. Picture the chaos, the laughter echoing across the void, as gods and mortals alike found themselves ensnared in a web of fate and folly. But what happens when the gods tire of their games? When ambition turns to vengeance, and loyalty crumbles like a brittle twig underfoot? As alliances shatter and new powers emerge from the swirling mists of time, the stakes skyrocket. Enter the enigmatic heroes, some noble, others driven by greed, each seeking their slice of glory amidst the carnage. Their paths are riddled with treachery, prophecy, and a dash of dark humor that would make even the most stoic warrior snicker. This is not merely a collection of archaic tales but a vivid tapestry woven with threads of ambivalence, intrigue, and the absurdity of power. You're not just a spectator, you're thrust into the maelstrom, where every choice could tip the balance, where laughter and bloodshed intertwine in a dance as old as time itself. So, what will you do? Turn your back on this revelation, or step closer to the fire. The gods are watching, and they've laid their cards on the table. The question isn't whether you can handle the truth, it's whether you can survive it. Welcome to the chaos, where every whisper of betrayal is a promise, and every heartbeat pulses with the electric thrill of the unknown. A single heartbeat echoes in the silence. In that breathless moment, the universe trembles, caught between oblivion and creation. A flicker of light, just a spark, ignites the darkness, a whisper of the cosmos yet to unfold, and in that darkness, a scream reverberates, not of terror, but of a longing deeper than the void itself. I remember the chaos, the sweet agony of existence clawing its way out from nothingness. I stood on the precipice of time, alongside Aria, her eyes wide, mirroring the swirling madness that surrounded us. Fragments of shattered worlds danced like restless spirits, each one a heartbeat lost, a life unlived. The air crackled, thick with the scent of impending birth, and I could taste the metallic tang of raw creation on my tongue. Can you feel it? Aria's voice trembled, a thread of fear woven through the wonder. It's like the universe is holding its breath. And it was clutching its invisible chest, waiting for the moment of release. I wanted to say something profound, something that would capture the enormity of it all, but the words fell away, swallowed by the vastness. Instead, I nodded, our silence a pact, a shared understanding that words were inadequate in the face of eternity. Beside us stood Lysander, a storm in his eyes, the chaos reflecting the turmoil within. He had never quite fit anywhere, always a misfit, the one who saw the strings of reality, pulling at them like a child with a forgotten toy. What if it all ends before it begins? He murmured, his voice a low growl, as if daring the universe to answer. I felt the weight of his fear pressing down on my chest. It was a truth I didn't want to acknowledge. This was a moment ripe with potential, yet the spectre of failure loomed large. "We're here, Lysander," I said, my voice shaking, "and it's just beginning." But the shadows in his gaze deepened, and I realized that for every possibility of creation, there lurked the specter of destruction. Memories of failure clung to him like shadows, haunting him with every flicker of cosmic light. It was a dance of creation and chaos, an endless loop we couldn't escape. As the fragments of worlds swirled around us, I caught glimpses of dreams. A city bathed in the light of two suns, where laughter soared like songbirds. Children with bright eyes chasing shadows, their giggles echoing in the twilight. But dreams are fragile, like gossamer threads in the wind, and I felt the weight of despair settle in the pit of my stomach. "Do you remember?" I whispered to Arya, my heart racing. "When we thought we could change everything." "I remember," she said, her voice soft but fierce, "and that's why we can't let it all slip away now." Her determination ignited something in me, a flicker of hope in the abyss. But with each word, I felt the tether between us stretching, uncertainty gnawing at the edges of our resolve. Lights flickered in the distance, brightening the darkness, but they brought no comfort. They glimmered with an intensity that stung, like the first rays of dawn piercing through the night's embrace. "It's happening!" Lysander shouted, his voice raw, laced with an exhilaration that pulled at my heartstrings. But was it creation or destruction? Did it even matter? I fought to breathe as my heart raced, the pulse of the universe syncing with my own. The air trembled, charged with electric anticipation. "Hold on!" I shouted, but the words were swallowed by the rushing chaos around us. Time twisted, folding in on itself, and I felt memories surface, our laughter, our dreams, the weight of our flaws. I could see Arya's unwavering spirit, even as shadows danced behind her. I thought of Lysander, a brilliant star dimmed by doubt, and I ached for him. "Don't you see?" I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. "Every moment we've lived has led us here. We are the chaos, the creators, and the destroyers." But as I spoke, the air thickened with dread, the shadows deepening. The universe writhed, as if in painful labor, and in that moment, I knew that everything we created could just as easily be unmade. Fear crept into my heart, a cold hand squeezing tight. Arya grabbed my arm, her grip an anchor in the storm. "We have to believe. We're part of something bigger. The chaos is our canvas." And in that raw moment, I felt the truth of her words. We were the brushstrokes in this cosmic painting, the flickering lights illuminating the void. I leaned into that truth, breathing in the chaos, allowing it to fuel a fire within me. But just as the light grew brighter, a shadow loomed, an ancient, malevolent force that watched with hollow eyes, hungry for the spark of creation. It was the dark side of possibility, a reminder that every birth carries the stain of death. "Do you feel that?" Lysander's voice was low, trembling like a leaf in the wind. "Something's coming, something dark." The world around us began to shift, a moment of clarity shattering into fragments. I could see it now, the shadow creeping closer, weaving through the fabric of creation. It whispered to me, a haunting melody that sent chills down my spine. "Don't listen!" Arya shouted, her voice filled with urgency. "Focus on the light! We can't let it in!" But the darkness was seductive, whispering promises of power and knowledge, entangling us in a web of fear and doubt. The heartbeat of the cosmos intensified, an explosion waiting to happen, and I felt the earth give way beneath my feet. In that swirling vortex of chaos, I realized, creation and destruction are bound together like lovers in a dance, and the universe, our universe, was on the brink of a reckoning. We were alive in this moment, heartbeats intermingling, souls entwined, caught in a tempest of emotions as fierce as the stars themselves. What would we choose, light or darkness? And as the shadows beckoned, I knew this was only the beginning of a story that would echo through eternity, leaving us breathless and longing for more. The ground shook, sending ripples through the air, a foreboding whisper of what was coming. I stood, heart racing, as the obsidian sky churned above, clouds swirling like a tempest unleashed. In that moment, I felt the weight of eternity pressing down on me, a burden heavy enough to crush bone. The Titan stirred beneath the earth, ancient beings waking from a slumber that felt like a betrayal. I could almost hear their roaring hearts, echoing through the very fabric of the universe, as if they were hungry for what was yet to come. I remember the first time I met Hyperion. His eyes burned with the ferocity of 1,000 suns, yet they held a sadness that made me ache. He was the Titan of light, but in his presence, shadows danced, flickering against the brilliance he emitted. "You think you understand light," he mused, his voice a low rumble, resonating deep within me. "It is not merely illumination, it is the absence of darkness that defines it." I wanted to tell him that I understood nothing at all. I wanted to scream that I was lost in the very darkness he tried to illuminate. Then there was Thea, a vision of ethereal beauty and despair. She wrapped the world in her love, yet her heart was a cage. "I once shone brighter than the stars," she told me, her voice barely above a whisper, as if the weight of her memories threatened to suffocate her. "But light draws moths, and I am left with nothing but ashes." Her words wrapped around me, cold and biting, igniting a flicker of recognition. She was not simply a deity in a pantheon, she was a woman lost in her own brilliance, a paradox of power and vulnerability. In those moments, the air crackled with the promise of conflict. I found myself standing on a precipice, torn between the brilliance of the divine and the chilling truth that they were not saviors, but flawed beings battling their own demons. Time slipped away, a thief in the night, as we drew nearer to the explosion waiting to happen. The Titans were restless. I felt it in my bones, an insatiable rage boiling beneath the surface, ready to erupt. I caught a glimpse of Cronus, the ruler of the Titans, his face etched in shadow and fury. He wielded his sickle like a weapon forged in despair, each stroke a reminder of the lives that hung in the balance. "I will cut through the fabric of destiny," he growled, and the ground trembled in response. In his eyes, I saw the glint of madness, a delusion that power could erase the past. He was a king, yes, but also a prisoner of his own making. I remember staring into the abyss of his soul, feeling the cold tendrils of fear wrap around my heart. It was intoxicating and repulsive, an irresistible draw to the chaos he embodied. It was then that I realized the Titans were not simply gods, they were reflections of our own struggles, our own desires. They fought against the very chains they had forged, and in their battles, I saw the darkness of humanity laid bare. The night was alive with tension. Each heartbeat echoed like thunder, the world holding its breath as the Titans prepared for a confrontation that would shake the cosmos. I could feel the pull of fate, a thread weaving through time, binding us together in an intricate dance of despair and hope. I was caught in the web, a mere mortal amidst the divine, feeling the heat of their wrath seep into my skin. "Do you feel it?" Hyperion's voice pierced through the chaos, his eyes searching mine for understanding. "The darkness is growing. We must face it, or it will consume us." His words crashed over me like waves, relentless and unforgiving. I wanted to tell him that I felt everything, the weight of despair, the flicker of hope, the impending doom that lurked in every corner of the universe. But all that escaped my lips was a whisper, barely audible above the roar of impending conflict. Thea stepped closer, her hands trembling. "We are more than just Titans, more than mere beings of power," she said, her voice a soft tremor. "We are the embodiment of struggles, the essence of love and loss." Her words hung heavy in the air, reverberating with a truth that felt like a dagger to my heart. In that moment, I saw them not as gods but as shattered souls, each carrying the weight of existence on their shoulders. The ground rumbled again, and the shadows deepened. I stood frozen, breath caught in my throat, as the Titans faced one another. Cronus, anger boiling in his veins, raised his sickle against Hyperion, the embodiment of light. A moment stretched into eternity, filled with unspoken words, regrets, and the undeniable pain of betrayal. It was a confrontation that felt inevitable, written in the stars long before they were born. Then, with a speed that left me breathless, the clash began. Light met darkness in a battle that shook the heavens. Energy crackled, illuminating the night with blinding flashes, each explosion resonating through my very core. I felt myself drawn into the chaos, each moment tearing at my soul, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of existence. I remember the pain, the exhilaration. The Titans were fighting not just against each other but against their own realities. I felt the weight of their choices crashing against me, a wave of raw emotion that threatened to drown us all. Stop! I screamed, but my voice was lost in the tempest. Don't you see? You're all fighting the same battle. But I knew it was futile. The Titans were locked in their own cycle of destruction and rebirth, spiraling deeper into their own nightmares, where shadows danced like ghosts among them. The air was thick with sorrow, and I could only watch as they continued to strike, hearts echoing across the infinite tapestry of time, each blow resonating with the weight of centuries. My heart raced, pounding against my chest like a war drum, urging me to intervene, to reach through the chaos and pull them back from the brink. But I was powerless, a mere spectator in a conflict steeped in the very essence of existence itself. And as the storm raged, I realized that this was not simply their fight, it was ours, the timeless struggle between light and darkness, love and loss, hope and despair. It was a cycle without end, spinning around us like a cosmic dance, every heartbeat echoing the question that lingers in the air: how do we break free? How do we rise above the chaos? I stood there, breathless, caught between their world and mine, as the confrontation unfolded before me. The Titans battled on, each moment spiraling toward an uncertain conclusion, leaving me suspended in the haunting beauty of it all. I felt the fabric of fate tighten around us, a countdown to something inevitable, something profound, an awakening, a reckoning. The Titans would never truly end, they would rise again, for their stories were woven into the very essence of existence. And as I stood at the precipice of that moment, my heart raced with a singular truth: the battle was just beginning. The sky weeps, heavy, thick raindrops splattering against the parched ground, as if the heavens themselves mourn the earth below. I stand there, drenched in the chill of despair, the wind clawing at my face like 1,000 lost spirits. The scent of wet soil rises, earthy and raw, filling my lungs with memories of better days, days when laughter echoed through the fields, and the sun warmed the skin like a lover's embrace. But now? Now, silence reigns, a crushing weight pressing down on my chest, each heartbeat a reminder that the world is crumbling. I remember the moment the sky turned dark, a swirling mass of fury and dread, and I, Gaia, felt the shift in my very bones. The ground beneath me trembled, a warning, a plea, but I was too late. My children, the flora and fauna, cried out in anguish, their cries swallowed by the storm. I can still hear their voices, the whispers of the leaves, the desperate calls of the birds. Help us, they implored. Protect us. But what could I do against the ancient fury of Uranus, the sky god, whose intense gaze pierced the very fabric of existence? Uranus, he is as distant as he is powerful, his silhouette dark against the thunderclouds. I see him now, a colossus bathed in shadow, his form shifting as if made of smoke and starlight. There's a wildness in his eyes, a tempest brewing behind the calm facade. I can feel it, that electric pull, like the tension before lightning strikes, the promise of chaos rippling through the air. He is both my lover and my adversary, a celestial being who dances on the edge of sanity, forever seeking dominance over the world I cradle in my arms. Look at what you've done! I scream into the void, my voice drowning in the storm's roiling fury. You take and leave nothing but ruin. The words taste bitter, like ash in my mouth, a reflection of my own failings, my inability to stand against him, to assert my claim. The sky roars back, a deafening response, and I wonder if he hears me. And then there's Oren, my warrior, tangled in his own demons, standing on the precipice of despair as the storm rages. I watch him, a silhouette against the chaotic backdrop, his figure trembling with uncertainty. I see the shadows beneath his eyes, the weight of his burden making his shoulders sag. He had come to fight, but the fight is slipping away, lost in the cacophony of elements. I remember the day you first wielded your sword, I whisper, the memory flooding back in vivid detail. He had been so young, bright-eyed and ready to take on the world. We laughed together, the way only old friends do, but now? Now, there's only fear etched on his face, his heart a prisoner to the merciless winds. He strides forward, fists clenched, but I know his faltering, a storm of doubt raging within him. You were brave, Oren, you still are. The words hang there, fragile and unsteady, like the very air around us. A flash of lightning slices through the darkness, illuminating his face, raw, vulnerable, caught in a moment of truth. I want to reach out, to bridge the chasm of despair that stretches between us, but I am anchored to the earth while he is a creature of the storm. Gaia, he calls, voice hoarse with desperation, I can't hold on much longer. His plea feeds the tempest, winds howling in agreement, as if every gust mocks his fragility. I can feel the intensity of his struggle, the way the storm warps around his soul, twisting into something unrecognizable. Don't let him take you. I shout, but my voice barely penetrates the chaos. I am a mother, cradling the world in my arms, yet I cannot shield him from the storm that rages inside of him. He grapples with his fears, the shadow of his past clawing at his sanity. Memories of battles fought, lives lost, haunt him, echoing in the torrential downpour. You are not alone. I am here. But my words fade into the void, swallowed by the roar of elemental wrath. The skies darken further, swirling with malevolence, and I know that I have to confront Uranus. It's a dangerous game, one that could tear apart the very fabric of existence, but I cannot stand by while he siphons the life from my children, while Orin teeters on the brink of madness. Uranus! I roar, the sound reverberating through the storm. I will not allow you to take this from me. The clouds part momentarily, and I see him, a celestial titan whose gaze pierces through the ages. There is fury in him, yes, but also a flicker of something else, longing. Regret? I can't tell. All I know is that I am not backing down. The tension snaps, a taut line pulled by opposing forces, and in that moment, I see Orin's resolve harden like steel. He steps forward, shoulders squared, ready to fight, to reclaim what has been lost. Together, he murmurs, voice steady. Together, we can face him. And I believe him. I feel the pulse of earth and sky mingling, a heartbeat echoing through the storm. There's a quiet strength blossoming between us, a fragile hope amidst the chaos. The air crackles with energy, whispers of defiance swirling like ghosts around us. Lightning strikes again, illuminating our resolve, and I know this is just the beginning. The storm is far from over. The confrontation with Uranus looms, a tempest brewing not only in the skies above but deep within our hearts. We will fight, I promise, the weight of my word sinking into the earth. As the winds howl and the rain lashes down, we stand together, bound by a shared determination to reclaim our world. The heavens may rage, but here, right here, our spirits ignite, and the battle for existence hangs delicately in the balance, a thread woven through the storm. There's no end in sight, only a continuation into the depths of chaos and light. The climax waits, suspended, as the cosmos spins wildly above us, and in this moment, I feel the universe breathe, alive and unyielding. A thick, suffocating fog clung to the ground, shrouding the ancient landscape in a ghostly embrace. Thunder rumbled overhead, a distant harbinger of the chaos yet to unfold. In the heart of this yawning darkness stood Cronus, the titan with a crown of jagged obsidian, his gaze piercing through the haze like a predator stalking its prey. I remember the chill that shot through my bones as I watched him, the air heavy with impending doom, every heartbeat echoing the unspoken dread of what was to come. There was a weight in the silence, an anxious tension that pulled at my very essence. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before me, the lost souls who had dared to defy him. Cronus was no mere ruler, he was a god carved from nightmares, a shadow that loomed larger than life itself. Power radiated from him, an electric current of fear and authority that made my skin prickle. How many had fallen victim to his insatiable hunger for dominion? A shudder ran through me, mingling with the storm that rolled across the horizon. And then there was Rhea, his queen, torn between love and fear, her heart a battlefield. I watched her stand on the edge of the precipice, her silhouette framed by the flickering light of distant flames. The fire reflected in her eyes, a tempest of sorrow and resilience. She was a warrior in her own right, but against the titan she loved, her spirit felt like a candle flickering in the wind, desperate to stay alight. I remember the way she trembled, the quiet breaths that escaped her lips, mingling with the storm's howl. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that the fight was not yet lost, that the dawn would break again, but words felt useless against the tide of despair. Rhea, he bellowed, voice deep as the chasms of the earth. Each syllable crashed like waves against the shore of her resolve. You cannot hide our children from me any longer. Her breath hitched, an echo of 1,000 heartbeats, each one marking the weight of her choices. I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the regret mingling with the love she bore for the offspring who still lived, still breathed, still dreamed. A haunting memory flashed through my mind, contrasting the cruel present with the sweetness of their laughter, echoes of innocence now drowning in the ocean of Cronus' tyranny. Would it be easier if she surrendered? To hand over her flesh and blood to that monstrous grasp? Or did love demand a battle, a fight against fate itself? Beyond the horizon, the sky roared, but nothing compared to the storm brewing within her. You think you can claim them, but they are more than your possessions, she cried, her voice rising like a force of nature, a tempest born from the ashes of her despair. You cannot own what is alive. You cannot consume their dreams. I felt the tremor of her resolve, the fierce pulse of a mother's heart, and it was both beautiful and terrifying. Cronus's eyes glinted with a predatory hunger, a dark abyss that threatened to swallow all hope. In that moment, I understood the frailty of existence, the delicate dance between love and hatred, creation and destruction. It was as if the cosmos itself held its breath, suspended in a moment that felt both infinite and fleeting. In the shadows, the whispers grew louder, a cacophony of memories and fears intertwining like the gnarled branches of ancient trees. I could almost see them, the children hidden from his gaze, their innocence a fragile shield. They were the embodiment of hope, glimmering like stars in a night sky blanketed by darkness. But how long could they hide? Could they remain untouched by the sharp claws of fate? You will regret this defiance, my queen, Cronus warned, the venom in his voice curling like smoke. You will know the price of rebellion. I watched as Rhea's chin lifted defiantly, a spark igniting within her, a fire born from the ashes of desperation. She was no longer merely a victim, she was a warrior forged in the crucible of love and loss. The ground beneath us trembled, echoing the heartbeat of the earth, the pulse of time itself. This was not just a confrontation, it was a dance of destinies, a struggle that resonated through the ages. Let them come, she said, her voice steady, filled with a strength that made the very air crackle. Let them embrace the storm you've created. They will rise, stronger than you can imagine. You have underestimated the power of love, Cronus. And as she spoke, I felt the air shift, a tide turning within the depths of despair. The shadows whispered louder, beckoning in a language of their own, a promise of rebellion, a call to arms. The storm roared in response, a symphony of chaos that mirrored the tumult within. Could it be true? Could love wield a power that rivaled the strongest titan? My heart raced as I clung to her words, desperate for hope, desperate for change. Cronus advanced, rage boiling within him, but Rhea stood her ground, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Her courage was palpable, electrifying. It sparked a flicker deep within me, igniting an ember of defiance that had long been buried beneath layers of fear. In that moment, the cosmos shifted. Stars flickered and dimmed, as if they too understood the weight of this confrontation. The air was pregnant with possibility, and yet, still thick with the threat of annihilation. I could feel the heartbeat of the world quickening, every pulse resonating with the promise of what might come next. As the clash of titans raged on, I was caught in the swell of emotion, longing for resolution yet dreading its arrival. I wanted to reach out to Rhea, to tell her that I understood her pain, her strength, that I, too, had stood on the edge of despair. But there was a chasm between us, a raw intensity that pulsed like a living thing, a reminder that this battle was hers to fight. I was merely a witness to the storm. The thunder rolled again, louder this time, the sky darkening as if the world itself were holding its breath, caught in the tension of what was to come. I remember the twist of hope in my gut, a visceral need to believe that light could pierce through even the blackest night. Would it? Would the dawn break, or would we be left to wander in shadows forever? The answer lay suspended in the air, thick with promise, yet laced with uncertainty, as the shadows closed in, and the true battle began. I could feel it all, the fear, the hope, the crashing tides of inevitability, and I knew, with every fiber of my being, that the story was far from over. The air was thick with dread, the kind that wraps around your throat and squeezes until you can hardly breathe. Shadows stretched like fingers across the stone walls, creeping into every corner of a dimly lit chamber. The flickering torchlight cast a macabre dance, illuminating the faces of two figures, each a mirror of the other's despair. In the heart of the ruins, time stood still, and the weight of a prophecy loomed like a dark cloud, ready to burst. I remember the sound, the crack of bone against bone, a cry that sliced through the silence, echoing like a dirge. My brother, Lycos, lay sprawled on the cold floor, his chest heaving, each breath a struggle against the pain that knifed through him. "They will come for us," he gasped, his eyes wide with fear, reflective pools haunted by the ghosts of our fathers' sins. It was the prophecy that hovered above us, heavy and unyielding, "Fear the children of Cronus. Get up. Fight. We can't let them," but my voice cracked, giving way to the suffocating terror that clung to me like a shroud. I was not a warrior, not like him. I was a dreamer caught in the snare of a nightmare, running from shadows cast by a father who had betrayed us before we even drew our first breath. The echoes of his betrayal haunted me. I could almost hear Cronus's laughter, a chilling sound that reverberated through the ages, a sound that thrummed in my blood. "You will be devoured by your own," he had said, and I could almost see the glinting blade of fate reflecting in his eyes. My father had swallowed his offspring whole, each one a promise turned to ash, a life snuffed out before it had a chance to breathe. How could one man, or God, harbor such fear of his own flesh? "Lycos, we have to go," I insisted, the urgency spiraling in my chest. I could feel the walls of our sanctuary trembling, a precursor to the storm of destiny bearing down upon us. My hands trembled, and I could taste the metallic tang of dread on my tongue as I hoisted him up, each involuntary grunt of pain from him slicing into my heart like shards of glass. I remember our mother's lullabies," he murmured, each word a fragile thread pulling him further into the depths of his memories, his eyes glazing over. How she sang of stars and the endless skies. How she whispered, "You're safe." Safe. The word felt foreign, a ghost in this haunted place. We were not safe, we had never been safe. The prophecy hung over us like a vulture, waiting to feast. I had seen the darkness curl around our lives, the way it clutched at Lycos, how he fought it with every ounce of his strength. But it was a losing battle, one I could feel closing around us like a noose. Suddenly, the door crashed open, splintering the air with an unholy force. Figures cloaked in darkness surged into the chamber, eyes glinting with malice, hungry for retribution. I recognized the shapes, those loyal to Cronus, cursed to carry out his twisted desires. Their shadows painted the walls, grotesque parodies of the family we once knew. "Leave him!" I screamed, adrenaline flooding my veins like fire. I pushed against the tide, desperation driving every move. "He's not a threat!" But fear clung to me like a second skin. They would see him as an echo of their master's sins, a reflection of violence they'd been taught to crush. Lycos gasped, his breath hitching, eyes darting to me with a painful clarity. "You can't save me. It's too late, sister." The prophecy, his voice trailed off, heavy with resignation, but I wouldn't let the shadows take him. "Not now. Not ever. Fight. We will fight together," I urged, though my heart cried out in rebellion. I had never been a fighter, not like him, but I would not let the darkness swallow him whole. I would not let Cronus win. The clash of steel rang out, harsh and brutal, a cacophony that filled the chamber with the stench of sweat and blood. I felt my limbs move with a force I did not understand, a primal instinct awakening deep within, pushing me toward the battle. Each blow I struck, each scream I released into the void, felt like a desperate plea to the universe, to time, to fate, to let us escape this cycle of destruction. But the prophecy was relentless. It swirled around us like smoke, taunting, whispering of our doom. "Fear the children of Cronus," it hissed, wrapping around my mind. "Fear what you cannot escape." Lycos fell, and time slowed. I saw the world shift, the horror crystallizing into a moment that would haunt me forever. I reached for him, but hands, rough and unforgiving, pulled me back, away from him, away from my brother. "No!" I screamed, my voice raw with anguish. I could feel the weight of despair dragging me down, drowning me in an ocean of grief. And as I turned to fight, as I hurled myself against the tide of darkness, I remembered our mother's lullabies. The stars. The promise of safety that had been stripped from us like the flesh from bone. For every note she sang, every word she whispered, we had paid dearly. The price was born from fear, woven deep into the fabric of our very existence, a tapestry of heartbreak and betrayal, stained with the blood of those who had come before us. Lycos! I screamed again, but the name fell into the abyss, swallowed by the cacophony of chaos. He was slipping away, and I could do nothing but fight against the tide, against the shadows that threatened to pull me under. I felt the weight of the prophecy pressing down, an iron grip threatening to crush me. I was trapped in a storm of emotion, a whirlwind of despair and fury, and in that moment, I understood the depths of our father's fear. Fear had twisted his love, turned his heart to stone. He had become a monster, a ghost of what he once was. I fought not just for my brother, but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive, free from the chains that bound us. And as the shadows closed in, as the prophecy whispered its final, chilling refrain, I knew one thing above all else: the fight was far from over. This was not the end. It was a cruel beginning, a cycle that would twist and turn, forever binding us. We would rise, again and again, against the darkness, against the fear that had plagued us for too long. With each heartbeat, the fight continued, an endless echo in the tapestry of time. The night was a tapestry of darkness, woven with the whispers of despair. Stars blinked like eyes peering into a secret both sacred and profane. Rhea stood on the precipice of destiny, the weight of the cosmos heavy upon her shoulders, as the moon cast a ghostly glow over the trembling earth. A chill skittered across her skin, echoing the icy grip of fear that clawed at her heart. She could almost hear the distant growl of Cronus echoing through the caverns, searching, relentless. I remember when the world was bright, she thought, her mind swirling with memories like autumn leaves caught in a storm. How had it come to this? A mother haunted by the shadows of her own flesh and blood. She squeezed her eyes shut, blocking out the encroaching terror. The world had shifted, turned upside down, and here she was, caught in the cruel ballet of fate, a dancer struggling to find her footing on a stage set for tragedy. The air was thick with the scent of impending doom. Cronus, her husband, had become a monster, a tyrant whose hunger for power gnawed at the very fabric of existence. She could still hear his voice, rich and deep, like thunder rolling over mountains, promising prosperity but delivering only despair. "I will not let him consume another child," she whispered, her heart thudding against her ribcage like a war drum. In her arms, she cradled a blanket, soft and warm, hiding the flickering light of life nestled within. Zeus! The very name sent electric currents of hope and dread through her veins. The child was a beacon, a fragile flare in an ocean of darkness. She could feel the weight of his future pressing down on her, the fear that something terrible would pull him away from her grasp. She imagined Cronus lurking, just outside the shadows, waiting to snuff out that light. "I will keep you safe," she promised, her voice breaking. But the clock was ticking. Time felt like sand slipping through her fingers, each grain a moment stolen, a heartbeat lost. What if she failed? The thought was a blade, sharp and merciless, slicing through her resolve. She glanced around the dimly lit cave, each shadow morphing into a specter of doubt. Would she be strong enough to outwit a god? A rustling echoed from the entrance, and her heart seized. The world held its breath. She could see him, Cronus, tall and imposing, his silhouette framed by the entrance like a predator stalking its prey. "Rhea," he called, his voice smooth as silk, yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. "Where are you hiding my child?" Panic surged through her. This is it, she thought, her breath shallow. He's here. She tightened her grip on the blanket, feeling the warmth of Zeus radiating through. "I must think. I must act." "Rhea," he thundered again, and the very earth seemed to tremble at his command. "I will find him. You cannot hide what is mine." In that moment, time warped. Memories flooded her mind, the first time she had seen him, the laughter they had shared, the dreams they had woven together. But those dreams had turned to ash, and now love felt like a curse. "How did I let this happen?" she mourned silently, her thoughts racing. "How did I choose a monster to be the father of my children?" Desperation twisted her heart, and then, like a flash of lightning, clarity struck. She had a plan, raw and reckless, but it was her only chance. I must deceive him, she thought, a wild spark igniting within her. I must be the flame that burns brighter than his darkness. With a swift motion, she placed the blanket on the cold stone floor, her heart thundering in her chest. This will be the moment, she told herself, each word a silent prayer. As she prepared to face him, her thoughts flickered back to the tales of old, gods deceiving gods, a dance of wits played on the grandest of stages. She would become the trickster, the illusionist, casting shadows where there was light. Cronus, she called out, her voice steady, laced with a defiance she didn't quite feel. You must not search for him here. The words rolled from her tongue like honey, sweet yet sticky with deception. He is hidden far from your grasp. A flash of confusion crossed his face, his brow furrowing as he stepped further into the cave, his eyes narrowing. What do you mean? His voice dropped, low and dangerous, like a storm brewing on the horizon. Where is my son? She drew in a breath, the air thick with tension, and took a step back, weaving her words with care. He is in a place where you cannot reach him, a sanctuary invisible to your eyes. As he leaned closer, the flickers of doubt danced behind his gaze. You lie, he spat, and the force of his fury shook the walls, sending echoes crashing in waves. You cannot protect him forever. I will protect him, she declared, her heart hammering against her ribs. For every ounce of darkness you bring, I will bring twice the light. But as she spoke, she could feel the weight of her deception settle over her like a shroud. What if he saw through her? What if he laid bare the lie she had woven? The fear clawed at her insides, twisting like a serpent. She was treading on thin ice, and with each word, the cracks threatened to widen beneath her feet. Yet there was no turning back. In that charged silence, the flicker of hope mingled with the terror of the inevitable. Time stretched, pulsating, and in that heartbeat, she felt the fragile thread of fate weaving tighter around her, binding her not just to her child, but to the very essence of existence itself. Find him, Cronus growled, eyes gleaming with malice, and I will make you pay. And just like that, the moment hung in the air, suspended between despair and defiance. Rhea knew that her deception was merely the beginning. The battle for her son had ignited, and the stakes were nothing less than the very soul of the world they inhabited. As she breathed in the darkness, she readied herself for the storm that would come, the confrontation that was now unavoidable. In the depths of her being, she felt the pulse of the cosmos, the heartbeat of the earth, and she understood, this was a war begun not just for her child, but for the future, for the love that could conquer even the deepest shadows. Zeus, she murmured under her breath, feeling the warmth of his spirit in her heart. I will save you. And as she stood in that cave, a mother transformed into a warrior, she knew, deep down, that the battle had only just begun. The air crackled, heavy with a tension so thick it felt like a noose tightening around the throats of fate. A darkness loomed above, not the kind that falls with night but a living, breathing shadow, pregnant with despair and power. The sky roared, a warning growl that echoed through the mountains. It was a shiver that ran up the spine of the world, a prelude to chaos. In the heart of a trembling cave, Rhea sat, her body taut as a drawn bowstring. She could feel the pulse of life within her, a rhythm that thundered against her ribs like an urgent plea. The weight of her impending motherhood pressed against her lungs, constricting her breaths into shallow gasps. Not again, she whispered to the void, her voice trembling, laced with the raw fear of a woman cornered by fate itself. Please, not again. Cronus, her husband, loomed in the shadows, a titan of a man, both mesmerizing and terrifying. His eyes burned with the ferocity of a wild beast, the very embodiment of time and decay. He was a god, yes, and yet there was a rot creeping behind his brilliance, a paranoia gnawing at his heart. I will not let you take him, he snarled, fists clenched, trembling with the weight of his own dread. I will swallow him whole before I let him take my throne. Rhea felt the chill of his words wrap around her like a shroud. It was not just the threat of death that haunted her, it was the certainty of betrayal. She remembered the nights spent whispering dreams into the dark, where Cronus had once held her close, his lover-warm son. Yet now, the light of that love had turned to ashes, the warmth replaced by a bitter winter. What did it mean to love a monster? To watch him become the very thing he vowed to fight against. I remember, she murmured, trembling. I remember the stories of our parents, how they fought against fear, against the chains of destiny. But now, it is you who builds the very prison you once despised. Each word cut deep, a blade forged from the flames of heartbreak. The cave trembled as whispers of prophecy danced through the air, swirling like the embers of a dying fire. Rhea's heart raced in sync with the ticking clock of fate, a clock that had no mercy. The child within her stirred, a flicker of warmth amidst the encroaching cold. She could feel his spirit, a spark of hope, of rebellion, a thread that connected her to the cosmos beyond. I will not let you take him, she vowed, her voice trembling but fierce. He will be free. He will be different. Cronus's laughter was a chilling echo, a sound that resonated in the caverns of her soul. Different? All children are the same, they come to devour and destroy. I will not let another rise to challenge me. His shadow stretched long, a grotesque caricature of a father, a gorgon lurking beneath the facade of a god. Outside, the sky raged with storms, the winds howling like the tortured souls of the damned. Rhea's heart ached with a yearning that transcended her existence. She turned, her gaze drifting to the mouth of the cave, where the world beyond seemed to pulse with life. What will he be, she wondered aloud, the question a tender caress against the raw edges of her fear. A warrior? A king? Or something more? A flicker of light caught her eye, an ephemeral glimmer amidst the darkness. It was a sign, a whisper from the universe, promising that even in despair, there was possibility. Hope was a fragile thing, shimmering like the last rays of sun before the inevitable night. I must protect him, she breathed, determination igniting a spark within the shadows of her heart. He is destined for greatness. But as the storm raged, so did Cronus. His rage was a tempest, surging like the wild tide that lapped at the shores of existence. You will not stand in my way, he spat, the venom in his voice a stark reminder of the monster he had become. You will birth another, and I will claim him. I will swallow him whole. Each word was a knife, twisting through Rhea's heart. She felt the throb of betrayal deep within her being, a betrayal that echoed through the ages. A mother's love struck against the harsh reality of a father's fury. You will not take my child, she screamed, raw fury igniting within her. I refuse to let fear dictate our fate. With a sudden rush, she turned, her hands cradling the swell of her belly, feeling the life within her, a force of nature. The storms outside mirrored her turmoil, lightning flashing in the distance like the anger of the gods. She closed her eyes, focusing on the pulse of life, the shared heartbeat that resonated between her and her child, a bond forged in defiance. The air crackled with electricity, a fierce tension gathering as if the very cosmos held its breath. Rhea stepped forward, a warrior in her own right, her spirit unyielding, her heart forged in the fires of love and desperation. She could feel the ancient energies swirling, the promise of life beating against the shackles of fear. Let him come, she declared, her voice a clarion call that shattered the oppressive gloom. Let him arrive as a beacon of hope in this darkened world. I will not be silenced. I will not be broken. In that moment, time seemed to fracture, a fracture that echoed through the ages. The winds howled louder, the heavens roared, and the earth trembled beneath the weight of destiny. Rhea felt the first stirrings of labor, a pain both alien and familiar, a symphony of creation woven into the fabric of her being. She breathed through the waves of agony, each contraction a reminder of the power she held, the legacy she was about to birth. And in the shadows, Cronus's eyes blazed with a fury that threatened to consume everything in its wake. The battle was on, an unholy clash of love and desperation against the cold grip of tyranny. The future hung suspended, a fragile thread woven into the very fabric of existence. In that moment, the air was thick with the scent of impending change. The birth of a god, the birth of rebellion, a heartbeat away from the climax of chaos. Rhea stood poised on the precipice, a mother ready to fight, to protect, to unleash the light of Zeus into a world suffocated by darkness. As the storm raged on, the clash of titans began, and the story of the gods was about to be rewritten, page by blood-soaked page. Time itself bent, twisted, and held its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The echoes of the past danced on the edge of the future, a promise whispered into the void, a promise that would change everything. The ground trembles beneath my feet, a visceral heartbeat that echoes the pulse of the world itself. I can almost taste the iron tang of dread in the air, thick and suffocating, as if the universe holds its breath. Above, the skies darken, swirling like a tempestuous sea, and for a fleeting moment, I wonder if the heavens are mourning the inevitable clash that is about to unfold. The scent of charred earth swirls around me, mingling with the acrid smoke that rises like a ghost from the battlefield, and I realize this isn't just a war, it's an apocalypse waiting to happen. I see her, Rhea, the Titan mother, standing defiantly at the edge of the battlefield, her heart a tempest of love and sorrow. Her eyes glimmer with unshed tears, brimming with the weight of countless memories, of laughter and warmth, of children cradled in her arms, now scattered like leaves before a storm. She's always been the strength of her lineage, yet here she is, a fragile silhouette against the raging chaos, caught between love and loyalty. I remember the stories whispered among the shadows, tales of her defiance against Cronus, tales that reverberate in my mind like a haunting lullaby. I remember their faces, she whispers to herself, voice trembling, "My sweet children, my beautiful ones." The wind carries her words, fragile wisps lost in the uproar, and I feel the weight of her grief, a palpable ache that gnaws at my own heart. The Titans, her children, are caught in a maelstrom of fury and vengeance, fury that can only be birthed from betrayal and despair. And there, in the distance, stands Zeus, the fiery-eyed god, his spirit ignited by a relentless desire for freedom. He is no longer just a son of the Titans, he is a harbinger of change, a flicker of rebellion against the iron fist of Cronus. The weight of expectation hangs heavy on his shoulders, each breath a battle against the shadows of his past. Yet the horizon whispers promises of victory, and I see the flicker of hope in his eyes, a hope that could blaze a path through the dark. I remember the taste of power, he murmurs, fists clenched, muscles taut with anticipation. I remember what it feels like to rise, to take back what's mine. There's a tremor in his voice, a richness of emotion that seeps through the cracks of bravado. His past is painted in hues of darkness, a brother swallowed, a mother hidden, a destiny carved from despair. Each heartbeat thrums with the rhythm of revenge, propelling him towards an uncertain fate. The Titans loom like ancient mountains, their wrath palpable, the ground shaking with their fury as they rise against the sky, a fearsome coalition of forgotten might and ancient grievances. Even the very stars seem to shudder in their presence, the cosmos watching with bated breath, suspended in this moment of reckoning. I can almost hear the whispers of the universe, the echoes of long-forgotten titanic laughter mingling with cries for vengeance. And then the clash, the earth erupts in a cacophony of sound, a symphony of violence that sends shivers down my spine. The Titans charge, titanic forms crashing against the Olympians, the battlefield transformed into a grotesque dance of destruction. I see Rhea close her eyes, a silent prayer on her lips, and I know she wishes for peace, yet the storm of conflict drowns her hope. "Will you fight against your blood?" she screams, her voice cutting through the madness, reaching for Zeus with hands that tremble. "Will you shatter our legacy?" But he is resolute, the embers of defiance flickering in his chest. "Our legacy must change," he cries back, and in that moment, I feel the gulf between them, a chasm of love and duty, hope and despair, an aching reminder that family can sometimes be a weapon. The clashing of titanic strength and divine resolve sends ripples through the air, each blow resonating with the weight of history, the crushing reality of a fractured lineage. I watch as Cronus, the monstrous patriarch, wields the scythe that gleams with the cold light of inevitability. His eyes burn with madness, and in that moment, I see the very essence of destruction reflected in his gaze, a twisted sense of loyalty to a dark legacy that threatens to consume everything. "Your rebellion is futile," he bellows, hatred pouring from him like venom, every syllable laced with the poison of 1,000 betrayals. "I am the beginning and the end." But Zeus, undeterred, stands firm, the weight of destiny pressing against him like a mantle of flame. "You are merely a relic, an echo of what must be forgotten." With every word, he inches closer to the truth, a truth wrapped tightly in the cocoon of his own contradictions. The ground shakes again, a reminder that nothing is stable here, every moment could be the last. I feel the tension crackling in the air, an electric storm ready to unleash its fury. Shadows dance around us, whispering secrets of betrayal and sacrifice, the ghostly remnants of dreams lost in the chaos. Even as the Titans unleash their wrath, I hear Rhea's heart breaking, the sound a soft but haunting melody amidst the chaos. Her eyes search for her children, for something, anything, to save them from the darkness threatening to consume their souls. "Please, my loves," she cries, and her voice is a thread of silk in a tempest of steel, "don't let this be the end." But the truth is there, looming like a spectre, wrapped in the fog of impending doom. Every heartbeat is a countdown, every glance a moment suspended in time, as if the universe itself holds its breath, waiting for the fateful collision of titans and gods. I can't tear my gaze away. Each moment pulls me deeper into the maelstrom, the chaos alive with raw emotion, the very essence of conflict igniting a fire in my veins. The world hangs in perfect balance, poised on the edge of destruction, and I know with every fiber of my being, this is merely the beginning. The war has only just begun. The night was a churning ocean of shadows, a suffocating blanket of darkness where even the stars trembled beneath the weight of a titan's defiance. I stood at the precipice, my heart drumming a frantic rhythm against my ribcage, a primal urge for survival, an instinct screaming that this moment was not just a moment, it was the dawning of reckoning. "Zeus will punish you," Prometheus hissed the voice of Atlas, his shoulders burdened with the weight of the heavens, eyes glistening with a sorrow that felt like molten steel. "You cannot oppose him. He is the king of gods. You know what's at stake." But the fire flickered in Prometheus's eyes, a fierce conflagration that would not, be extinguished. "What is a god without compassion?" he challenged, his voice thick with the weight of centuries, a rumble that stoked the embers of my own resolve. "What is a king who thrives on the misery of others? To watch mortals suffer in ignorance, in darkness? No. I will not allow it. I will not stand by." Every word was a thunderclap, ricocheting through the cavernous void around us. I could feel the air crackle with an electric tension, like the stillness before a storm, and deep within the recesses of my chest, I felt the shift, the moment when hope teeters on despair's edge. In the distance, the silhouette of Mount Olympus loomed, majestic yet menacing, a titan of its own. There, in that celestial fortress, Zeus sat ensconced upon his throne, a figure of wrath and authority, draped in storm clouds and fury. The winds howled with whispers, warnings of torment, of chains forged in the fires of betrayal, and yet Prometheus stood unyielding. "Your fire," Atlas murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, "it will be your undoing." But Prometheus laughed, a sound so rich with defiance that it sent shivers down my spine. "My fire," he bellowed. "It is not merely a spark. It is hope. It is life. It is the very essence of what it means to be human." With every word, the shadows around us swirled tighter, wrapping around us like a serpent poised to strike, and I felt the cold sweat trickle down my spine. I remember the first time I saw fire. The way it danced, flickering flames casting shadows that birthed nightmares on the walls of my young mind. I remember how its warmth enveloped me, a cradle of light against the relentless chill of the world. Prometheus wasn't just stealing flames from the gods, he was handing them the very breath of existence, igniting passion, creativity, and love in the hearts of humanity. But with every glimmer of hope, there lurked the specter of fear. "They will suffer for your choice," Atlas warned, his gaze piercing through to my soul. "You cannot shield them from the wrath of Olympus." "Maybe not," Prometheus replied, his voice raw yet laced with conviction. "But they will learn to stand. They will learn to fight." Each word was a hammer striking the anvil of fate, driving home the truth of his resolve. What drove a being of such power to risk it all for fragile mortals? Was it empathy? Or was it something darker, something intertwined with his own unending loneliness? The weight of eternity bore down on him, each heartbeat echoing with the ghosts of choices past. And then, as if summoned by our very thoughts, the ground trembled beneath us. A harbinger of Zeus's wrath. The air parted, and I could almost taste the metallic tang of power crackling in the atmosphere. A golden light sliced through the darkness, illuminating Prometheus, a radiant figure caught in the crosshairs of divine fury. "Your insolence," thundered Zeus's voice, rolling through the valley like a storm, each syllable a promise of retribution. "You dare to elevate the wretched above the divine? You will face the consequences of your treachery. A chill raced through me, a visceral fear that intertwined with admiration. In the face of such overwhelming might, Prometheus stood tall, unyielding. They are not wretched, he cried, his voice a rallying cry against the encroaching darkness. They are worthy. In a heartbeat, shadows flashed, and my mind was awash with memories of laughter shared, of tears shed, of love blossoming in the most desolate of places. I could see the towns below, where fires burned brightly, where families gathered, hearts intertwined against the night, basking in the warmth of hope that Prometheus had gifted them. Prometheus! I gasped, feeling the weight of my own inadequacies. How can you be so brave? He turned to me, eyes fierce and aflame. Bravery is not the absence of fear, it is the resolve to act despite it, he intoned, and I felt that truth resonate through me, a call to arms echoing in the hollows of my heart. But as the light intensified, a dark realization seeped into my bones. Prometheus was not just defying Zeus for mere mortal souls, he was challenging the very fabric of existence. He was daring to rewrite the destiny laid out by the gods, a cosmic game of chess where the stakes were souls, and every move could spell doom. A silence fell, a breath held in the cosmos, suspended in time, as the storm gathered. The tension coiled tighter, like a noose around Prometheus's neck, and in that moment, I saw the truth. This was a battle not just of strength but of ideals, a clash between tyranny and the sanctity of choice, a conflict as old as time itself. As the shadows deepened and the ground shook with the fury of Olympus, I felt the pull of the abyss. The air thickened with the scent of impending doom, yet amidst the stench of fear, the flicker of hope danced defiantly, refusing to fade. Whatever comes, Prometheus said, his voice steady, I will not turn back. I will not hide. I will be the fire that ignites a revolution in the hearts of men. And with that, the darkness surged forward, a storm unleashed, ready to engulf everything in its wake. Time seemed to stretch, a taut string ready to snap, pulling us into the incomprehensible void where dreams clash with reality. I stood on the precipice, a witness to the battle of gods, and as Prometheus prepared to face the tempest, I knew, this was not just a stand against Zeus. This was a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity, a fire that could not be extinguished. As I braced for the storm, my heart pounded furiously, echoing the rhythm of ancient struggles, a melody that would reverberate through the ages. Every heartbeat carried a whisper, a promise that even in darkness, a flicker of light can ignite a revolution. And so, as the clash of titans erupted into the night, I stood resolute, caught in the throes of fate, knowing that the true battle had just begun. A scream echoed through the darkened halls of Olympus, a sound that twisted the very air, the cry of a mother in anguish. Rhea, trembling and drenched in sweat, clutched her belly as if it contained the cosmos, her heart racing against the tempest of impending motherhood. Each contraction was a dark wave crashing against her, threatening to pull her under, to bury her in the shadows of doubt. She was a vessel on the precipice, teetering between creation and destruction. And above her, in the ageless void, Cronus waited, his eyes glinted like shards of broken glass, sharp and hungry. I remember the moment, the very heartbeat of time suspending itself in that echoing cavern. The weight of fate bore down upon her, a suffocating shroud, and yet there was a flicker of hope, a light trying desperately to pierce the darkness. It was the birth of the first Olympians, a birth that could shatter the chains binding them all, or bind them tighter in a cycle of despair. Hestia stirred first, her spirit a gentle flame amid the tempest. In the shadows of her mother's womb, she felt the pulse of the universe, a bond to every flicker of light, every flickering candle. She was warmth, she was home. But beneath that tranquility lay a fear, deep and gnawing, a whisper that the world outside might not welcome her light. Will they love me, she thought, a question that hung heavy in the air, asking for an answer that might never come. And then, there was Hera, fierce and proud, her spirit a tempest of resolve and rebellion. I will be queen, she vowed, even before the moment of her birth. The shadows swirling around her flickered in response, an omen or a promise, both splendid and terrifying. She was a warrior even in the womb, every fiber of her being craving recognition, craving power. But with power came the fear of betrayal, the agony of loneliness, the pain of being seen only as a beautiful vessel for a man's ambition. Do they see me? She raged against the silence, echoing the cries of countless women before her. Demeter came next, cradled in the warmth of her sister's spirits, a nurturing essence woven from the threads of the earth itself. She felt the pulse of green life, the rhythm of seeds yearning to break through the soil. But as she stirred, a cold grip of unease settled over her heart. What if they do not understand my love, she thought, a haunting fear that curled around her like a shadow, whispering of misunderstandings and distance. The cave trembled as Rhea's body heaved against the swell of her desires and fears. I am your mother, she cried out, her voice a mix of desperation and devotion, and I will not let him do to you what he did to your siblings. The ache in her heart mirrored the agony of the labor that threatened to tear her asunder. Cronus paced, a predator circling its prey, his shadow stretching long and dark across the flickering torchlight. They are not mine, he hissed under his breath, a vow born of rage and jealousy, the weight of past sins heavy on his shoulders. The ghosts of his children loomed over him, specters of guilt and dread, haunting him, a reminder of the fate that awaited those born into his world, a fate he could not escape, nor deny. As the first cry shattered the silence, Hestia emerged, a small flicker of warmth against the cold dread, her spirit a spark that ignited the air. Welcome me, she seemed to shout, and the shadows twisted around her, flickering as if unsure whether to embrace the light or swallow it whole. Rhea wept, relief washing over her, but the tears carried the salt of fear. What will you become, she thought, cradling the tiny flame. Then Hera was born, fierce and unyielding. Look upon me, she roared, a queen from the moment she drew her first breath. The shadows recoiled, and in her defiance, Rhea felt a surge of pride and terror. Would her daughter face the same fate as the ones who came before? Would her power be a gift or a curse? Demeter unfurled next, her spirit a tender bloom amidst the chaos. I will nurture, she whispered, a promise to the earth, to her sisters, to herself. She felt the pulse of life around her, each heartbeat resonating with the promise of spring. But within that promise lay a truth, an unspoken dread: the earth could be cruel, and love could wither away like a flower in winter. As Rhea gazed upon her daughters, joy and despair intertwined in her heart like a macabre dance. You are my hope, she murmured, but you are also my fear. The words hung heavy in the air, a haunting melody echoing through the caverns of fate. But the darkness was hungry. Cronus, a figure cloaked in shadows, stepped forward, eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger. You will not take my throne, he snarled, his voice a dark thunder that echoed through the cave, each word a challenge to the very fabric of their existence. You will be mine or you will perish. In that moment, the air crackled with tension, the weight of destiny pressing down on them like a storm. The sisters, Hestia, Hera, and Demeter, stood together, their hearts beating as one against the encroaching darkness. They were bound by blood, by fate, and by an unyielding force that surged within them, a flicker of defiance that refused to be extinguished. I remember the silence that followed, a pregnant pause, a moment where time itself held its breath. And then, the clash of worlds erupted. The very cosmos trembled as the three sisters, armed with the strength of their spirits and the fire of their unity, faced the darkness together. Love, anger, fear, and hope surged through them, a tempest of raw emotion that threatened to consume them, yet also lit their path forward. The fight had begun, the echoes of their cries resonating through eternity, the shadows whispering of past mistakes, of futures unknown. And in that clash, a new saga took flight, a story woven from the threads of love and loss, of power and sacrifice, echoing through the ages. The birth of Hestia, Hera, and Demeter was not just a beginning, but a prelude to a battle that would shape the very fabric of existence to come. The clock of destiny ticked on, its hands moving with relentless precision, the shadows swirling, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. I remember the darkness, thick and suffocating, like a shroud drawn over a freshly laid grave. It was a silence so profound that you could feel the heartbeat of the earth itself, thrumming in anticipation, or perhaps dread. The air was electric, crackling with something ancient and raw, as if the very fabric of existence trembled at the edge of revelation. Shadows danced in corners, whispering secrets of things that were yet to be born, yet to be unleashed. In that moment, I was gripped by the weight of it all, the urgency, the fear, the expectation. It was the birth of gods, after all. The world held its breath as Rhea lay, trembling on a bed of the softest earth, her body taut with the strain of creation. I could see it in her eyes, a deep well of love and despair, two opposing forces pulling her apart. She was a woman caught in a storm, and within her, the tempest brewed. Hades stirred first, a flicker of life igniting in the shadows, his presence a cold, penetrating chill that sent shivers racing down my spine. I could almost hear the echoes of his future, wails of the damned, the restless souls seeking peace, a loneliness so profound it could swallow entire worlds. He was the keeper of secrets, of what lay beneath the surface, and even then, even before he broke forth into the light, I could sense the weight of his burdens. As he emerged, a wail ripped through the silence, a sound both terrifying and beautiful. It was the cry of the forsaken, a premonition of the dark path he would tread. The earth trembled beneath him, and I felt a knot form in my stomach. Hades would never be whole, never find solace, chained to realms unseen. The shadows would be his only companions. Then came Poseidon, bursting forth like a tidal wave, a force of nature too wild to tame. The moment he entered the world, it was as if the ocean itself had decided to roar to life. His cry was thunderous, and the ground shivered under the weight of his passion, his anger, his love for a world that would never understand him. Water surged within him, a storm of emotion. He was the embodiment of chaos and beauty, a creature caught between the calm and the tempest. I could see the flicker of a smile on his lips, a haunting blend of mischief and sorrow. He would roam the depths, a king among waves, yet forever yearning for connection, for understanding. In that heated moment, I felt the bond between the brothers, conflicting and powerful, like two sides of a coin spinning eternally. Poseidon's wildness clashed with Hades' introspection, each brother a mirror reflecting the other's flaws. They were born of the same flesh, yet their destinies were as divergent as the sky and the sea. Rhea's eyes, wide with love and terror, held the weight of their future, their paths that would intertwine and fracture, like vines tangled in a storm. The tension in the air grew palpable, thick like the humidity before a summer storm. I remember the first flicker of fear in Rhea's heart. What if she could not protect them? What if her love was not enough? The gods were forged in fire and blood, and what if her heart was the forge that would consume them all? The thought clawed at her mind, echoing in the hollow of her chest. And then, like a dark prophecy manifesting, came Zeus. The moment he took his first breath, the sky split, and I felt the world tilt on its axis. He was radiant, a tempest of light and fury, a stark contrast to the shadows surrounding Hades and the waves crashing within Poseidon. He was the promise of power, the embodiment of chaos, and I felt the tremors of a struggle that would span eons. In their eyes, I saw it, the seed of rivalry, a bitter fruit that would grow in the soil of their shared history, nurtured by jealousy and desire. Poseidon looked at Zeus with a spark of admiration tinged with resentment, a longing for the throne that felt forever out of reach. Hades, on the other hand, turned his gaze inward, a dark well of envy brewing within him, an ache for the warmth of the sun that he would never know. The air grew thick with bitterness, a twisted vine wrapping around their hearts. Rhea's heartbeat quickened, she could feel the thunderous clash that was bound to come. She was a mother, torn between the love for her children and the fear of the storm they would unleash upon the world. They were gods, each destined to carve their names into the annals of history, but at what cost? Time seemed to stretch, a moment hanging in the air like a haunting melody, each note echoing the path they would take, the paths that would lead to ruin or redemption. In the silence that followed, I sensed the shadows shifting, the cosmos holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of titans. I remember the moment when Poseidon's laughter rang out, bright and unrestrained, echoing off the walls of existence. But even in that joy, I felt the undercurrent of sorrow, the reality that every laugh hides a tear. Hades, with his cold, calculated gaze, watched his brother with a mix of admiration and dread, knowing that joy would only birth more pain. In that dark silence, I felt the weight of their destinies, tangled together like the roots of an ancient tree. Love and anger intertwined, two forces in constant battle, a dance that would echo through the ages. They were bound by blood, yet destined to fight, a never-ending cycle of creation and destruction. The moment hung there, electric, an unbroken tension that promised both beauty and devastation. I could feel the air vibrating with the energy of their unspoken words. A confrontation was brewing, a clash of gods, where love would be tested, and the very fabric of their existence would be woven with threads of passion and pain, joy and despair. And in that moment, everything shifted. The world held its breath, a deep, trembling silence, as I realized I was witnessing the dawn of a chaos that would echo through all eternity, a beautiful tragedy unfolding before my very eyes, forever binding their fates in a way that could never be undone. A storm rages overhead, the sky a canvas of fury, roiling clouds that twist and churn as if the very heavens are in torment. Thunder rumbles, a growl that reverberates through the earth, and I can feel it vibrating in my bones, an unholy dread gnawing at my insides. The winds howl like lost souls, and in the heart of this tempest, a figure stands alone, silhouetted against the electric sky, an embodiment of raw, untamed power. It's all wrong, so very wrong. I can see the shadows flickering behind her eyes, the weight of expectation pressing down like a mountain. She is more than just a woman, she is the storm itself, a force of nature teetering on the edge of creation. Athena! My heart clenches at the thought of her, her very essence a paradox of beauty and terror. She was born from the head of Zeus, yet the birth had not been gentle. It was a violent eruption, a shattering of divine silence. I remember the moment, the blood-curdling cry echoing through the mountains, the ground trembling as if the world itself held its breath. I remember the shards of her emergence, the flash of light that blinded those foolish enough to look upon her. She was forged in pain, a warrior and a goddess, and I knew from that moment that everything would change. And then there's Hephaestus, a man consumed by shadows, a master of fire trapped in a cage of metal and sorrow. He works tirelessly in his forge, every hammer strike a desperate plea for acceptance. Another go, another chance, he mutters to himself, fury and frustration swirling within. His hands are worn, calloused by labor, yet they tremble as he shapes the very fabric of existence. How I wish he could see the beauty in his creations, the way the fire dances around him, reflecting the flickering light of hope even in his darkest moments. His eyes are pools of regret, haunted by memories of rejection. We are not so different, I whisper to him, but he is too lost in his own darkness to hear. The tempest outside rages on, a reflection of the chaos within. I can feel the tension crackling in the air, a storm gathering not just in the sky, but in our hearts. Athena stands at the precipice, balancing the delicate threads of destiny, and I can't help but wonder what horrors lie ahead. A sudden flash of lightning splits the sky, illuminating the world for a brief, blinding moment. In that heartbeat, I catch a glimpse of what Athena holds, a shield, polished and gleaming, yet dark with the shadows of those she must vanquish. The weight of her purpose presses heavily on her shoulders, and I see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. She is the embodiment of wisdom, but wisdom is not without its burdens. Will I be enough? She whispers, her voice barely audible over the storm. The question hangs in the air, a fragile thread woven into the chaos. I want to reach out, to comfort her, but I am paralyzed, caught between my fear of the unknown and my desire to lift her up. I murmur to myself, the ache of understanding resonating deep within. I remember the tales of gods and mortals, of wars waged for glory and revenge. I remember the blood that stains the ground, the cries that echo through time. And now, as the storm swells around us, I realize that Athena is not merely a goddess, she is a mirror reflecting our lives, our struggles, our very existence. She carries the weight of our hopes and fears, the embodiment of our desires for justice and truth in a world so often drenched in darkness. But as the storm reaches its zenith, the very air thickens with anticipation. The shadows quiver, and I sense the tension beneath the surface. Hephaestus' hammer strikes one last time, a desperate cry for redemption, and in that moment, the sky seems to crack open. A piercing shriek echoes through the air, the ground shakes, and I feel the fear clawing at my chest, a visceral reminder that nothing is certain. Athena takes a step forward, her gaze unwavering, and I can see the fire igniting within her. I will not be afraid, she declares, her voice rising above the chaos, each word a declaration of defiance against a world that seeks to silence her. The storm quiets momentarily, as if even the heavens recognize the power of her resolve. But then, a flash, a shadow looms over her, a figure cloaked in darkness, the embodiment of everything that seeks to extinguish her light. You think you can challenge fate, he taunts, his voice dripping with venom, each word punctuating the very air around us. The tension snaps, a taut string ready to break, and I feel my heart racing, every beat a reminder of what's at stake. Athena stands tall, her shield raised, and I can feel the weight of countless destinies swirling around her. I do not fear you, she replies, her voice steady, ironclad. For every shadow you cast, I will bring forth the dawn. And just like that, the storm crescendos back to life, a whirlwind of fury and intensity. I'm swept away in the chaos, the raw energy pulsating through my veins as the confrontation unfolds. Flames flicker in the distance, shadows dance with malevolence, and I can feel the weight of every decision, every mistake, colliding with the present, each moment rippling into the future. Time stretches and bends, the very fabric of existence quaking, and I know, deep in my marrow, that this is not just a battle of gods, it is a reckoning of our very souls. The air is charged with electricity, the scent of rain mingling with the musk of fear and hope. And just as quickly as it began, the storm crashes over us, a cacophony of sound and light, a moment suspended in time, the echo of everything we've ever feared, loved, and lost hanging in the balance. Athena and Hephaestus, two souls intertwined in destiny, face the darkness together, not as gods or mortals but as reflections of our shared human struggle. In that suffocating moment, the world narrows to a single point, the heartbeat of creation, the pulse of life itself. And as the storm rages on, I realize that this is not the end, it is merely the beginning. The shadows whisper, the winds howl, and the story is far from over. The night air crackled with anticipation, shadows writhing like serpents under a pale moon that cast a haunting glow upon the blood-soaked ground. Heracles stood there, muscles coiled, breath heavy in his chest, heart thundering like a war drum. He wasn't just a man, he was a storm, a walking chasm of fury and desperation. The stench of death and fear coiled around him, suffocating yet intoxicating, igniting a primal fire in his soul. He was a hero, yet he felt the weight of the world pressing down on him, 12 labors, 12 trials, each one more merciless than the last. I remember the bite of the wind against my skin, the sharp, metallic tang of impending doom. I remember the fear that flickered in the eyes of the villagers, a reflection of my own dread. They looked at me as if I were their last hope, a desperate prayer clinging to the edge of existence. It was a bitter reminder that heroes are often born from despair, sculpted by pain. And yet, here I stood, my heart a battleground, caught between glory and the abyss. Do you see it? I whispered, my voice trembling as I pointed toward the horizon. There, a silhouette loomed, a lion, its mane a fiery halo, eyes glinting with hunger. I felt the weight of its gaze, a malevolent force that stirred something deep within me. Was it fear? Or was it the thrill of the fight? Either way, it coursed through my veins like wildfire. Heracles, I heard the voice of Achilles, my cousin and loyal companion, slicing through the tension. He was there, a tether to sanity, though he too bore the scars of this endless struggle. You can't fail again. We can't. I won't let you. His voice quivered, a mixture of hope and the gnawing panic of someone who had seen too much. Can you feel that? I asked, and I was not sure if I meant the lion or the gnawing darkness within. Achilles looked at me, his expression a map of worry and brotherly love, but it was the same old fear that haunted us both, the fear of losing ourselves in the throes of this madness. The lion roared, a thunderous declaration of war, and I could almost taste its ferocity on my tongue. I remember the first labor, the Nemean lion, an unwelcome spectre that had haunted my dreams. The clashing of metal against flesh, the thick stench of blood as it spilled onto the earth, staining it a darker shade of reality. I had thought then, in my arrogance, that I could conquer anything, that strength alone would shape my destiny. But this lion was different, it was as though it had been forged from the nightmares of every hero who had come before me. Are you ready? Achilles' voice pulled me back, grounding me. The lion charged, a bolt of raw power, and I could see every sinew in its body taut with intent, every muscle a testament to its unyielding will. My heart raced, no more hesitation, no more second guessing. And yet, I felt the crushing weight of uncertainty. my thoughts spiraled back into shadows, my failures, the faces of those I had let down, the whispers of doubt that lurked in every corner of my mind. I could hear them now, laughing, mocking. "You might as well give up," they taunted. "You're just a man." But I remember the night before, lying on the grass, staring up at the stars, their cold brilliance a reminder of the universe's indifference. I had recalled my mother's gentle voice, "You are born from strength, Heracles." But strength is not just muscle. It is heart, it is courage, it is learning to rise again. With a roar that shook the heavens, I charged. I felt my legs pumping, the earth beneath me a blur. I was a force of nature, hurtling through the chaos, yet all I could think of was how much I wanted to survive this, the fight, the fear, the endless quest for redemption. The lion lunged, jaws snapping, teeth glinting like daggers in the moonlight. I sidestepped, barely escaping its deadly embrace, adrenaline surging through me like a river of fire. "Together!" I shouted to Iolaus, who had positioned himself with a makeshift weapon, a club carved from an ancient tree, heavy and unyielding. "We can do this." As the lion turned, I felt a pang of empathy. Was it a monster or merely a creature of instinct, fighting for its life as I was? But that thought faded as I struck, my fist connecting with its side. A loud crack echoed in the night, the reverberation tearing through both our souls. The lion turned, rage igniting in its eyes, a predator cornered. "Heracles!" Iolaus screamed, and in that moment, I realized what I had to do. I saw my reflection in the lion's eyes, not a hero, but a man, flawed and desperate, battling against his own demons. I lunged again, this time aiming for the heart, armed with the knowledge that victory was not just for glory, but for every soul that had placed their hope in me. With a deafening roar, I struck true, and the world fell silent. In that heartbeat, I found clarity, a mix of triumph and heartbreak, as if the very cosmos had paused to witness my victory and my loss. I bent down, chest heaving, the lion's body a testament to the brutal reality of existence. It wasn't just a creature I had defeated, it was a piece of my own darkness, a reminder that every triumph comes at a cost. Iolaus approached cautiously, his eyes wide, reflecting a mixture of awe and sorrow. "You did it," he breathed, but his voice felt haunted, as if the ghost of the lion still lurked in the shadows. "I remember," I whispered, the weight of the moment crashing over me like waves against jagged rocks. I remembered the faces of those who had fallen before me, the laughter turned to screams, the moments I couldn't save. And in that stillness, I felt an inkling of what was to come. The trials were far from over, the road littered with shadows yet to be faced. This was but the first step, the beginning of a darker dance with fate. The moon hung overhead, a witness to my triumph and my unraveling. The trials awaited, and with each heartbeat, I knew I would face them, all the pain, the blood, the hope, and I would emerge, not as a hero, but as a man who had battled his fears, scars etched into my very essence. And as I looked into the distance, I felt the tug of destiny whispering to me, the promise of battles still to come. The night was alive with possibilities, and I was ready to plunge into the depths of despair once more, to face whatever lay beyond. The roar of the tempest was a wild beast, clawing at the hull of the Argo, as if it were a mere toy in the grip of the cosmos. Waves crashed, foaming like rabid dogs eager to swallow Jason whole. His heart thundered in his chest, matching the tumult outside, and he clutched the ship's railing as if it were the last strand tethering him to sanity. "Is this how it ends?" he thought, a cold chill creeping down his spine. He could see the shadows of his fellow Argonauts, their faces ghostly pale, the fear etched deep into their features. Every soul aboard felt the weight of their choices, and oh, how heavy that weight pressed down when the stakes were the golden fleece. "Where is it?" he whispered, more to himself than to anyone else. The words hung in the air like a noose, tightening around his throat. The golden fleece, glimmering, seductive, a symbol of glory and power, promised salvation. But as the storm raged, Jason felt something darker creeping in. What if it was all a lie? What if the fleece was just another ghost, mocking him from beyond the horizon? A flicker of doubt ignited in his mind, a bitter taste in his mouth. He had gathered these heroes to chase a dream, but now they were just men, raw and exposed, waiting for the inevitable. From the corner of his eye, he saw Atalanta, the fierce huntress, her grip on her bow taut as her resolve. She was more than a warrior, she was a tempest in her own right, but now her strength seemed diminished, eroded by the storm's relentless assault. She caught his gaze, and for a moment, their eyes locked, a silent agreement that they were both teetering on the edge. "You ever think we're just pawns?" she questioned, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "A cruel game played by gods who don't care about the pieces." Her brow furrowed, the tension palpable between them, an electric charge, a shared fear that coursed through their veins. "I remember," Jason's voice was a whisper, "the tales of glory. Heroes rising, arms raised to the heavens, lauded for their valor. Yet here he was, a mere man, lost at sea, swallowed by doubt. But now he hesitated, his heart heavy. I just want to survive." The ship lurched violently, and a scream pierced the storm, a sound that splintered through the chaos like glass shattering. It was Heracles, his bellowing roar now silenced, swallowed by the waves. Panic surged like a tidal wave among the crew. Jason's breath hitched. Could they lose the strongest among them? The bravest? Yet something inside him flickered, an ember of resolve. "We are Argonauts," he shouted, his voice hoarse but fierce, rallying against despair. "We will not be broken." But deep within, he felt the gnawing of uncertainty. What if their quest was a fool's errand? What if the fleece was a curse disguised as a blessing? Atalanta moved closer, her breath warm against the cold air, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "If we survive, Jason, what does it matter? What does the fleece mean if we lose ourselves in the process?" Jason's heart felt like lead, heavy and unyielding. He remembered his father's words, the weight of legacy pressing down on him like a mountain. "You must be a hero, Jason. You must." But he had come to realize that heroism often danced a twisted waltz with folly. What if I'm not meant to be a hero? The thought sent shudders through him. Suddenly, the clouds parted ever so slightly, revealing a sliver of moonlight, casting an ethereal glow on the churning sea. In that moment, amidst the chaos, Jason saw clarity. The fleece wasn't just a prize, it was a reflection of their deepest desires, their fears. It was a mirror held up to their souls, and he was terrified of what he might see. "Do you see it?" he whispered to Atalanta, pointing toward the horizon where shadows danced. "Is it worth this?" Atalanta followed his gaze, and her brow furrowed as realization dawned. The fleece was there, glimmering like a beacon, but it was draped over a monstrous figure, an eerie silhouette of the past, a guardian that seemed to pull at the threads of time itself. "We can't fight what we don't understand," she said, a tremor in her voice. "What if it demands a sacrifice?" The storm howled, a cruel laugh echoing through the night. And just then, the ship lurched again, throwing Jason and Atalanta into each other's arms, a moment of raw connection amidst the chaos. The fear, the longing, it engulfed them, a tidal wave crashing upon their hearts. "If this is the end," she breathed, "let it not be without courage." With that, Jason felt a spark ignite within him, a fierce determination that burned hotter than the storm itself. They were Argonauts, yes, but they were also flawed, broken, and beautifully human. Jason pulled away, his eyes fierce as they met Atalanta's. "Then we face it together. No matter the cost." And as the ship sailed deeper into the heart of the storm, Jason felt the weight of every heartbeat, a drum calling them forward, deeper into the unknown, where shadows loomed and dreams clashed with nightmares. The fleece awaited, but so did the ghosts of their pasts, and the questions that clawed at their souls. What are you willing to sacrifice? What does it mean to be a hero? The wind howled louder, urging them on, and with every moment, the horizon drew closer. Time blurred, reality warped, and in the midst of the tempest, amid the cries of the ocean and the shouts of the crew, Jason understood, this was not merely a quest for glory but a dance with fate, an urgent rush toward destiny, where the line between dreams and demons faded into the night. And with each surge of the storm, the golden shimmer beckoned, promising the weight of the world, the end of innocence, and perhaps, the beginning of something unimaginable. The air is thick with a silence that screams, a silence heavy enough to crush bones. Shadows stretch like fingers, reaching into the depths of despair. There, at the edge of the underworld, Orpheus stands, his heart a wild drum, hammering against the fragile cage of his ribs. Eurydice, her name a whispered prayer, a haunting melody, lingers like a ghost in his mind. He remembers the softness of her laughter, the way it danced through the sun-drenched fields, weaving a tapestry of life that now lies shredded in the dark. A chill skates down his spine as he steps forward, the earth beneath him trembling in response. The path to Hades' throne is littered with the remnants of lost souls, echoes of their pain swirling in the air. Eurydice, he murmurs, each syllable a thread pulling him deeper into the abyss. His voice quivers, a fragile thing fighting against the suffocating gloom. I remember your eyes. They were stars, bright and unyielding. But the memory is bittersweet, as haunting as the specters that flit just beyond the edge of his vision. Hades, the Lord of Shadows, waits on his throne, a silhouette draped in darkness. Orpheus's resolve falters, then hardens. He carries a lyre, its strings vibrating with the unspent melody of his love that could claw through the fabric of the underworld, a force that could break chains forged in despair. Let me see her, he pleads, desperation lacing every word. Do you dare to challenge the finality of death? Hades' voice rumbles, deep and echoing like thunder, a sound that rattles the bones of the damned. The god's gaze pierces, a cold abyss that threatens to swallow Orpheus whole. But Orpheus, flawed, stubborn, and unyielding, stands firm. I challenge nothing but the sorrow of a heart without its other half. With a wave of his hand, Hades gestures to the shadows. Eurydice emerges, a wisp of light in a world steeped in darkness. She is ethereal, her essence shimmering like gossamer in the dim light. But there's a weight in her gaze, a haunting that echoes the void of the past weeks, a void that swallowed her whole. Orpheus, she whispers, a sound that breaks his heart anew. You shouldn't be here. The words slide between them, a chasm filled with unspoken fears. She is alive and yet not, a flickering candle battling the encroaching night. I've come for you. You belong with me, he breathes, urgency and desperation clawing at him. I will bring you back. Can we ever go back? She asks, her voice a fragile thread, a question dangling like a ghostly shadow. The weight of her absence echoes in the void between them. Her beauty, once vibrant and alive, now holds the fragility of glass, as if the very air could shatter her. Orpheus grips his lyre, his fingers trembling as he plays. Music ripples through the air, a symphony of sorrow and longing, wrapping around them like a shroud. The melody is raw, pulsing with the heartbeat of their love, tender and fierce, a cacophony of passionate pain. It reverberates in the depths of Hades, stirring even the darkest of souls. The shades begin to weep, their own grief awakened, a wave crashing against the rocky shores of eternity. For a moment, a glimmer of hope flickers in the abyss, a promise that love could transcend even the brutal grip of death. Orpheus plays with every ounce of his being, pouring his soul into the strings, summoning memories of laughter and sunlight. But as the final note hangs in the air, a silence descends, heavy and suffocating. The weight of Hades' gaze returns, a reminder of the inescapable truth. You may take her back, the god intones, but you must not look back until you have crossed the threshold of the living. A sob lodges in Orpheus's throat, an anguished plea for understanding. But how can I not look? How can I walk away when I feel her so close? The enormity of the moment crushes him, the fear that she is a mirage, that he might lose her to the shadows again. Love is a gamble, Hades whispers, a serpent's hiss slithering through the stillness. You must trust the bond that ties you. If you look back, she will be lost forever. The weight of the choice hangs thick in the air, a breathless tension simmering between them. Eurydice steps closer, her presence igniting every nerve in his body. You must trust me, she says, her voice steady, though her eyes glimmer with tears. I am here. I am real. With a nod, Orpheus leads her, the path winding back through shadows and despair, through memories of life intermingled with the ache of loss. Every step is a battle against the instinct to turn, to confirm she is truly there. The air grows heavier, and doubt creeps in like a thief in the night. I remember the sun, he murmurs, each word laced with longing. I remember the warmth of your hand in mine, the laughter that danced through the air. Keep moving, Eurydice urges, her voice a lifeline. but the pull of the darkness is strong, like an undeniable force tugging at the corners of his heart. His breath hitches, they are close. He can feel the warmth of life beckoning, but the shadows whisper, taunting him. Just one glance, they hiss, a siren song of despair. The temptation coils around him, tightening like a noose. With every ounce of will, he pushes forward, the light of the living world flickering just ahead. "Hold on," he whispers, a plea wrapped in desperation. But shadows thrum with tension, filled with a deep-seated fear of loss. The air crackles with uncertainty, an electric charge dancing through the marrow of his bones. As they approach the threshold, the line between life and death blurs, and he feels the weight of her presence slip, like sand through his fingers. Every heartbeat echoes the truth: love is not a tether, it is a volatile force, a raging storm. "I can't," he gasps, the shadows stretching, pulling, clawing at him. "I can't leave you behind again." And in that moment, the fibers of his resolve unravel. He turns, the instinct overpowering. Is she really there? The shadows pull at him, the truth of the underworld crashing down like a wave. And as his eyes lock onto hers, the world disappears. The light fades, swallowed by the dark, and her scream pierces through him, a sound of shattering glass, a heart fracturing into a million pieces. The shadows dance, the music falters, and love, once a guiding star, becomes a haunting echo that reverberates through the void. "Eurydice," he cries, but silence answers. And so it begins again, the cycle of love and loss, an endless loop echoing through the darkened halls of the underworld, the tragedy of Orpheus and Eurydice forever woven into the fabric of existence. The ground trembles beneath me, a low growl that echoes through the bones of the earth, rattling the very air. I remember the moment it began, the whispering wind twisting into a howl, the scent of rain mixed with smoke, thick and suffocating. This is not a time for hesitation, this is the hour when titans clash and the world holds its breath. I can almost hear the heartbeat of the cosmos, throbbing in sync with my own, a frantic rhythm of fear and fury. The sky darkens, an inky blanket smothering the sun, casting shadows that dance like specters across my vision. I stand beside Hera, her eyes blazing, fierce and unyielding as she grips her spear, knuckles white. She wears her rage like armor, but beneath her defiance, I sense the tremors of doubt. I remember that doubt, it gnawed at me when the giants rose again, when they dared to challenge us anew. "We can't let them win," she growls, her voice a fierce wind that cuts through the looming dread. "Not again." The vulnerability hidden in her words, so raw, so real, offers a glimpse of the storm raging inside her. And then there's Poseidon, his brow furrowed, sea-green eyes reflecting the chaos swirling within. He's our guardian of the seas, yet here he stands, a tidal wave of emotions crashing against the shore of his resolve. I watch as he digs his fingers into the earth, feeling its pulse, its suffering. "They think we are weak," he mutters, more to himself than to either of us. "They think we are broken." The giants roar in the distance, a cacophony of fury and hatred. Their shadows stretch long and monstrous, dragging across the fields like dark memories. Each roar carries the weight of lost battles, of sacrifices made, and of a world teetering at the edge of oblivion. I feel the fear ripple through my body, a cold, hollow echo of what's to come. But it's not just fear. It's betrayal, a knife twisting in the gut. I remember the faces of those we lost, the laughter that vanished into silence, the promises made that now hang like ghosts in the night. I shake my head, banishing the thoughts that threaten to drown me. This is not a time for weakness, this is a time for strength. Hera's voice cuts through my haze. We must not show them any mercy. Her eyes blaze with a fire that could ignite the heavens. If we falter, they will seize the moment. I nod, but doubt gnaws at me. I remember a time when we were invincible, when our powers seemed boundless. But the giants had learned. They adapted, they grew. And here we were, on the brink of another cataclysm, standing against foes who were once banished to the depths of despair. The air crackles with tension, it's electric, almost alive. I can feel it in my bones, the promise of chaos, the inevitability of violence. With each heartbeat, I sense the pull of destiny, a force that drives us toward confrontation. And then, as if summoned by our fears, they emerge, massive, grotesque figures emerging from the shadows, each step shaking the earth beneath my feet. They are not the mindless beasts of old, they are cunning and fierce, driven by a hatred that seems to transcend time itself. There's Argus, his many eyes scanning the horizon, seeing everything and nothing all at once. He's a reminder of the pain we inflicted upon them, the sacrifices they endured. I see the pain etched on his twisted face, a mask of rage and sorrow. It's haunting. What have we done to them? Look at them, Poseidon whispers, his voice a tempest, trembling with fury and sorrow. They're changed. We can't fight the same way we did before. Hera's spear glints dangerously, her resolve hardens like steel. Then we adapt. We fight. I remember the legends, our victories painted in blood and glory, the giants defeated and banished. Yet with each legend, I feel the weighty sorrow of those who fell, the collateral damage etched into the fabric of our existence. As the giants charge, I dig my feet into the ground, feeling the earth's pulse, its pain. My heart races, a wild drumbeat echoing in the chaos. We have to unite, I shout, my voice barely breaking through the roar of battle. We can't fight alone. But the giants are relentless, their cries filling the air with a fury that drowns out reason. They surge forward, a tidal wave of muscles and wrath, with no mercy in their eyes. I see Argus, his fists like boulders, ready to crush anything that stands in his way. And then it happens, the collision. It's explosive, a cataclysm of sound and fury, an orchestra of violence that reverberates through the very fabric of existence. I feel the ground tremble, feel the air crackle with energy. It's chaos unleashed, a storm of fury where hope dances on the edge of a knife. Hera strikes first, her spear slicing through the air, a blur of motion and intent. I can see the fire in her eyes, the determination that fuels her every action. But it's not just vengeance, it's a desperate need to protect, to shield what remains of our world. Poseidon follows, summoning the seas with a wave of his hand, crashing waves that rise to swallow the giants whole. The water roars like a beast unleashed, wild and untamed, yet beneath the fury lies a heartache that echoes through me. It's not just a fight, it's an acknowledgement of all we've lost. And as the battle rages on, I remember the laughter, the joy, the moment stolen by time, echoes of a life before this madness. I remember hope, flickering like a candle in the wind. I hold on to it, as tightly as I can, a fragile thread connecting me to the possibility of tomorrow. This is not an end, it's an eternal struggle, a cycle that refuses to break. The giants may rise and fall, but the fight will never be over. And as the dust settles, as shadows wane, I know that we will rise again, too. Together, until the end. The clock ticked ominously in the dim room, each chime resonating like a death knell. Edward's heart raced as he clutched the fraying edge of the tattered old map, tracing the jagged routes with trembling fingers. The air felt thick, charged, electric, a silent witness to the looming confrontation that wouldn't wait for the sun's rise. Shadows danced on the walls, grotesque figures that mocked the fragile hope nestled in his chest. He remembered laughter that once filled these spaces, now reduced to echoes of despair. He remembered too much. Lila stood at the window, the moonlight spilling onto her face, white and haunting. She was a tempest, a storm barely contained by her porcelain skin. "They're coming for us," she whispered, but her voice quaked with the weight of something deeper. Fear, or was it longing? Her eyes, pools of despair, searched Edward's, asking questions she couldn't voice, begging for answers that felt as distant as the stars. The fates had woven a tapestry around them, and every thread seemed to tighten with each passing moment. Clotho spun their destinies, Lachesis measured their time, and Atropos, the cold-hearted one, held the scissors. She was the finality, the end they all feared. "Why do they want us?" Edward's voice was a rough whisper, but the vulnerability in it shattered the brittle silence. He couldn't mask the tremor, the doubt that echoed in the marrow of his bones. He was a scholar, not a soldier, lost in the labyrinth of chaos surrounding them. Lila turned, her fire igniting the dimness. "Because we hold the scream of the universe in our hands," she replied, her words unraveling the knot in his gut. "They want to silence it." The memory surged, a relentless tide. Edward remembered the first time they'd encountered the Fates, a mere coincidence, they had thought. A gathering of scholars, minds alight with ambition. They had laughed in the face of history, of destiny, believing themselves scholars of the past, untouchable. But the Fates are not forgotten. They are the shadows lurking behind the laughter, the looming presence always waiting to reclaim what is theirs. Edward bit his lip, remembering the taste of copper the moment his laughter had turned to ash. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful elegy for the choices made and paths taken. Lila stepped closer, her warmth wrapping around him like a fragile promise. "We can't let them take us. Not now." Her breath was a soft caress against his cheek, but he could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. She was as flawed as he was, haunted by her own ghosts, yet she stood before him, a beacon in the storm. "Do you really believe we can fight them?" he asked, the desperation clawing at his throat. She nodded, a fierce determination igniting her features. "If we don't, then we're already dead." The weight of her words hung in the air, thick like fog, suffocating and inescapable. Each heartbeat resonated with the urgency of their plight, each second a reminder of the clock's relentless march toward doom. Suddenly, a creak echoed through the silence, a whisper of impending doom. The door rattled as if something unseen pressed against it, testing the strength of their fragile sanctuary. Edward's breath hitched, the air thickening with tension. "They're here," he murmured, terror flooding his veins. He reached for Lila, their fingers intertwining, a lifeline in the tempest. "Whatever happens, don't let go." The door burst open, and 3 figures emerged from the shadows, draped in cloaks as dark as midnight. Clotho, with her spinning wheel, Lachesis with her measuring stick, and Atropos wielding her gleaming scissors, glided into the room, an otherworldly presence that chilled the very marrow in Edward's bones. They were the embodiment of fate, the architects of life's fragile design. "Time is a fleeting mistress," Clotho intoned, her voice smooth as silk yet sharp as a blade. "And you, dear ones, have overstayed your welcome." Edward's heart sank. He was nothing but a pawn in their cruel game, the strings of his existence tugged by hands he could never see. "Why do you taunt us?" Lila cried, her voice fierce yet trembling on the edge of despair. "We've done nothing to deserve this." Atropos stepped forward, her scissors glinting ominously. "Your existence is a ripple in the grand tapestry of fate, and ripples must be corrected." With each word, the air grew thicker, suffocating them under the weight of inevitability. Edward's breath came in short, ragged gasps, the realization crashing over him like a wave. They were trapped, ensnared in a web of inevitability, each choice a thread pulling tighter, each heartbeat a countdown to oblivion. But Lila, fierce and unyielding, stepped forward. "You think you can dictate our lives," she shouted, her voice breaking through the oppressive silence. "We are not your puppets. We can choose." Her defiance shone bright against the creeping darkness, a flicker of hope in a void of despair. Edward's heart swelled, but even in that moment, he felt the cold fingers of dread wrap around it. What could they possibly do against the Fates? The sisters exchanged glances, a flicker of amusement dancing in their eyes. "Choices come with consequences," Lachesis purred, her voice smooth as oil. "Do you truly understand what you're asking for?" And then the world shifted. Edward felt the fabric of reality tremble, threads of fate swirling around them like a cyclone, a chaotic dance of possibility. Time bent, and he remembered every moment, every choice that had led to this precipice. The weight of dreams unfulfilled, the shadows of regrets lurking in the corners of his mind, all surged to the forefront, clawing for release. "Choose wisely," Clotho sang, her voice a haunting melody, echoing in the chambers of his soul. "The scissors are sharp, and they do not discriminate." And in that moment, he realized the truth that had been lurking in the depths of his heart all along. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for their own stories, for the right to shape their destinies, to rewrite the narrative that had been thrust upon them. His grip on Lila tightened. They would not go quietly into that dark night. A storm raged inside him, a tempest of fear and courage, desperation and hope. Together, they would challenge the Fates, and as their hearts beat in tandem, the weight of their defiance echoed through the halls of time. The confrontation was near, the clock ticked louder, urging them forward into the unknown. They might just become the authors of their own fate, or fall, like so many before them, to the unyielding scissors of destiny. The air crackled, the kind of silence that wraps around you, fulfilling your lungs with a weight you can't shake. I remember the night, the way the shadows clung to everything, the trees, the stones, the very fabric of the world felt heavy with anticipation. Prometheus stood there, a solitary silhouette against the backdrop of the star-studded sky, his heart racing like wildfire. He could feel it, the pulse of creation, the rapture of rebellion, and the taste of ash on his tongue. Desire burned in his chest, raw and unyielding, for humanity lay in the balance, trembling on the brink of existence. I remember the first flame, flickering like a heartbeat, pulsating between the vastness of the unknown and the fragile life waiting beneath the darkened skies. It was a gift, but it was also a curse. He cradled the flame, a molten sun in his palm, and for a moment, time stood still. But promises come with chains, and the weight of his choice bore down on him like the crushing force of the ocean against unyielding cliffs. Then there was Prometheus, the brother, a constant shadow of doubt, forever living in the aftermath of Prometheus' brilliance. I remember his wide eyes, reflecting the light of that rebellious spark. "What if," he whispered, "what if it's too much? What if they burn?" If only he could see what lay ahead, the fires of ambition igniting passion, creativity, destruction. Prometheus was the cautious heart, the conscience tethered to the wild spirit of his brother, and the inevitability of their fate hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to break. "Do you feel it?" Prometheus asked, his voice thick with urgency, thick with the power of 1,000 dreams. Prometheus shook his head, mouth a tight line of worry, lips drawn against the possibility of devastation. "You can't understand." His brother's words were like chains. "You don't see what I see." He felt the weight of the flame pressing against his flesh, a burning promise of warmth and a harbinger of chaos. But the flicker of life was irresistible. It danced in the air, beckoning him to unleash it. I remember the moment when he finally drew the fire from the heavens, the smoky tendrils swirling around him, tantalizing and dangerous. The heat licked at his fingertips, a sensual temptation that promised to illuminate the darkness of existence. Humanity would rise from the ashes of their ignorance, fueled by this divine spark. Yet with each flicker, he felt the chains tightening. And in that moment, Pandora appeared, a creation of exquisite intricacy, a vessel of destiny wrapped in beauty and malice. I remember her gaze, deep and fathomless, a mirror to the heavens. She was both light and shadow, carrying within her the weight of countless choices, the seed of temptation and hope. Her heart beat erratically, caught in the crossfire of her own creation. "What have you done?" she whispered, eyes wide with the dawning of understanding, the fear of what she might unleash. "Everything," Prometheus replied, breathless with exhilaration, the pulse of life surging through him. "Everything begins now." He could taste the fiery sweetness of potential, but it tinged with bitterness. The world was a blank canvas, and yet shadows loomed in the corners, hushed warnings whispering of destruction. Prometheus trembled, caught between the brilliance of creation and the haunting specter of regret. "You can't control this," he cried, desperation thickening the air, an echo against the walls of their fragile domain. "You don't know what you're unleashing." But Prometheus had already stepped beyond the edge, eyes locked on the horizon where dawn would break, the line between the old world and the new, the line where chaos and order would dance in a fragile embrace. The moment the fire touched the earth, it blazed with a vigor unlike anything the world had ever seen. It was beautiful and terrifying, a siren song that entwined itself with humanity's very essence. I remember the laughter, wild and free, as they gathered around the flames, reveling in warmth, in life. But lurking beneath was the pulse of something darker, a creeping shadow that whispered promises of greatness laced with the poison of hubris. But while humanity danced, Prometheus felt the chains tighten around his chest, squeezing the breath from his lungs. The exhilaration morphed into dread, the celebration turned into a funeral dirge, the echoes of joy replaced by the haunting cries of consequence. He saw glimpses, visions of war, of betrayal, of hearts turned cold by greed. The fire was no longer just a gift but a double-edged sword, slicing through the very fabric of existence. And then there was a scream, a piercing sound that cut through the night like a jagged knife. I remember the moment it shattered the euphoria, cascading waves of fear crashing over the gathered crowd. It was Pandora, her hands trembling as she grasped the box, the vessel of all that is dark and unnameable. "What have you done?" she cried again, a question laced with horror, the burdens of creation weighing heavily on her shoulders. The shadows she had unwittingly unleashed skittered across the ground, creeping into hearts with icy fingers. So there they stood, Prometheus and Epimetheus, both trembling before the monolith of their choices. A fracture in their bond, a rift that time would struggle to heal. "We were meant to rise," Prometheus shouted, but his voice cracked under the weight of the truth. "We were meant to burn bright." Yet the flames that once promised warmth now flickered ominously, revealing the chilling reality that brilliance could ignite infernos. I remember the clash of hope and despair, the moment hanging in the balance, raw and visceral. The world was not just awakened, it was unleashed. The fire raged, consuming everything it touched, a creation born from rebellion and necessity, and yet it felt like a funeral pyre for innocence lost. Panic surged, hearts raced, and within that chaos, the threads of fate wove tighter around them, drawing them toward a confrontation with their own reflections. And the night, oh the night, grew darker still, the cacophony of laughter fading into the haunting silence where shadows danced, whispers of regret floating on the wind. The clock ticked mercilessly, a metronome of fate, counting down to what lay ahead. The air thick with tension, anticipation, and the undeniable truth that this was only the beginning, a chapter written in fire, drenched in the echoes of choices made and consequences yet to unfold. Each heartbeat echoed within me, a reminder of a world reborn but tainted, a fire lit that would never be quenched, a relentless cycle of creation and destruction. I could feel it, the stirrings of what was to come, the weight of human emotion that would carve its mark upon the annals of history. And as I stared into the abyss, I knew this was just the beginning. In the stillness before the storm, the air crackled with anticipation, thick enough to choke on. I stood there, heart racing, amidst the cacophony of whispers and shadows. The night was a canvas of darkness, draped over the world like an ominous shroud. I could sense the weight of it, the cosmos shifting, time folding in upon itself like a crumpled piece of paper, the very essence of existence quivering in the balance. And then there was her face, Pandora, an enigma wrapped in the soft glow of a lantern's light. A flicker of hope against the looming dread. But her eyes, oh those eyes, were swirling whirlpools of tumult, reflecting anguish and uncertainty. She stood on the precipice of creation, a fragile vessel of humanity, yet burdened with the enormity of the task at hand. Before her lay a box, ornately carved, a monument to mystery. It pulsed like a heart, as if alive, waiting for the moment when it would be unleashed. "Do you understand what they want from you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, trembling as if the very air could shatter. "Do you grasp the weight of what you hold?" She flinched, a tremor racing through her, and for a heartbeat, I saw the girl she once was, dreamy, fearless, untouched by the cruel hands of fate. I remember, she breathed, her voice raw, when laughter filled the air, and the world was a different place. I remember, freedom. But that freedom was now a distant echo, drowned beneath the oppressive burden of expectation. In the shadows, I caught sight of Epimetheus, her reluctant consort, his brow furrowed in a mix of desperation and defiance. He was a man caught between love and dread, the weight of his decisions pressing upon him like a vice. "Pandora," he pleaded, anguish etched into every line of his face, "we must resist. They wish to bind us in chains of their making." But chains, I thought, were often forged in the very act of love. I could feel the tension between them, a silent war waged in stolen glances and whispered fears. "You don't understand," Pandora murmured, a slight tremor in her voice. "I was created for this. I was born from their whimsy, a delicate doll to contain the spark of creation, yet they've crafted a prison within me." And there it was, the heart of the matter. The chaos of divine artistry had birthed her, but it was the weight of divine expectation that chained her spirit. The box's lid beckoned, almost pleading, as if it too could sense the tempest brewing within her. "Open it," Epimetheus said, his voice a low rumble, like thunder threatening to break the silence of the night. "But be warned, Pandora. What lies within may not be a gift, but a curse, a Pandora's promise that could unleash the darkest corners of the human soul." I felt the words hang in the air, thick and heavy, like the promise of rain on a parched earth. Shadows twisted around them, dark tendrils that whispered secrets lost to time. "I can't," she replied, tears brimming in her eyes. "They want to see. They want to know if I'll be their savior or their ruin." The box trembled in response, as if it could hear her thoughts, her fears, her very essence. It was so beautiful, so terrifying. A paradox of hope and despair, a reflection of the heart itself. "What if I'm not strong enough?" she asked, a haunting vulnerability lacing her voice. "What if I fail?" "Then you will not be alone," he said, stepping closer, his resolve a shield against the encroaching night. "You are not defined by their expectations. You are more than your creation. You are a force unto yourself." But even as he spoke, fear etched deeper lines into his face, each wrinkle a testament to the struggle of fate against free will. I felt the cosmic threads tightening, pulling them towards an inevitable confrontation. Outside, the world lay in wait, a restless beast hungry for chaos, while inside, the two of them faced the choices that would alter the course of destiny. The winds howled as if echoing their fears, a reminder of the storm brewing beyond the fragile walls of their sanctuary. "Open it," I urged, my heart pounding, "but know that once the lid is off, there's no going back. You will confront the truth of who you are, and who you were meant to be." "This truth," Prometheus murmured, "is it worth the risk? Is love worth the risk?" Pandora countered, her voice a symphony of defiance and despair. "Is life worth the pain?" With every heartbeat, the tension thickened, stretching tighter like a bowstring ready to snap. The box, sensing their turmoil, seemed to pulse with an insatiable hunger, begging for release, for the moment when the impossible would become inevitable. "I remember dreams," Pandora said softly, her fingers brushing against the polished surface of the box, where shadows danced with light. "But now, all I see are the ghosts of what could be, haunting reminders that every choice carries the weight of 1,000 consequences." The air was electric, and I could almost taste the fear mingling with hope, swirling around us like a storm about to break. And in that moment, standing on the edge of creation, I realized that Pandora was not merely a puppet in an ancient tale, she was the embodiment of every heart that ever dared to search for meaning amidst chaos. "Then let it be unleashed," she declared, her voice rising above the storm, fierce and resolute. "Let the world bear witness. I choose to face the darkness, to embrace every facet of my being, shadows and light, joy and sorrow. I will not be defined by this box. I will define it." And with that, she lifted the lid, a single breath suspended in time, a heartbeat echoing through eternity. The air crackled with energy, a thunderous silence wrapping around us, and all at once, everything changed. The box shuddered, and I could feel it, the world balanced on the knife edge of destiny. As the lid fell open, the future hung in the air, a promise of chaos and creation, and I knew that whatever came next would change everything. Because within that box lay not just a curse, but the very essence of humanity, the thrill of existence itself, wrapped in heartache, joy, and an undying quest for meaning. The shadows danced and the light flickered, and in that moment, I was lost, caught forever in the grip of what was to come. A hush enveloped the battlefield, thick and suffocating, as the sun dipped beyond the horizon. Shadows lengthened, stretching like the fingers of the dead, reaching for the hearts of the living. In the distance, the clang of armor echoed, a chilling reminder that this was no mere skirmish. It was the crescendo of a war fueled by pride and love, hatred and desire. It was the Trojan War, a name whispered in terror, a name that would carve itself into the annals of time. I remember standing there, a witness to the chaos, the air heavy with the scent of sweat and blood. Helen's face haunted me, her beauty a dagger planted deep in the heart of every man who craved her. The spark that ignited a city's downfall. Once, she was a dream, a fleeting vision of light, but now she was the very embodiment of despair. I could see Paris at her side, his gaze both adoring and defiant, a young god caught in a storm of his own making. But was he truly unaware of the tempest he stirred? Or was there a knowing smile behind that youthful bravado, an acceptance of the chaos that would follow? The night was alive with whispers, stories of betrayal woven into the fabric of every soldier's heart. Achilles, the great warrior, stood apart, a titan cloaked in rage. His anger was palpable, a living beast chained within his breast, roaring for release. I could see the tension in his jaw, the clenching of fists that could crush mountains. He was a man caught between the love for his friend Patroclus and the need for vengeance against Hector, the Prince of Troy. The world seemed to hinge on this precarious balance, love and hate, honor and shame, the threads fraying with each heartbeat, each breath. I remember Achilles had whispered to me once, as we stood beneath the blood-red sky, the moment I realized my fate was sealed. A choice, glory or love. But what is glory when it bleeds the heart dry? There it was, the haunting echo of a choice no man should ever face. Did he choose wrong? Or was there no right answer in the realm of gods and men? Patroclus lay in the cool embrace of the earth, a silent witness to the horrors that unfolded. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, their stories floating on the wind like specters. Each life lost was a note in a dirge that played on repeat, a reminder of the cost of pride. Achilles, consumed by grief, sought vengeance. His fury was a tempest, a whirlwind of steel and madness, driving him to Hector's doorstep. But with every swing of his sword, I felt the weight of loss, a friend avenged, but at what cost? The shadows twisted, the air crackled with the tension of unspoken truths. Why do we fight? I asked the silent night, the stars flickering like distant candles in a vast cathedral. The answer hung heavy in the air, thick with smoke and memories. Was it worth the lives sacrificed? The hearts shattered like fragile glass? The war had become a grotesque dance, choreographed by fate's cruel hand, and still, we moved to its rhythm, ignorant of the final act. In that moment, it was as if time itself held its breath. I glimpsed the faces of those who had once laughed and loved amidst this chaos, friends, brothers, lovers, now twisted in anguish and fear. The city of Troy loomed ahead, its walls standing defiantly against the tides of fate, but I knew it was merely a facade. Behind those stones lay the broken dreams of thousands, the echoes of screams trapped in the labyrinth of war. I remember standing beside Priam, the aged king whose heart was burdened with the weight of sorrows. His eyes, once bright with youthful hope, now mirrored the depths of despair. Each step he took toward Achilles felt like a step into the abyss. He was a father pleading for mercy, the flicker of a flame that once burned bright now barely a whisper. "I come to you not as a king," he choked out, his voice cracking like dry earth underfoot, "but as a father. I seek only to bury my son in peace." How do you convey a lifetime of pain in a single moment? Achilles, a man forged in the fires of rage, stood still, caught between the ghost of a love long lost and the reality of another's pain. They were enemies, yet in that fleeting breath, they were two souls adrift in a sea of grief. The tension crackled, a fragile thread stretched to its limit, threatening to snap under the weight of their shared humanity. And then there was Helen, the spark that ignited this inferno, caught in the crossfire of her own desires. She moved through the shadows of the city, a ghost of herself, searching for solace. What was love but a cruel deception, a beautiful trap? I felt her pain, the aching void left by choices that could not be undone. I remember how it felt to be desired, she whispered, her voice laced with bitterness. But desire holds a price paid in blood and tears. The sun set, darkness enveloping us, and the air thickened with anticipation. Each heartbeat echoed like the tolling of a bell, signaling the approach of chaos. The clash of swords would soon ring out, an orchestra of destruction, a symphony of despair. And still, the question loomed, was this the end of something beautiful or merely the beginning of a deeper torment? The curtain trembled, the stakes unfurling like a cruel joke played by fate. Love, loss, and the bitter taste of revenge twisted together, an unholy trinity that would birth legends. And as I stood there, on the precipice of it all, I realized this was not simply a war. This was life itself, dripping with raw emotion, fierce, unyielding, and endlessly tragic. The night grew dark, the winds whispered secrets, and we were all but players in a story written by the stars, each moment teetering on the edge of eternity. The fight was coming, and we could do nothing but brace ourselves for the tempest that would follow, a storm born of human frailty, an echo of our hearts that would resound through the ages. A single, golden apple lay shimmering on the grass, its radiant skin betraying an innocence that belied the chaos surrounding it. I could feel the tension in the air, thick as the fog that clung to the hills, as if the world itself held its breath. A choice was to be made, and every heartbeat pounded like a war drum, echoing the impending doom of what was to come. This wasn't just a fruit, it was a catalyst, a spark that would ignite a firestorm of jealousy and betrayal. I remember standing there, transfixed, as the figures before me began to coalesce, shadows merging and twisting in the cool twilight. Helen, radiant and untouchable, her beauty a banner that drew all eyes, beckoned with an innocence so disarming it made my heart ache. The weight of her longing, her desire for freedom, was palpable, a haunting ghost hovering just above her perfect features. Yet, beneath the surface, her smile trembled, the edges fraying like an old tapestry, hinting at a deeper, darker conflict. Then there was Aphrodite, the goddess of love, her laughter a melody that sparkled like sunlight on water, yet held depths of despair I could scarcely fathom. Her eyes glittered with cunning, a siren's call that could ensnare the unwary, and her voice lured the very essence of desire from the hearts of men. I could see it then, the desperation in her heart, the fierce hunger for validation that gnawed at her, carving out the hollow spaces inside her divine frame. She was not just a goddess, she was a woman fighting for something that felt eternally out of reach. And then there was Hera, the queen, with the weight of her crown dragging down her brow, the flicker of jealousy igniting in her eyes like a match struck in the dark. She was powerful, yes, commanding respect and fear in equal measure, but behind that facade lay a vulnerability that twisted her insides. I could see the hurt like a knife wound, raw and bleeding, as she grappled with the knowledge that she was not the only contender for this golden prize. The tension crackled like the air before a storm, alive with fury and heartbreak. Choose, they demanded, though their voices held a symphony of emotion, desperation, longing, and an unquenchable thirst for recognition. Each goddess represented a path, a twisted road that could lead to bliss or ruin. I felt the gravity of my choice settle in the pit of my stomach, an anchor pulling me under, drowning me in waves of uncertainty. I was not just a judge, I was a thief, robbing them of their peace, their dignity, as I stood there, consuming their essence with my indecision. I remember the whispers of the wind, rustling around me like the sighs of the forgotten, carrying the weight of ancient prophecies and unspoken dreams. The apple was not merely an object, it was a mirror reflecting our desires, our fears, our insatiable hunger for validation. Each goddess stepped forward, their voices blending into a haunting chorus that hummed through the air, laced with the sweetness of honey and the bitterness of betrayal. How can I choose? I whispered, my voice barely a breath, my heart racing as their eyes locked onto mine, 1,000 lifetimes of longing exchanged in a single moment. The weight of their expectations bore down on me, heavier than the sky, and I felt the world begin to tilt. I could see the firelight flickering in the distance, casting shadows that danced like phantoms on the edge of my vision, whispering secrets of love lost and gained. Choose me, and I will give you the love you crave, Aphrodite urged, her voice dripping with honeyed promises, each word a thread weaving into the fabric of my soul. I will show you the depths of passion, the kind of love that burns brighter than the sun. Her gaze held the heat of 1,000 suns, the magnetic pull drawing me closer to her fire. But Hera stepped in, her presence a storm that raged against the sweetness, fierce and unyielding. Choose me, and you will have power beyond your wildest dreams. I will ensure you rise above the chaos, a king among men. Her words crackled with authority, the scent of triumph dancing on the air, tempting me to bow beneath her might. I could feel the need for dominance stirring within me, a dark whisper that promised safety in her embrace. And then there was Helen, the embodiment of beauty and pain, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a soul adrift in a sea of longing. Choose me, she implored, her voice barely a whisper, yet it resonated like thunder within my heart. Together, we could find a love that transcends all boundaries, a love that could change the world. But even as she spoke, I could feel the bind of fate tightening, a noose that would pull us into a vortex of chaos. Each word was a dagger, a weapon that cut deeper, forcing me to confront my own desires, my own fears, a cacophony of emotions clashing in my chest. I could feel the bubbling of rage, the sharp edge of betrayal, and the tender ache of longing all at once. The weight of the moment crashed down on me, an avalanche threatening to bury me beneath its icy grip. As I stood there, the golden apple glimmered tantalizingly, a beacon of promise and peril. It was a trap disguised as beauty, a reminder that choice is often the cruelest of fates. Time stretched and twisted like a serpent coiling around us, a silent witness to the impending storm. And I knew, deep down, that whatever choice I made would echo through eternity, a ripple in the fabric of existence. I was about to set in motion a chain of events that would unravel the very essence of love, loyalty, and honor. I felt the universe shift, sensing the tremors of destiny converging upon this moment, my moment. And still, the abyss loomed ahead, a darkness waiting to swallow me whole, leaving nothing but echoes of what once was. The shadows whispered my name, and I was left teetering on the edge of insanity, caught in the throes of desire, desperate to grab hold of something, anything, before the inevitable crash came. I raised my hand, trembling as I reached for the apple. Time stood still, and the world around me faded into a haunting silence, leaving only the sound of my heart, racing, pounding, echoing the weight of the choice that could change everything. The gods held their breath, and as I made my decision, I understood that in that moment, I was more than a mere mortal. I was the catalyst of chaos, the harbinger of a tempest that would shatter the very foundations of Olympus and beyond. The ground trembles like a heart caught in a vice. Somewhere in the distance, the clash of metal rings through the air, a symphony of war, sharp and discordant. I remember the scent of smoke, acrid and suffocating, curling into my lungs as I stand on the precipice of chaos. It hangs in the air, heavy with sweat and desperation, a reminder of what's at stake. The sun hangs low, bleeding into the horizon, but it feels like the world is already cloaked in darkness. Achilles stands there, a mere shadow of his former glory. His rage radiates like the heat from a forge, intense and unyielding. He's a tempest, a whirlwind of fury and pride. I see him, fierce and untamed, yet beneath that glorious armor lies a soul ravaged by loss. Patroclus. The name lingers like a ghost, a haunting reminder of a bond severed. I remember the laughter we shared, the dreams that felt infinite. The thought pierces him, and his blue eyes burn with a ferocity that could scorch the earth. His hands, once unyielding, now tremble with grief, a warrior caught in the throes of his own humanity. Then, there's Hector, noble and resolute, standing amidst the ruin of his city. His heart beats to the rhythm of Troy, the walls crumbling around him, yet he stands defiant. He carries the weight of his family, the hopes of a people. The ghost of his father, Priam, slips through his thoughts. I must protect them, Hector whispers, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of battle. For them, I will fight. Each word carries the weight of sacrifice, a promise etched into the marrow of his bones. Odysseus, the architect of schemes, lingers in the shadows, a silent observer. His mind races, a labyrinth of plots and plans, but what will they matter when the ground is soaked with blood? I remember the siren's song, the pull of the sea, he reflects, the memories dancing like phantoms in his mind. But here, now, what do I have? The weight of his choices presses on him, the burdens of his past colliding with the present. Survival or honor? Wisdom or folly? His heart is a relentless clock, ticking down to an inevitable confrontation. As the sun slips beneath the horizon, the battlefield transforms. Shadows lengthen, twisting into grotesque shapes. Each warrior is a ghost, a fleeting moment captured in agony. The cries of the wounded echo in the night, mingling with the whispers of the dying. This is the price we pay, I think, as fear snakes into the very marrow of my bones. The air is thick with a bitter remembrance of glory and sacrifice, a testament to the human spirit's fragility. In the chaos, Achilles charges forward, a lion unleashed. His rage becomes a dance, every swing of his sword sings a song of vengeance. He is relentless, carving through the ranks of enemies, each body a testament to his fury. But with each kill, I see the darkness creeping into his heart. What remains after victory? The question echoes, unanswered, as he slashes through flesh, each blow a step deeper into his own despair. Hector meets him, their eyes lock, a clash of ideals, a collision of destinies. "You killed my brother," Achilles hisses, venom dripping from each word. Hector stands unyielding, his hand steady on his sword, but I see the tremor in his jaw, the flicker of doubt in his eyes. This moment is everything, fate hanging by a thread, and the universe holds its breath. Not all battles are won with swords, Hector replies, his voice steady but laced with sorrow, each syllable weighing heavy like the stones of Troy. The two heroes collide, a tempest of grief and fury. The earth shakes beneath them, as if the gods themselves are watching, breathless. With each strike, they carve away pieces of their souls. I feel it, the raw energy of their conflict reverberates through my core, the desperation palpable, choking. It's not just a duel, it's a reckoning. This is not just about honor or revenge, it's a reflection of who they are, warriors consumed by their choices, haunted by their pasts. And Odysseus watches, caught between admiration and despair. What have we become, he wonders, the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. We are more than warriors, yet here we stand, reduced to fighting shadows. His heart aches for his friends, torn apart by their own ambitions, their destinies intertwined like threads in a tapestry, each pulling at the other's fate. As the night deepens, the cries of the fallen grow softer, yet their echoes remain, whispers of love, of loss, of sacrifice. The moon rises high, an indifferent spectator to the carnage below, its cold light illuminating the battlefield. I can feel the air thicken, a desperate pause before the storm, and my heart races. There's a sense of inevitability, a cosmic dance of fate drawing them closer, a tragic end woven into the fabric of their stories. Achilles strikes, a final blow, a thunderclap in the silence of night. Hector gasps, the light fading from his eyes. I remember the warmth of the sun on my face, he whispers, a last breath of hope trailing off into the abyss. Each warrior collapses beneath the weight of their choices, their dreams shattered like glass. Yet, even in the wake of death, the battle rages on, a relentless tide of humanity's folly. The shadows lengthen, the moon watches coldly, and in that moment, I am gripped by the realization that this is not merely a tale of heroes but of our own existence. The struggle against the darkness, the fight for meaning, the desperate grasp for glory, all echo through the ages. And as the night wears on, I am left with a single thought, a whisper that lingers in the air like an unsung dirge. What is the cost of our desires? What remains when the dust settles? The questions hang, heavy with meaning, urging me onward into the abyss of the unknown, where the story never truly ends but spirals into the next chapter, waiting to unfold. The battlefield stretched like a gaping maw, a chasm of dark earth stained with the blood of dreams and despair. Broken bodies lay strewn across the ground, their faces twisted in horror, their last breaths mingling with the acrid stench of smoke and fear. I stood there, heart pounding, skin prickling, as thunder rumbled overhead. It felt like the gods themselves were arguing in the heavens, their voices crackling with rage, the air thick with a tension that could snap at any moment. "Damn it, where are you?" I whispered, scanning the chaos for a familiar face. My throat was dry, a desert of dread swallowing my words. I had lost count of the days since the war began, each moment stretching like an eternity, every heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of life. My friend, Helen, fought not far from me, her fiery spirit a beacon amidst the despair. She had always been reckless, chasing after glory like a moth drawn to flame, but now I feared that flame would consume her. Suddenly, the ground shook beneath our feet, a tremor that seemed to echo through the very fabric of existence. I gasped, the breath hitching in my throat as a shimmering figure appeared in the haze, an ethereal being cloaked in shadows, eyes like molten gold. The very air crackled around it, electric and terrifying. "Look, Helen!" I shouted, pointing, but she was lost in the dance of battle, her sword clashing against steel with a ferocity that stole my breath. A warrior, yes, but blinded by the thrill of the fight. I wanted to shake her, to pull her back from the abyss, but the weight of her ambition bound her like chains. I remember the night we sat by the fire, her laughter bright against the backdrop of a star-studded sky. "This war," she had said, her eyes gleaming, "will carve our names into history. We'll be legends." I had laughed nervously then, the thrill of youth coursing through my veins, but now those dreams felt like shards of glass, cutting deep. The figure shifted, its gaze locking onto me, and my heart raced. "Wanderer," it said, voice like the rustling of leaves in a storm. "You seek answers, but the gods are not kind. What do you want?" I choked out, fear clawing at my insides. I thought of my family, my home, the love I had left behind, and the uncertainty gnawed at me like a rat in the dark. Your friend's fate is entwined with the tides of war, the being whispered, and the shadows deepened around us. She dances with death, and the gods watch with bated breath. Aeolus' laughter echoed in my mind, but this time it was hollow, a ghost of what was. She had chased the spectre of glory, not realizing that it was a mask for the despair that followed. I had always admired her passion, her fire, but now it burned dangerously close to the edge of destruction. Stop! Aeolus, come back! I shouted, but the words felt like stones thrown into an ocean, swallowed by the waves. The clash of swords filled the air, mingling with desperate cries and the haunting spectre of loss. I could see her now, a whirlwind of energy, striking down foes as if possessed, yet each blow felt like a desperate plea for acknowledgement from the gods who had long forsaken us. The figure spoke again, drawing my attention back. You think this is merely a war of men, but the gods have their hands in this, weaving chaos like a tapestry. Each word was packed with the weight of ancient knowledge, echoing in my mind, igniting a flame of urgency. Tell me, I cried, anguish turning my voice raw. What must I do? Do not seek to control the fates, it warned, and a chill crept into my bones. For the gods revel in tragedy, and your friend's fire may yet extinguish the light that dwells within you. And then, in a heartbeat, the vision shifted. I saw Aeolus surrounded, her fierce spirit clashing against the tide of enemies, the wild abandon in her movements a siren's call to glory. But there, looming like an ancient oak, stood a figure swathed in shadows, a creature of malice that hungered for souls. My heart dropped, realizing it wasn't just the battle she fought. It was the war against the gods, and she was but a pawn in their cruel game. Aeolus! I screamed, the word tearing from my lungs like a prayer desperate to be answered. I surged forward, the chaos swallowing me whole as I fought through the throngs of soldiers, my heart pounding in time with the cacophony around me. And then, I remember the moment with visceral clarity, the clash of metal, the scream of a person caught in that terrible web of fate. I could see it happening, in slow motion, like a dreadful dream I couldn't wake from. Aeolus, her back turned to me, her spirit ablaze, the shadows closing in. And that moment, that heartbeat, froze in time. No! The cry ripped through me, my voice raw, echoing off the walls of my mind. I pushed through the tide of bodies, desperation lending me strength, but the world around me blurred, the gods' laughter mockingly ringing in my ears. I reached her just as darkness engulfed her. A flash of pain, the breath knocked from my lungs, and I was there, cradling her fallen form, the weight of her last moments heavier than the cosmos. Her eyes flickered open, the fire in them dimming, and I felt the world collapse around us. Why? She gasped, blood pooling beneath us, a crimson reminder of the sacrifice made for glory. I shook my head, tears spilling down my cheeks. I could taste the salt of them, mingling with the blood of our fallen. Because we believed in legends, I whispered, the truth hitting me like a fist to the gut. But we are not legends, Aeolus. We are just human, she finished, her breath trembling. And it hurts. The gods watched, silent and indifferent, but I felt their eyes on us, 1,000 stars shining down in mockery, a celestial audience to our tragedy. I held her close, the warmth fading from her skin, her heartbeat slowing in my arms. The battlefield blurred into a haze of sound, the laughter of gods echoing, and in that moment, I understood. I understood that this war was never ours to win. It was a divine spectacle, a cruel joke played upon the hearts of men and women who dared to dream. As Aeolus faded, I felt the gods' presence in the air, an unsettling reminder that they were just as flawed as we were, reveling in our sorrow while spinning their celestial web. And in the silence that followed, the roar of battle faded, and I was left alone, cradling the ashes of a fire that had once burned so brightly against the night sky, a haunting reminder that even the gods cannot escape the inevitable shadow of despair. Silence reigns like a shroud, a heavy cloak draped over the city of Troy, broken only by the distant echoes of despair and the sharp, stinging caress of cold wind. I stand at the edge of the wooden horse, my heart pounding like a war drum. The scent of salt hangs in the air, mixing with the taste of dread that clings to my tongue. The horse looms before me, a monstrous thing, its hollow belly a graveyard of secrets. It is a promise wrapped in wood, painted with the colors of false hope. I remember the night we carved its grotesque form, each stroke of the chisel dripped with the sweat of fear and ambition. Odysseus, with his eyes burning like twin suns, whispered dreams of victory, his voice a siren song luring us into the depths of madness. "This will be our salvation," he said, and I believed him, though a shiver ran down my spine. I still see his face, shadowed and fierce, a man who dances with fate, but can he outrun it? And then there's the girl. Her name is Cassandra, a name that hangs like a curse on her lips, and I can't shake the feeling that she sees what we do not. Her eyes, pools of knowledge wrapped in despair, bore into my soul as if she can peel away the layers of my bravado. "They will not believe me," she said, her voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a branch in autumn. "The horse will bring ruin." I remember how I scoffed at her, at the way she trembled, the shadows of her own fate dancing in her gaze. But now, as I stand here, her words claw at my insides, a twisted echo in the vast silence. The air is thick with anticipation, a suffocating fog that wraps around my heart. I glance back at my comrades, their faces a tapestry of hope and dread, a storm brewing in every gaze. They are warriors, yes, but they are also men, a mix of fear, courage, and the desperate need for closure in a war that has dragged us through the muck of loss and blood. I remember how we laughed under the stars just a week ago, how we toasted to the gods, our voices rising high like arrows in flight. Now, the laughter feels like a distant memory, crushed under the weight of what is to come. Cassandra stands apart, a spectre against the darkness, her hand shaking as she points toward the horizon. "Do you see it?" she breathes, her voice barely a whisper. "The dawn of destruction." I want to dismiss her words, I want to leap into the embrace of the horse's belly, to believe in the salvation it promises. But the shadows of doubt cling to my skin, suffocating, whispering tales of betrayal and loss. I remember the stories my mother told me as a child, tales of gods and heroes, of men who turned to dust and women who wept for them. I remember the taste of her warm bread, the smell of the fire crackling in the hearth. "You are not a hero," she would say, her voice soft yet firm. "You are a man, and men are foolish." I laugh now, bitterly, at her words, feeling the weight of her truth pressed down on my chest. The horse stands tall, a monument to our hubris, a cruel reminder that the gods watch with detached amusement. I feel the pulse of time ticking away, a clock spinning wildly out of control, each tick a heartbeat in the vast expanse of the universe. Soon, we will be inside, lost in the belly of this beast, and then what will we become? What will remain of the men who dared to dream? As night falls, shadows gather, dark and menacing, like ghosts rising from the graves of our ancestors. I can hear the whispers of those who came before us, their laughter twisted, a mockery of our impending doom. "Fools, fools," they jeer, their voices echoing in the hollow chambers of my mind. I close my eyes, trying to drown out their taunts, but they seep through the cracks, their words wrapping around my heart until I can barely breathe. Odysseus stands before me, a titan among mortals, his resolve unyielding. "Tonight, we conquer," he declares, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. I want to believe him, I want to follow him into the maw of fate, but I am haunted by Cassandra's prophecies. I can see her face, pale and drawn, as if the weight of the world rests on her shoulders. She shivers in the darkness, a candle flickering against the storm. "You don't understand," she whispers, "the price of victory is steep." I remember a time when I thought of love as a battlefield, where hearts clashed like swords, where victory was sweet and untainted. Now, standing at the precipice of annihilation, I realize that love is fragile, a delicate flower crushed under the heel of inevitability. I see her in my mind, the woman who once returned my gaze with warmth, now a ghost of a memory, lost in the chaos of war. There are fireworks in the distance, they explode in a chaotic frenzy of color, illuminating the night sky, a cruel reminder of the celebrations that await us if we succeed. But I can't escape the chill that wraps around my heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. "Are we ready?" someone asks, but the question lingers, heavy and unanswered, like an anvil dropped into a still pond. The ripples spread out, tugging at the edges of my sanity. I see their faces, my brothers in arms, and I wonder, in this gamble, have we lost our humanity? We are all men, after all, flawed and fragile, and as we shuffle toward the horse, a cacophony of emotion crashes over me: fear, hope, despair. I remember the night spent dreaming of glory, of songs sung in taverns filled with raucous laughter, but now, the weight of the horse threatens to crush my spirit. With one last look at the horizon, I step into the belly of the beast, the darkness swallowing me whole. Inside, there is only silence, a void that echoes with the sound of our unspoken fears. We are trapped in wood and shadow, suspended between the past and the future, the boundaries of our fates blurred in the gloom. And as the night deepens, as the stars fade into obscurity, I realize one undeniable truth: we may be warriors, but in this moment, we are nothing more than frightened souls seeking solace in a world gone mad. The Trojan horse, a symbol of hope and betrayal, holds us in its embrace, and as the dawn approaches, a new horror awakens. The city waits, and we are poised on the brink of ruin, like moths drawn to a flame, unaware of the shadows that move just beyond our sight, ready to consume us whole. The world holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable, and I am left here, caught in the web of fate, unable to escape the darkness that looms ahead. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred wood and salt water, the remnants of a battle that echoed in the shadows of Odysseus's mind. I remember the moment when the cries of the dying blended into the shriek of the wind, a symphony of despair that clung to me like the sea's bitter spray. The shores of Ithaca were just a memory, a flickering candle in a storm. I stood there, heart pounding, my hands trembling as I gripped the hilt of my sword. It felt heavy, as if it bore the weight of every soul lost along my path, a path twisted by the whims of gods and men alike. "Where are you?" Penelope's voice haunted me, a whisper against the crashing waves. She waited, courageous yet vulnerable, a queen trapped in a web of time. I had left her alone, my heart splintering with each passing day. I remember her eyes, once bright with laughter, now glazed with the worry of a haunting eternity. "Come back to me," she would murmur, her breath caught in the silence of the night. "Come back before the shadows swallow us whole." But the shadows were already here, pooling at my feet like dark ink. I could see them in the faces of my men, their eyes wide with fear, haunted by visions of monsters lurking beneath the waves. 12 days, I had promised them, 12 days until we reach home. Yet here we were, adrift in a sea of uncertainty, our sails shredded like our hopes. Then came the sirens, their melodies weaving through the air, a chilling hymn that tugged at the edges of my sanity. "Don't listen!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. But how could I silence the sweet song that promised freedom? I watched my crew, eyes glazed, drawn toward the rocky shore as if the very ocean conspired against us. The faces of my men twisted, caught in a dance of longing and horror, their souls laid bare beneath the weight of a curse. "Odysseus," one cried, his voice cracking like dry wood, "can't you hear them? They're calling us home." Home. The word hung in the air, a fragile thread woven through the fabric of my existence. But what is home when it has become a ghost? I remembered my son, Telemachus, growing in the shadow of my absence. I had shaped him through stories of valor and heroism, but now all I could offer was silence and regret. Would he recognize the man I had become? I felt the sting of tears, hot and bitter, as I wrestled with the darkness within. How could I return as a king when I felt like a beggar on the streets of my own heart? The captain within me wrestled with the father, a tempest of emotions raging beneath the surface. I could feel the storm brewing, the tension thickening as the siren's call morphed into a cacophony of despair. "Bind me!" I bellowed, my voice raw with urgency. Don't let me succumb to their song. The rope scratched against my skin, a painful reminder of my humanity. I watched as my men were torn between loyalty and the lure of the unknown, their faces twisted in agony. Choices. The choices we make carve our fates like sculptors with stone. I could almost see the fractures in their resolve, the cracks widening with each heartbeat, each whispered promise that faded into the ether. As I strained against the ropes, the echoes of the past surged forth, memories of battles won and lost, of gods who toyed with mortals like pieces on a chessboard. I remembered the sting of betrayal, the laughter of the gods ringing in my ears as they reveled in my suffering. Why? I roared into the void, the question hanging heavy in the air. Why must I pay for sins not my own? But the cosmos offered no answers, only silence, a void that swallowed my cries. I felt the weight of the world resting on my shoulders, suffocating in its enormity. The siren song crescendoed, wrapping around me like a serpent, constricting, tightening, pulling me toward the edge of oblivion. I could almost taste the salt of the sea mixed with my own blood, a bitter cocktail of defeat. "Fight it, Odysseus!" I heard a voice, a ghost of a warrior long lost. Achilles? Hector? Their spirits lingered, intertwined with my destiny. I remembered their faces, etched with valor yet shadowed by tragedy. I fought against the ropes, every muscle straining as I clawed my way back to reality. Home is not a place. I screamed, the words crashing like waves against the rocks. It's the people we love. It's the promise to return. But the sirens laughed, their voices twisting into a haunting melody that wrapped around my heart. "Come to us, Odysseus. You're almost free. You'll never be alone again." The words danced in the air, seductive and terrifying, a promise that beckoned like a lover's touch. And then I saw her, a flicker of Penelope beneath the surface of the waves, her eyes shimmering like stars caught in the depths of a dark abyss. My heart shattered at the vision. "I remember you," I whispered, my voice cracking. I remember, and in that moment, the world spiraled into chaos. My men, caught in the throes of their own battles, began to slip away, pulled toward the sirens as if enchanted. I could feel their hands grasping for something they could never hold, their souls being dragged into the depths of despair. "No!" I shouted, the word erupting from my chest like a violent storm. My rage ignited, a primal force that surged through my veins. "You will not take them." But the sirens persisted, their laughter wrapping around me, a cocoon of despair. I could see my men falling one by one, their faces twisted in ecstasy and pain. I remembered their laughter, their dreams, their lives, a tapestry unraveling before my eyes. And as the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating the chaos around me, I felt a surge of something greater than fear. Hope? Desperation? It didn't matter. I would fight. I would claw my way through the darkness, through the siren song, and I would find my way back to Penelope, to Telemachus, to the broken pieces of my heart. Together? I roared, my voice carrying through the storm. We will fight together. The battle lines blurred as chaos reigned, but within that chaos, a flicker of resolve ignited. I remembered who I was, a warrior, a father, a husband. And as the tide turned, the siren song began to fade, swallowed by the crashing waves. In that moment, I took a breath filled with the salt of the sea and the fire of my spirit. I would make it home, and the shadows would tremble at our return. The journey might be long, but in the deepest part of every wound, the light of love always flickers, an eternal flame waiting to guide us through the darkest nights. I wouldn't stop fighting, not for myself, not for my men, but for all that I had lost and all that I hoped to find again. And so, we braced ourselves against the storm, hearts pounding as we stepped into the abyss, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The sirens may have sung, but the true melody of our fight was only just beginning. The clock struck midnight, the echo reverberating through the still streets, and with it, the world twisted. Shadows stretched, whispered secrets carried on an unseen breeze. I stood in the alley, heart pounding, breath quickening, as thunder rolled overhead, darkening the sky, a prelude to chaos. Somewhere, in the distance, a scream sliced through the air, sharp, piercing, a cry for help that sliced through my soul like a knife. I remember, the words hung like smoke, curling around the fading light of day. My mind raced back to the moment before everything changed. A woman stood at the edge of the street, her eyes wide, reflecting an unholy fear. Elena. She was a mother, fierce and fragile, cradling a secret that twisted her heart into knots. I could see it in the way her hands trembled, the way her breath hitched in her throat. She was waiting for someone, and in that moment, I knew it was more than just a rendezvous, it was a reckoning. Take the child and run, she had screamed at me only hours before, desperation clawing at her voice. Her son, our only hope, was hidden beneath the floorboards, a fragile life entwined with the fate of the world. I had hesitated, paralyzed by the weight of her fear, the burden of her plea. The shadows danced around us, the air thick with the scent of rain and fear, electricity crackling on the edge of something dreadful. Fate was no longer a distant whisper, it was a roaring beast, hungry for our mistakes. The ground trembled beneath me, as if even the earth itself recoiled from what was about to happen. Then there was Marcus, standing like a rock amidst the chaos, his eyes steady but his heart a storm. "We can't let them take him," he had said, voice low but fierce, promising defiance against a world too dark to understand. His past weighed heavy on him, a tapestry of lost battles and regrets woven into the fabric of his being. I could see it, the scars, the shadows, the way he wore his guilt like a second skin. "Do you believe in divine intervention?" he had asked me once, eyes glinting with a mixture of hope and cynicism. "Or is it just a game we play, pretending our choices matter?" I didn't answer then. The question haunted me. In this moment, as the storm brewed overhead, I felt the answer echo in my bones. Yes, our choices mattered, but fate had a wicked sense of humor. A burst of laughter erupted from the shadows, the laughter of something otherworldly, something that shouldn't exist in a world where children were tucked in bed and dreams still had a chance. My pulse quickened, and I felt the chill of dread slither down my spine. "Are you ready?" Marcus asked, his voice a low growl, pulling me from the abyss of my thoughts. But how could I be ready? The weight of our decision sat heavy in my chest, the confluence of our lives felt like a cosmic joke. "I remember," I whispered again, pleading with the universe to grant us mercy, to let us slip through the cracks of fate. I could feel the air buzzing around us, thick with tension, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the first act to unfold. Then, amidst the swirling chaos, a figure appeared at the alley's mouth, tall, cloaked, a spectre in the night. Eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, it moved with an inexorable grace, a harbinger of choices made and unmade, a reminder that we were never truly free. "Come to collect what is owed," it rasped, voice like gravel rolling down a mountainside. Every syllable sent a shiver through my bones, and I knew that this was no mere chance encounter. This was the reckoning that had been whispered about in the shadows for centuries. The air crackled, the tension palpable, as we faced the embodiment of our fate. "You cannot take him," Elena's voice rang out, fierce as a lioness defending her young. But her desperation was a flickering candle against a raging storm. The figure laughed, a sound that echoed through the alley, sending chills down my spine. "You think your will can bend the cosmos? You think you can outrun fate? Watch us," Marcus growled, fists clenched as though he could punch destiny in the face. And in that moment, time warped, every heartbeat stretching into eternity. I felt the weight of my choices crashing over me like tidal waves, every moment, every decision culminating in this confrontation. I could see our pasts intertwining, a web of choices leading us to this exact moment. I remember the lies we told ourselves, the truths we buried. Memories flickered like fireflies, each one a reminder of the fragile human condition, a dance of light in the encompassing darkness. What did it mean to fight against the inevitable? To stand against the divine and declare, "Not today." Elena stepped forward, her body trembling with purpose, the ghost of her son's laughter echoing in her heart. "You will not take him. He is more than a pawn in your game." As she spoke, the shadows shifted, looming larger, pressing against us, thickening the air with dread. I felt fear claw at my throat, a palpable entity that threatened to suffocate. Each breath tasted of ash and smoke, memory swirling like storm clouds above. And then, silence. An unbearable stillness that felt like the calm before the tempest. I could feel the universe crackling with energy, as if it were a living entity, watching us, waiting for our next move. The confrontation was inevitable, a collision of mortal will against divine fate. I felt the weight of our lives pressing down, the intersecting paths of our existence, all leading to this moment, this confrontation that would rip us apart or bind us together. I took a step forward, heart pounding, knowing that the next breath I took could change everything. The air around us shimmered with possibility, tension thick enough to slice. Fate lingered in the shadows, watching, waiting, as we stood on the precipice of our choices. Darkness swelled, wrapping around us like a cloak, and in that moment, I understood, This was not merely a battle of flesh and blood, it was a clash of destinies, a symphony of souls entwined in the grand design of life. We were but players on a stage, the lines blurred between the mortal and the divine, and as the first raindrop fell, I knew it was only the beginning. The air crackled as the veil between worlds trembled, a split second of silence before the screams echoed through the obsidian halls of Hades. I was there, in the underworld, where shadows danced like lost souls yearning for a flicker of life. I could taste the bitterness of despair mixed with the sweet decay of eternity. The ground beneath me felt alive, thrumming with the weight of memories long forgotten, and I swallowed hard, battling both fear and a tinge of excitement. "Where is she?" My voice shattered the stillness, reverberating against the cold, damp walls, but the sound was swallowed by the oppressive darkness. I remembered her laughter, how it sparkled like sunlight on water. Now, that laughter felt like a distant memory, a half-formed echo trapped in the vastness of despair. I could almost see her, a flicker of auburn hair, a smile that could ignite warmth in the frigid depths of this realm. "Let her go!" The anguish in my heart twisted into something sharp, something desperate. I recalled the tales, the fables of brave souls, fighting against the inevitable, seeking to reclaim what was lost. But those stories never prepared me for this, a confrontation not with gods but with grief. The shadows shifted, and from them emerged Eurydice, but not as I had seen her in life. No, here she was a wraith, eyes hollow with the weight of her fate. "You should not have come," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that pulled at the strings of my heart. Each word reverberated with loss, each syllable soaked in tears unshed. "I had to," I breathed. "You don't belong here. You promised me forever." "Forever," she echoed, her laugh a brittle, broken sound. A phantom of what love once tasted like. But forever is a cruel myth, isn't it? The pain in her eyes pierced through the fog of my resolve, grounding me in the bitter reality. How had I allowed myself to believe in the impossible? And then there was Hades, lurking just beyond the rim of my vision, a shadowy figure cloaked in authority and regret. He was the master of this underworld, a king of the Forsaken, yet there was a softness to his eyes that betrayed his hardened exterior. "You think you can challenge fate?" His voice was like thunder rumbling across a storm-laden sky, deep and resonant, cutting through my chaotic thoughts. "You think love will save you here?" What a fool I was to think love could conquer all, even death. "I remember," I said, the words spilling from my lips like tears. "I remember when we danced under the stars, when our laughter echoed through the night. I remember the way she looked at me, as if I were the only thing that mattered in the universe." Each memory struck me like a blow, a reminder of what I stood to lose, of what I had already lost. Hades stepped closer, shadows cascading around him like a living shroud. "Eurydice belongs to this realm now. Her spirit is bound to this place." His gaze shifted to her, a flicker of something unnameable passing between them. "And what do you offer in exchange for her freedom? What are you willing to sacrifice?" This was no mere negotiation, it was a reckoning, a question that clawed at the back of my mind. What could I give that would outweigh the weight of eternity? "Take me instead," I blurted, the words spilling from my heart in a rush of reckless abandon, desperation coloring my voice. "Let her go. I'll stay here, in her place." Eurydice's eyes widened with horror, a gasp breaking from her lips. "No. You can't love someone who's already been lost." Hades interjected, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "The dead cannot love. They can only remember." And in that moment, I saw it, the futility of my sacrifice. A ghostly world where shadows suffocated the light, where regret and grief intertwined like vines around a crumbling stone. "I remember," I whispered again, a mantra against despair. "I remember when life was vivid, when it was a wild, unrestrained dance. I remember the warmth of her hand in mine, the way we fought against the encroaching darkness." Hades regarded me with an intensity that was unsettling, as if he were weighing the very essence of my soul. "You cling to memories as if they can save you. But memories are nothing more than ghosts of what once was." The shadows pulsed, and I felt the cold tendrils wrap around my heart, squeezing tighter, squeezing harder. "But they're all I have left," I cried out, a rawness pouring from my lips, a confession laced with anguish. Without her, I am nothing. In that moment, Eurydice stepped closer, her ethereal form shimmering with a light that fought against the shadows. You are not nothing, she said, her voice trembling with urgency. You are everything I wanted to be, everything I wished for. Don't you see? You carry me with you. In every heartbeat, in every breath, but Hades interrupted, his calm demeanor cracking as the darkness swirled around us, thick and suffocating. This is not a tale of redemption. The price for life in the underworld is steep. Every pulse of my heart echoed with unfulfilled longing, every breath weighed down by despair. I felt lost within this cacophony of grief and yearning, a dark tide threatening to drown me. Then let it be steep! I shouted, an eruption of defiance that caught even me off guard. I'll forge a path through the shadows. I'll fight for her, for us, but deep down, I felt the weight of inevitability, the chilling realization that some battles are fated to be lost. The shadows began to close in, whispers swirling around us, taunting, echoing memories of love and loss, of laughter that no longer existed. They danced mockingly, reminding me that even the fiercest flames can be extinguished by the weight of darkness. Remember, Hades murmured, the weight of his voice suffocating me, the dead cannot love. They can only haunt. And in that haunting truth, I stood frozen, caught between despair and hope, caught between the love that once burned brightly and the shadows that threatened to swallow it whole. I realized that the confrontation was not with Hades or the underworld but within myself. Eurydice, I whispered, reaching out towards her, a lifeline in the abyss. Even if I fall into this darkness, I will carry you with me, always. But even as I spoke, the darkness closed in, and I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, the night swallowing the light, the echoes of laughter fading away. The realm of the dead awaited, and I was left teetering on the edge of fate, with a heart full of love and lingering shadows, the eternal struggle of the living among the dead. The air hangs heavy, thick with the weight of unfulfilled promises and the faint echo of lost souls. Darkness drapes itself over the landscape like a mourning shroud. I can barely breathe, my heart races, pounding against my ribs as if trying to break free. The river, blacker than the void, winds silently ahead, a sinister serpent ready to swallow the unwary. Shadows flicker, and in the distance, a figure emerges, silhouetted against the grim backdrop of the underworld. Charon stands at the water's edge, his eyes like twin coals burning in the night. He is not just a ferryman, he is the gatekeeper of regrets, the curator of sorrow. The toll he demands is not merely coins but pieces of the soul, frayed memories, heartbeats echoing with despair. I remember the first time I met him, his voice was gravelly, each word a stone dropped in my gut. "What do you seek?" he asked, and I felt my entire existence hang in the balance of that question. Then there's Cerberus, the monstrous three-headed beast, a writhing mass of fur and teeth, each head snarling with a hunger that is both terrifying and mesmerizing. The air vibrates with the growls that rumble deep within his chest, a sound that reverberates like a funeral dirge. I remember his eyes, each a different shade of torment, watching me as if I were the last bit of meat left in a barren world. He is the guardian of thresholds, the living embodiment of loyalty and loss. I feel an inexplicable connection to him, a sense of shared suffering that binds us in this dreary space. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A scream pierces the silence, a haunting wail that seems to rise from the depths of despair. It's a voice I know. Evelyn. My heart clenches, a vice around my chest. She is lost in the labyrinth of the afterlife, wandering without direction. A flicker of hope ignites in me. I push forward, each step heavier than the last. Charon! I shout, my voice barely rising above the murmur of the river. I need to cross. His gaze meets mine, assessing, calculating. But the river is never forgiving. Your payment, he rumbles, and I feel the pull of endless regret wrapping around me. I reach into my pocket, the coins feeling like lead in my palm. I could offer him all my memories, each one a fragment of pain, a shard of joy. But will it be enough? I see Evelyn's face, a reflection of fear and longing, and I don't hesitate. Take it! Take my past! I scream, desperation pouring from my lips like a flood. The river churns, a somber reminder of what is at stake. Cerberus shifts behind me, his three heads turning toward the sound. A low growl escapes him, a warning. I can almost taste the dread hanging in the air, a tangible entity. You tread a thin line, human, he seems to say, and I feel the weight of his presence like a boulder pressing on my soul. With a reluctant nod, Charon gestures to the boat. I step forward, the cold metal of the oars glistening like polished bone. The boat rocks beneath me, a fragile vessel. Faces emerge from the murk, each one a ghost of choices made and unmade, slipping silently into oblivion. I can't help but wonder if they were ever truly alive, or if they were merely echoes, sighs of what could have been. The water glistens with their tears, a reflection of 1,000 unfulfilled dreams, and my heart aches for each one. Evelyn's scream pierces the veil again, a chorus of agony that resonates deep within me. I'm coming! I shout into the void, my voice swallowed by the ever-shifting currents. Charon's gaze sharpens, his features a mask of stoicism, but I catch a flicker of something, pity, perhaps. Or is it mere indifference? Time bends here, he says, his tone even, but you must decide quickly. The river has its own appetite. Each second stretches into eternity, coiling around my throat like a noose. My palms are slick against the oar, and the shadows whisper sweet nothings that twist my resolve. You have to let me save her, I plead, desperation spilling from my lips like blood from a wound. She deserves to live. We all deserve to live. Charon's eyes narrow, their depths an unfathomable abyss. Life is rarely a choice, he replies, but a consequence. The words hang heavy between us, a truth so stark it shatters the fragile illusions I cling to. The current pulls at me, hungry for my anguish. The boat glides onward, the shore of despair slipping away. In the distance, I see her, a flicker of white among the black. Evelyn stands at the edge, a wraith-like figure caught in a web of sorrow. Her face is twisted in fear, and the sight rips through me like a blade. I reach for her, but the river rages, angry at my defiance. Come back! I cry, my voice raw with pain. I'm here. I won't let you go. Cerberus's howl echoes in the distance, a haunting sound that reverberates through my bones, warning me that time is a luxury I can't afford. But fear is a powerful weapon, and my resolve solidifies. I will not let the shadows claim her. I will not let the river swallow her whole. Charon's gaze narrows further, his voice low and rough. You have a choice, he says, and the air thickens with anticipation. One soul for another. Evelyn's scream rings out again, a sound that tears through the veil of my heart. The river churns, a maelstrom of choices, and I know, as surely as the stars blink in the night sky, that I am standing on the brink of a decision that could shatter my very soul. I look at her, my heart aching with the weight of love and loss, and I know that in this moment, nothing else matters. Not the toll, not the consequences. Nothing but her. Take my soul. Just let her go. The river roars in response, and I can feel the darkness pulling me under, drowning me in the weight of my own sacrifice. But I won't let go. Not now. Not ever. And as the currents swirl around us, time slips like grains of sand through my fingers, ensnaring us in the eternal dance between life and death, love and loss, hope and despair. We are bound, forever lost in the shadows of the afterlife, where Charon and Cerberus stand as our relentless guardians, waiting to see what we will make of the choices we are forced to confront. The air crackles with anticipation, a tension thick enough to choke on. A single torch flickers, casting erratic shadows that dance across ancient stone walls, whispering secrets of the past. I'm here, pressed against the very earth that holds the weight of loss and longing, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and crushed herbs. My heart races, pounding against my ribs like a desperate prisoner seeking freedom. The moment is upon us. I remember the first time I stood at the threshold of Eleusis, the sacred site where the veil between the mortal realm and the divine thinned like the wisp of a dream. The crowd, the faithful, the curious, the desperate, all gathered in hushed reverence. I was one of them, drawn by a promise of transformation, a longing for connection, for understanding of the cycle of life and death, of grief and rebirth. There's a girl, Persephone. I can see her in my mind's eye, a ghost of summer, laughter echoing from the fields where flowers bloom in such abundance that they seem to mock the cold grasp of winter. She is forever torn between two worlds, a maiden of spring and a reluctant queen of the underworld, caught in the snare of her own duality. Her smile, radiant, yet tinged with a sadness that chokes me. I remember her pain, I remember her choices, a dance with fate woven from threads of sorrow and defiance. And then there is Demeter, her mother, the earth itself. A force of nature, fierce and nurturing, yet her heart beats a rhythm of devastation. When she realizes her daughter is gone, it is as if the very sun has dimmed, as if shadows stretch longer and the world holds its breath. There is a moment when I catch her gaze, fierce and hollow, and my chest tightens. I know that look, a mother's love twisted into an endless search for her lost child. In the sacred grove, the air thickens with incense, the haunting melodies of ancient hymns curling around us, wrapping us in a shroud of expectation. I'm standing beside them, feeling their anguish seep into my bones. I remember how the world shuddered when Demeter discovered Persephone's fate, snatched away by Hades, the god of the underworld, a realm where shadows reign and hope flickers like a dying flame. This was the heart of the mysteries, the dance of light and dark, of joy and despair. The moon hangs low, a silver coin casting its ethereal glow on the grove, illuminating the secret rites. I can feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a heartbeat in sync with my own. The initiates are here, shrouded in robes, faces obscured but souls bared. They are seekers, desperate for knowledge, for the comfort of knowing that death is not an end, that there is a cycle, a return, a promise whispered by the gods. But what are we really searching for? Forgiveness? Redemption? The truth of our existence? I remember the moment the ground trembled, a fissure in reality. The whispers turned into screams, a cacophony of fear wrapping around us like a noose. Out of the shadows, Hades entered, a figure cloaked in darkness, eyes glinting with the glimmer of unfathomable depths. He was the living embodiment of death's allure, a paradox of beauty and terror. I shuddered, feeling the pull of his promise, the kind of promise that could consume you whole. Demeter's fury ignited, raw and primal, a force of nature unleashed. She stood before him, defiant, her voice trembling with rage, a tempest of grief giving way to vengeance. Her words were thunder, shaking the very foundation of the grove, shaking us to our core. "You will not keep her from me," she roared, and the earth rumbled in agreement. I felt the weight of her pain, her desperation a palpable force as she clawed at the fragile strands of fate that held her daughter captive. And then there was the quiet. A suffocating silence that filled the air like a thick fog, a moment suspended in time. I felt the universe hold its breath, the cosmos teetering on the brink of chaos, of rebirth. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the world as it mourned. Persephone, a pawn in this divine game, was caught between her mother's love and Hades' dark promise. Her choice lay before her like the delicate petals of a flower, torn between the sun-kissed earth and the shadowed realm below. What would I choose? What would you choose? I remember the weight of those questions, the desperation in the air, the crackle of tension as the sacred rites began. The initiates, now united in their quest for understanding, joined hands, forming a chain of hope and fear. Together, we stood on the precipice of revelation, eyes wide, hearts pounding in rhythm with the ancient chants that echoed through the grove. The stories of life, death, and rebirth swirled around us, each word a thread in the tapestry of existence. And then, just like that, it shattered. The moment exploded, a kaleidoscope of emotions intertwining, joy, sorrow, agony, ecstasy. The energy, so raw, so fierce, swept through us like a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. I remember my heart racing as Persephone stepped forward, a decision teetering on the edge of eternity. Would she choose the warmth of her mother, the vibrancy of life, or the seductive embrace of the dark, her choice echoing through the ages, a reminder that we are all bound to our choices, eternally entwined in this dance of life and death. The air thickens again, pregnant with possibility, as she stands there, caught in the gravitational pull of two worlds. Her breath, quick and shallow, mingles with the whispers of the ancients as we hold our collective breath, waiting, always waiting, held captive by the weight of our own existence. And in that moment, everything hangs in the balance, shimmering like the fragile petals of a flower. The torch flickers once more, and as shadows stretch long and dark across the grove, I find myself lost in the echoes of their stories, the promises, the heartbreaks, and the eternal cycle that binds us all. I remember, and as I feel the pull of the unknown, I can only wonder what choices lie ahead, waiting in the dark. The moon hung low, spilling silver light into the darkened garden, illuminating shadows that danced like whispers among the trees. I stood there, breath caught, heart pounding, as the soft rustle of leaves formed a haunting symphony around me, the kind of music that could drown a soul. It was a night of secrets, and the air hummed with an unspoken tension. I remember running my fingers over the surface of the pool, the water glimmering like 1,000 shattered stars. Echoes of laughter floated from somewhere just beyond the hedges, a cruel reminder of the life I no longer felt a part of. My reflection stared back, a ghostly visage with eyes wide in a mix of desperation and longing. I was Narcissus, trapped not just by my image, but by a yearning that clawed at the very marrow of my bones. And there was Selene, her name a sweet poison on my lips. She glided through the garden with a grace that belied the chaos brewing within her heart. I could see it in the way her hands trembled just slightly, the way her laughter didn't quite reach her eyes. She was a flame flickering under the weight of the night, beautiful yet burdened, mirrored in my own torment. We were two moths drawn to the same flickering flame, doomed to spiral into each other's light while the darkness devoured us whole. "Do you see it?" she asked, voice barely a whisper, like the rustle of wings in the night. Her gaze was fixed on the pool, on the surface shimmering with promises and lies. The beauty. It's intoxicating. But it lies. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her away from the edge of that abyss. But I was drawn too, a moth with singed wings unable to resist the pull of that shimmering reflection. It's not just beauty, Selene. It's everything we've ever wanted. But it's a mirage. She turned to me, eyes glistening like dew-kissed petals, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. And what if it's all we ever need? The question hung heavy in the air, a shroud of uncertainty wrapping around us. I could feel the weight of her words, sinking into my chest, igniting a fire that threatened to consume us both. I remember the rush of oncoming footsteps, laughter dissolving as a figure emerged from the shadows, the cruelest gesture of them all, Dorian. Tall, with a smile that could charm serpents, he was a reflection of everything I loathed yet craved. He walked with an arrogance that dared the universe to stand against him, as if he were the sun and we mere planets in his orbit. "Ah, the star-crossed lovers bathed in moonlight," he drawled, voice dripping with mockery. "Beauty, love, and all that nonsense." His laughter echoed, a dark melody that sent shivers down my spine. "But tell me, what do you see when you gaze into the abyss, Narcissus? Do you see the truth? Or just another pretty face?" I could feel the tension crackle between us like electricity, a storm brewing in the silence. I see despair," I murmured, words thick with the weight of truth. "I see a reflection that's rotting beneath the surface." My heart raced as I ventured further into the darkness, the shadows whispering secrets I wasn't ready to hear. Dorian stepped closer, the scent of danger enveloping him. "Then embrace it. Embrace the rot. There's power in loving yourself fiercely, even if it means shattering everything along the way." His words were intoxicating, a dark promise wrapped in seduction. Selene's eyes flickered between us, uncertainty clouding her beautiful face. "And what of the consequences?" she whispered, voice trembling. "What of the love that can poison? What of the mirrors that can shatter? Consequences?" Dorian laughed, a sound that sent chills racing through the garden. "Consequences are for those who fear the dark. You think beauty is a gift? No, it's a curse. Embrace the curse, and you'll find liberation. Beauty is but a mask, a fleeting moment in a vast cosmic joke." I felt the tears burning at the corners of my eyes, a hot rush of emotion that threatened to break the dam. "But at what cost, Dorian? At what cost?" The word slipped out like a surrender. Selene's gaze was locked on the pool, the surface rippling gently, as if echoing our unspoken fears. "We're trapped in our own reflections," she murmured, voice a mournful song. "Forever chasing the beauty that isn't ours to possess." I felt the weight of her words settle into my bones, a truth that clawed at my heart until I thought I might break. The night felt thick with despair, a fog that wrapped around us like a noose. We were caught in a web of our own making, a twisted tapestry of love and longing, beauty and self-destruction. "Look deeper," Dorian urged, stepping closer, his presence overwhelming. "What does the reflection reveal? Is it beauty or is it soulless? Is it love or is it vanity?" His voice was a whisper, a seductive pull that promised both devastation and ecstasy. And as I stood there, caught in the web of our entangled souls, the realization struck like lightning. "It's both," I breathed, the words hanging in the air like a prayer. "It's both." The garden felt alive around us, the night pulsating with the weight of our choices. The tension crackled like the final moments before a storm breaks, and I knew, deep down, I knew, that this was only the beginning. In that moment, we were both beautiful and broken, reflections caught in a cycle that spun infinitely, a dance with shadows we could never escape. Each heartbeat echoed with the weight of our choices, and I could feel the darkness closing in, like a lover's embrace, pulling us deeper into the abyss of our own making. The laughter faded, the whispers became screams, and the mirror that once promised beauty now revealed only despair as we spiraled deeper into our own myth, our own ruin, a haunting reminder of what it truly meant to love oneself, and the dangers that lay within. We were trapped, forever bound to the reflection in the water, forever searching for the beauty that eluded us, spiraling through the night, into the unknown. The end was nowhere in sight, it was simply a darker beginning, and I could feel the pull of the cosmos, a dance of beauty and despair that had only just begun. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as Oedipus stood at the edge of the city, a city that had once cradled him like a loving mother but now felt like a cage, rusted and crumbling. Agonizing cries echoed in the distance, blending with the stench of decay that hung over Thebes like a dark shroud. A plague was gnawing at the bones of his people, and with every heartbeat, something twisted inside him, a knot, a gnawing doubt. I remember how it felt to stand there, not as a king, but as a man, stripped bare of all pomp and circumstance. My heart raced, pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a drumbeat of dread. The truth was a ghost whispering secrets I couldn't hear but could feel creeping in. I could smell it, a bitter tang on my tongue. The shadows danced just beyond the flickering torchlight, teasing my senses with their sinister allure. "Father," my voice broke, a threadbare plea that slipped from my lips. How absurd that I, the great Oedipus, could still feel like a child in the presence of a looming darkness. Behind me, I could sense Creon's presence, a steadfast pillar, yet one that now felt uncertain, as if even he was slowly crumbling under the weight of fate. His eyes bore a mix of loyalty and fear, the very air around us trembling with unsaid words. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice steady, but I heard the tremor beneath it. "We must act. The oracle has spoken." The words hung heavy, colliding with my thoughts like thunder in a storm. Prophecies did not come lightly, they crashed upon the soul like waves upon a jagged shore, relentless and unforgiving. I had sought answers to free my people, to reclaim our city from the grasp of this pestilence. But what if the answers were the very chains binding me to this tragedy? I glanced at the ground, where dark stones lay scattered, each one a reminder of the blood that had dried upon them, the lives lost to the unseen hand of fate. I remember the horror that lived in the whispers of my people, their wide-eyed terror as they looked upon me, their king, a savior. No, they saw a harbinger of doom. In the distance, I could hear the anguished wails of mothers, the soft cries of children who knew not of the world's cruelty, yet lived in its suffocating embrace. I thought of Jocasta, my queen, my love. Her laughter once filled the palace like sunlight, but now, I feared it had been swallowed by shadows. Would she stand by me as I faced this unthinkable truth? Or would she, too, succumb to the darkness that clawed at the edges of our lives? Do you think I can turn back time? I asked Creon, my voice rising, a wild flame flickering against the night. Do you think I can rewrite the stars? But the cosmos offered only silence, an indifferent observer to the tragedies unspooling below. I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, crushing me beneath it. I saw Jocasta's face in my mind, how it had transformed from joy to despair, her eyes drowning in sorrow. Would she see me as the monster foretold, the man who unknowingly walked the path of destruction? I could almost hear her voice, laced with both love and accusation. "Oedipus, what have you done?" "Your Majesty," Creon's voice cut through the haze, firm yet compassionate. "You must confront the truth." The word truth echoed in my mind, how it sliced through the fog like a burning arrow. Confronting truth. What a cruel jest the fates played. The truth loomed like a specter, haunting every corner of my mind, lurking beneath layers of denial. I turned away, the city's walls standing like sentinels against the night sky, the stars now mocking me, distant and unattainable. Each flickering light felt like a reminder of my insignificance, the futility of my attempts to grasp control. I clenched my fists, feeling the sharpness of my nails biting into my palms, my own pain a distraction from the haunting inevitability I could no longer escape. Then, like a sudden storm, the confrontation surged within me. What if I am the plague? The thought clawed at my insides, unrelenting. The question swirled, a tempest of confusion and dread. I had killed the Sphinx, yes. But at what cost? And would knowledge of my own actions lead to salvation or ruin? As if summoned by my turmoil, Jocasta's silhouette appeared in the shadows, her delicate figure trembling. "Oedipus," she called, confusion and desperation entwined in her voice. "You must let me in." I turned, and there we were, two souls entangled in a tragic dance, fearful yet drawn to one another like moths to a flame. What is left to say? My heart ached, every word like an anchor dragging me deeper into despair. What if I am the very thing that haunts us? "Do not speak such madness," she pleaded, stepping closer, her breath warm against the cold night. But I could not escape what loomed over us. Fate, that cruel mistress, had woven our lives into something grotesque and beautiful all at once. "I remember," I whispered, my voice breaking. "I remember a prophecy, a warning that came before my birth. A curse, a destiny." The words spilled out like a broken dam, raw and unfiltered. To kill my father, to marry my mother. "I cannot escape it, Jocasta." Her eyes widened, and in that moment, the silence between us shattered. A shared understanding, a bond forged by the darkest of truths. The pieces fell into place, each fragment a blade piercing deeper, unveiling a reality too horrific to accept. "Then we will face it together," she said, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. The air crackled with anticipation, a storm brewing within the heart of Thebes. I felt the walls closing in, the weight of inevitability pressing upon my chest. With every heartbeat, the clock of destiny ticked down, counting the moments before the cataclysm would be unleashed. The knot in my stomach tightened, and I realized that I was standing not just at the edge of the city, but at the precipice of my own life, a life twisted by fate's unyielding grip. We were caught in a web of lies and truths, a tapestry of human flaws woven through time, where love and pain danced hand in hand, leading us toward an unimaginable end. And as I gazed into Jocasta's eyes, I knew the confrontation was only beginning, a confrontation not only with the world around us but with the very essence of what it meant to be human. The shadows deepened, and the winds howled a mournful dirge. The tragedy awaited us, lurking just beyond the horizon, ready to consume us whole. And I, Oedipus, with my heart pounding like a war drum, stood on the brink of it all, knowing that the truth would either set us free or plunge us into eternal darkness. The moon hung low in a sky swirling with the colors of bruises, a tempest raging within and without. Shadows cast by ancient olive trees danced frantically, whispering secrets too heavy for the night to carry. I stood there, heart thundering like the war drums of an army poised at dawn, wrapped in a shroud of uncertainty and longing. Eros, the god of love, had come to me, his golden wings flickering like candle flames in the wind, while my heart, a wild, caged beast, pounded against my ribs, desperate for release. But release was a cruel word. Psyche, a name balmy and sweet, echoed through my mind like a half-remembered lullaby. She had become a mosaic of my fears and desires. Beautiful, ethereal, yet achingly human. The world watched her with greed, wanting to pluck her from the heavens, to break her down into pieces until she was no longer whole. She had dared to love Eros, loved him with a fierceness that rivaled the sun's burn. But love, like a petal caught in the storm, can be torn away, ripped from its stem with a violence that leaves only the jagged edges of memory. I remember the moment Eros' gaze first caught mine. His eyes were the colors of twilight, shimmering with possibilities, and in that gaze, I felt the spark of 1,000 forgotten dreams ignite within me. "You, too," he had whispered, voice rough like gravel yet soft as a lover's sigh. "You have the power to love like this. But that power is a curse, a knife with two edges." I remember the weight of it, the moment Psyche confronted the truth of her love, trembling hands reaching out for Eros, questioning, "Why must you hide?" Her voice was a whisper, but it rang through the night like the tolling of a bell, heralding doom. The god flinched, the air thick with unspoken fears, fears that clawed at the edges of his heart. "Because I am afraid," he admitted, his voice barely more than a breath, afraid of being seen. The shadows enveloped him, cloaking him in mystery, yet I could see the flicker of vulnerability in his eyes, a wound he'd never dared to show. Psyche trembled, not just for herself but for him. She understood his fear as if it were written in the very fabric of her being. She had faced the scorn of the world, the whispers that chased her like phantoms, taunting her with dreams of what love should be. But love is not a secret to be hidden. "It's the scars that make us real," she cried, voice breaking like glass. And then came the silence, a pause steeped in tension, a moment where the cosmos held its breath. In that silence, I felt my own heart fracture, a splintering of hope and despair. I was but a spectator in this grand cosmic play, yet every beat of Psyche's heart resonated within me, a painful reminder of my own unfulfilled desires. I remember the night Eros vanished, swallowed by the shadows, leaving Psyche alone beneath the darkened sky. She cried out his name, a sound that pierced the heavens, shattering the delicate stillness of the night. I could feel her pain, sharp and raw, like a dagger lodged deep within the flesh of my soul. It was a moment that stretched into eternity, echoing through the very fabric of existence. Time passed slowly, cruelly. The ticking of a clock became the heartbeat of a universe that refused to relent. Time was a thief, stealing away the moments, leaving only the void. Psyche wandered through desolate lands, the kind of place where dreams come to die. She sought for him, for the love that had once ignited her soul, but with every step, the shadows grew longer, darker, more suffocating. I remember her encounters with the gods, each one a game of chance, a roll of the dice in a game where the stakes were impossibly high. Demeter, the goddess of harvest, offered her seeds of hope, yet they fell to the ground like whispers lost in the wind. Aphrodite, in her beauty, her cruelty, demanded tributes in the form of impossible tasks, each one a cruel reflection of Psyche's own doubts and fears. "Am I worthy of love?" Psyche asked, the question clawing at her throat, choking her resolve. "Or am I just a folly, a moment of weakness in the tapestry of the divine?" But love does not abide by worth, it exists in the spaces between breaths, in the silent corners of hearts. In the depths of despair, she found strength, a flickering flame that refused to die. I could almost see it, the light in her eyes growing brighter as she whispered promises to the stars. "I will find you," she vowed, and the universe seemed to shudder at her determination. Yet Eros, lost in his self-imposed exile, fought his own demons. Shadows of doubt clawed at him, the nightmares of rejection haunting him, twisting love into a weapon he was terrified to wield. "What if I am not enough?" he thought, the golden light of his being flickering like a dying candle. "What if I am just a ghost, haunting her dreams?" I remember the fragility of hope, a delicate thread stretched taut between the two. Two souls gasping for air in a world that threatened to suffocate them. Psyche's heart, once full of love, now echoed with loneliness, an Eros spirit, once radiant, dimmed with uncertainty. The confrontation came, unexpected and electric. A storm of emotions crashing together, two hearts colliding in a symphony of chaos and clarity. Words flew like arrows, each one barbed with the weight of their fears, their desires, their pasts. "I am here!" Psyche cried, voice a fierce scream against the storm. "I have never left!" And in that moment, stripped of masks and pretense, they stood bare before the universe. The raw honesty of two flawed beings, each holding the other's heart like a fragile bird, willing it to soar despite the threat of falling. In their eyes, I saw the reflection of something monumental. something that transcended the gods, the mortals, the very fabric of time itself. Love, imperfect, twisted, and breathtakingly real. I remember that moment. A heartbeat suspended in eternity, a promise unbroken, a fire ignited anew. The air crackled with the tension of unspoken words, ghosts of the past intertwining with the breath of the present. Eros and Psyche, bound to one another by the threads of fate, standing on the precipice, ready to leap into the unknown. The story continued. The night deepened, but within that darkness, a light began to flicker, a beacon of hope, a testament to the resilience of love. The city was drowning in shadows, each alleyway a whisper of histories long forgotten. Rain dripped from the eaves, each drop a heartbeat echoing in the silence. I stood there, drenched, the cold biting at my skin, but it was the fear, a raw, primal thrum, that held me captive. The air was thick, electric, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. I could feel it coming, the weight of the moment pressing down, a culmination of dreams and nightmares twisted together, a tapestry of despair and hope. I remember the first time I felt her presence, the muse, that ethereal figure who danced just beyond my fingertips, always elusive, always just out of reach. I was an artist then, lost in the haze of my own inadequacies. I remember the studio, cluttered with canvases, each one a failed attempt, a cry for salvation. My hands trembled as I mixed colors, a cocktail of anguish and longing. The walls sighed with the weight of my despair, yet somewhere deep within me, a flicker ignited. And then there was Clara, my sister, the one who always held my heart in her delicate hands. She was a journalist, a seeker of truth, and now, she was chasing shadows amidst the chaos, determined to uncover a story buried beneath layers of grime and silence. I remember her laughter, a sound so pure it felt like sunlight piercing through the gloom. But lately, it had turned brittle, as if the world had drained her joy, leaving only echoes of who she once was. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of fear, a reflection of my own. "Are you ready?" she asked, her voice a fragile thread, pulling me back to reality. But how could I be? The city was alive with ghosts, with whispers of inspiration tainted by the decay of culture. Art, once a sanctuary, felt like a prison, and I was its unwilling architect. I could hear the ticking of a clock somewhere, every second a reminder of our fleeting existence. I remember the night we decided to confront the darkness that had seeped into our lives, the very air thick with tension. Clara's determination ignited something within me, a spark that chased away the shadows, if only for a moment. We wandered through the streets, the rain falling heavier now, each droplet a reminder of the storm brewing inside us. The streetlights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced like specters. But then the silence shattered. A scream pierced through the night, raw and agonizing, a sound that clawed at the very edges of sanity. We exchanged a glance, fear binding us together. It was a child's voice, innocent, yet steeped in desperation. Clara's eyes were wild, her pulse racing as she tugged at my arm, pulling me toward the source. I remember every detail, the crumbling brick wall, the flicker of movement, the glint of something sharp in the darkness. We turned the corner and there she was, a mother cradling her child, tears streaming down her face. The child was sick, his skin pale as moonlight, eyes wide with fear that mirrored our own. The moment hung heavy, suffocating. Inspiration and despair collided in a visceral storm, each breath a reminder of our humanity, of the fragility of life and art. "Help us," the mother cried, her voice a haunting melody that cut through the chaos. And in that moment, I felt the muse wrap around me, a shiver that danced along my spine. It was a call to arms, a reminder that art was not merely a pursuit, it was a lifeline, a desperate grasp at connection. Clara stepped forward, her journalist's instinct kicking in, ready to capture the moment, to weave our story into the fabric of the city's pain. I stood frozen, fear anchoring me in place. I could feel her tugging at my consciousness, the muse whispering truths I dared not face. What if I failed? What if our art, our words, fell flat against the weight of suffering? But then I saw the mother, her eyes pleading, and I realized that our fear was nothing compared to the urgency of the moment. And so we moved, body and soul entwined, each step an echo of those who came before. The world grew larger in that instant, the city a living, breathing entity that pulsated with unseen stories and sorrows. The mix of rain and tears blurred the lines between reality and dream, and all I could hear was the rhythm of my own heart, pounding a war drum against the silence. I remember the ink running through Clara's fingers as she scribbled furiously, the way her brow furrowed in concentration, a storm brewing behind her eyes. I wanted to capture that moment, to preserve it like a firefly in a jar, delicate yet vibrant, a reminder that inspiration often emerged from the shadows. The muse was relentless, a tidal wave of emotion crashing against the cliffs of our doubts. But then it hit me. The truth, unvarnished and raw. Inspiration was not a gentle breeze, it was a tempest, a raging storm that tore through the fabric of art and culture. It demanded sacrifice, whispered secrets of pain and joy, urging us to confront the very essence of our existence. I could feel the universe collapsing into that moment, the weight of our shared humanity pressing down until it threatened to crush us. And just like that, with the child's whimper still echoing in the dark, I understood. I was not just an artist, I was a vessel for the unspeakable truths, a conduit through which the muses spoke. Clara was my anchor, and together we would weave our stories, entwined with the struggles of those who came before us, the ghosts of inspiration guiding our hands. Time slipped away, seconds turning into hours, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragility, a reminder that life is relentless and beautiful. Each stroke of the brush, each word written, became a lifeline, a connection to something greater than ourselves. The shadows that once threatened to consume us transformed into a canvas of raw emotion, a testament to the power of the muses. And as the night deepened, we stepped into the darkness, ready to face whatever lay ahead, hearts pounding in unison, spirits intertwined, utterly alive. The wind howled through the darkened streets of Rome, a symphony of anguish that pierced the heavy silence. Shadows danced across the cobblestones, each flickering candlelight casting grotesque shapes against the ancient walls. I stood there, heart racing, as whispers from the past clawed at my mind, the echoes of Greek tales clawing their way into the very marrow of my bones. In the distance, the temple of Jupiter loomed like a titan from those old stories, an embodiment of power and dread. I remember the way the air felt thick with expectation, a prelude to something dreadful. My hands trembled, clutching an old scroll that had been passed down through generations, a testament to the stories that shaped our world. They said the gods walked among us, that their whims dictated our fates, and I could feel their cold breath on my neck even now. Luciana, my beloved, stood beside me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a storm of emotion swirling within. She was fierce, a warrior at heart, yet so fragile when faced with the specters of our ancestors. Can you hear them? Her voice was barely a whisper, yet it held the weight of 1,000 lost souls. They're waiting for us to make a choice. I could see it in her eyes, a reflection of my own fear, a haunting dread that clenched my chest like a vice. The legacy of Greek myths loomed over us like a shadow, a reminder of the tragedies that could befall us if we dared to defy the gods. I remembered how she once laughed in defiance of fate, how she had danced in the moonlight, unafraid of the darkness. But now, as the night deepened, that laughter felt like a distant echo, swallowed by the abyss. In the back alleys of this ancient city, Marcus moved like a ghost, a figure shrouded in uncertainty. He was a friend, but I could see the turmoil etched on his face. We cannot ignore the signs, he urged, his voice a harsh rasp against the stillness of the night. Gaia herself trembles, the earth whispers her secrets. The gods grow restless. He had a fire in him, a reckless courage that often bordered on madness. I admired him, yet feared the path he urged us to take. Every heartbeat was a countdown, every breath a prayer. I remembered the tales of heroes and monsters, of love and betrayal woven into the fabric of our lives. The gods had their favorites, Achilles, Heracles, and their punishments were swift for those who dared to challenge them. With each passing moment, the weight of our choices pressed down upon us like a boulder, crushing hope beneath its mass. I turned back to Luciana, her silhouette framed by the flickering torchlight, and I was struck by a sense of helplessness. What if we're wrong? I asked, my voice cracking like the ground beneath our feet. What if the gods punish us for our hubris? Her response was a fire igniting in her chest, a defiance that burned brighter than the torches that lit our path. What if we do nothing? What if we let fear rule us? I refused to be a pawn in their game. I could see the gods reflected in her gaze, their beauty and their terror, and I was torn between adoration and dread. The tension hung thick, a tapestry woven with desperation, love, and the weight of history. I remembered the stories told by the flickering hearth, the warnings sewn into every thread. Persephone's descent, Demeter's grief, the folly of Icarus. And yet, here we stood, ready to carve our own fates, knowing that we could either rise or fall by our choices, but still, we would choose. As the moon reached its zenith, illuminating the dark corners of our hearts, I felt the ground tremble beneath us. The earth was alive, it was a heartbeat, a pulse of ancient power. The gods watch, Marcus said, his voice trembling, and they are angry. A chill ran down my spine, a spectral whisper that echoed through the ages. I could almost see the faces of those who had come before us, marred by ambition and folly, their destinies entangled with the whims of gods. The very walls of Rome seemed to tremble with their legacy, each stone a testament to their passions, their pain. Together, I said, drawing strength from Luciana's fierce resolve. No matter the cost. We will defy them. The words hung in the air like an incantation, binding us in an unbreakable pact. The ghosts of our ancestors surged around us, a chorus of forgotten voices urging us to remember. I could taste the bittersweet tang of fear and hope on my tongue, an intoxicating blend. The night pressed in, the darkness heavy with prophecy. I could feel the weight of history bearing down on us, urging us to carve our story into the annals of time, to shatter the chains of fate that bound us to the past. But with every heartbeat, I felt the presence of the gods, lurking just beyond the veil of our reality, their intentions murky and unfathomable. The stakes were impossibly high, and yet we stood on the precipice, ready to leap into the unknown. As the clock struck midnight, the air crackled with energy, a potent reminder that we were not alone. The Greek myths pulsed through the veins of Rome like a lifeblood, their legends intertwining with our own. I saw the flicker of something in Luciana's eyes, hope, maybe, or desperation. And as the shadows of the past loomed larger, I knew this was only the beginning. A path would unfold from the ashes of our choices, leading us deeper into the heart of a legacy that was both ours to embrace and ours to confront. The winds howled louder, and I felt the ghosts of our decisions clawing at my soul. It was a spiraling descent into madness and glory, love and betrayal, where every choice echoed through time, a haunting refrain that would never truly let us go. The clock struck midnight, a haunting chime reverberating through the hollow streets of the ancient city. Shadows danced under the dim glow of flickering torches, whispering secrets long buried beneath the weight of history. I stood there, heart pounding, eyes wide, a mere spectator to the chaos unfolding around me. The air carried a thick tension, almost electric, as if the very ground beneath our feet vibrated with the stories of those who had walked it before. "Do you see them?" The voice was shaky, a threadbare whisper woven with fear. Sophia stood beside me, hair wild like a tempest, eyes shimmering with unquenched sorrow. "They're all around us, trapped in their own tales." Her fingers trembled as she pointed toward the shadows, where I could almost make out the flicker of forgotten lives. They hovered, translucent figures, remnants of a time when gods roamed freely and myths shaped the fabric of reality. I remember the first time I encountered the stories. I was a child, wide-eyed, belly full of wonder, wandering through the dusty library, each page of those ancient tomes a portal to another world. "Everything is connected," I would tell anyone who would listen, my voice bright, yet somehow tinged with an unshakable sense of loneliness. But here, in the heart of the night, the truth weighed heavily upon my chest. The connections were not just beautiful threads weaving a tapestry of meaning, they were chains, binding us to our past, to the chaos of our creations. Elias stood a few paces away, his jaw clenched, a storm brewing in his dark eyes. "You think we're different from them?" he spat, the bitterness in his voice cutting through the thick silence like a knife. "We're just as trapped, Sophia. Just as lost." He kicked at a stone, sending it skittering across the cobblestones, a small rebellion against fate. The echoes of his anger reverberated in my chest, the sharpness of his despair colliding with the fragile threads of my hope. "No, that's not it." Sophia shot back, her voice rising, quivering with intensity. "We can interpret the myths. We can learn from them. A flicker of determination crossed her face, but her eyes betrayed her, a deep well of doubt, of fear, of knowing the enormity of what we faced. The stories were not merely tales, they were reflections of our own darkest corners, our own unyielding struggles. I remember standing on the edge of a precipice, the abyss yawning wide beneath me. Time felt fluid, like water slipping through my fingers. The cosmos hung overhead, a vast tapestry of stars and silence, and in that moment, everything felt impossibly small. The ancient myths swirled around us, living entities, asking questions that pierced through the fabric of our existence. What purpose did we serve? Were we mere actors in a play written by unseen hands, or did we hold the quill ourselves? Look around you! Elias shouted, his voice raw with emotion. These myths, they are not just stories. They're warnings. They're curses. He pointed to a figure standing alone in the shadows, a woman draped in the rags of a bygone era, her face obscured, yet her eyes glowed with an ethereal light. She's waiting for redemption, for someone to break the cycle. But how? But what did redemption even mean? I felt the weight of that question settle over me like a shroud. The past was a dark mirror, reflecting our fears and failures, and here we were, three souls lost in the night, grappling with the essence of humanity itself. I could almost hear the voices of the ancients, echoing through the centuries, each whisper a reminder of the choices we faced, the paths we could take, or not. Every myth has a kernel of truth, Sophia insisted, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. They teach us about love and loss, about the very essence of being human. We can find solace in them, a way to understand this chaos. I saw her resolve, but there was a fragility beneath it, a yearning for certainty in a world that seemed to delight in chaos. But what if the stories were lies? What if they were traps? Those thoughts clawed at my insides, each one a reminder that perhaps we were destined to repeat the same mistakes. The silken thread of hope wove tightly against a backdrop of despair. I looked at Elias, his face a mask of anguish, a reflection of my own internal struggle. I remember, he murmured, his voice dropping to a haunted whisper. I remember standing on the edge of that cliff. The weight of my father's expectations pressing down on me, holding me captive. I thought if I just leapt, I could escape. But there was no escape, only the echoes of their voices, the weight of familial bonds that could not be severed. And so we stood, under the cloak of night, facing the ghosts of our past, the shadows of our ancestors whispering their stories of triumph and tragedy. The city pulsed with life, yet it felt like a graveyard, each alleyway a corridor of memories that refused to fade. Maybe I hesitated, the words stumbling over my heart. Maybe we're not meant to escape. Maybe we're meant to confront them. My voice faltered, but deep inside, something stirred, a glimmer of understanding. We were not just victims of our myths, we were the authors, the interpreters, caught in an endless loop of creation and destruction. The air crackled with tension, an electric promise hanging on the edges of our conversation. Fear coiled around us like a serpent, whispering its seductive lies, yet somewhere within that fear lay the potential for rebirth. I could feel it, a swell of emotion, a pulse that resonated through my bones. I remembered the myths, their shadows flickering in my mind, their truths woven into the very essence of who we were. Each one a reminder that even in darkness, there was light. Even in despair, there was hope. The stories were alive, breathing, waiting for us to grasp their significance, to make peace with the chaos that surrounded us. Elias clenched his hands into fists, rage and sorrow battling within him. Then let's confront them, he shouted, each word a declaration, a battle cry against the night. And I knew then that we stood on the precipice of something monumental, something terrifying. The ghosts of our past loomed closer, their whispers growing louder, but we were not afraid. With every heartbeat, every breath, we would rewrite our own narratives. The myths would not bind us, they would guide us. And as the shadows stretched and twisted, I felt the weight of our ancestors pressing upon us, urging us to break free, to reclaim our stories, to transform the darkness into something beautiful. We took a step forward, together, into the unknown, the shadows swirling around us like an embrace, inviting us to dance on the edge of our fears, to step boldly into the light of our own creation. And there, in that moment, eternity held its breath, waiting for the stories yet to be told. The air crackled with tension, a silence so thick it felt like a living thing, wrapping itself around the trio standing on the precipice of chaos. Shadows whispered tales of betrayal and anguish, each breath taken was a weighty reminder of their shared histories, of the myths written in flesh and blood. I stood there, heart pounding, a spectator to their unraveling, as if the very fates had woven this moment into the fabric of destiny itself. Clara's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her face a canvas of desperation and defiance. She was the embodiment of nature's wrath, a tempest in a fragile body. "How can you choose them over us?" she breathed, the words laced with poison, dripping with heartache. In her hands, she clutched a withered flower, a relic of happier times, now a symbol of decay. The petals crumbled like their dreams, slipping through her fingers, a reminder of mortality, of beauty turned grotesque. Across from her, Ethan's face was a mask of turmoil, a battleground of loyalties. He was the embodiment of morality's struggle, caught between the light of righteousness and the seductive pull of selfishness. "I didn't want it to be this way," he replied, his voice trembling like the fragile branches of a tree in a storm. He could feel the weight of the world pressing down on him, the burden of choices that felt like chains tightening around his soul. Behind him loomed the specter of regret, a haunting reminder of past decisions that led them here, to this precipice of despair. And then there was Marco, the architect of their misfortunes, a figure shrouded in darkness, his laughter echoing like thunder in an empty sky. He was the embodiment of society's corruption, a mirror reflecting humanity's most grotesque desires. "You think this is about you," he scoffed, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "This is about power, about survival. Your emotions mean nothing in the face of what's to come." It wasn't malice that drove him, it was the cold, hard logic of a world where love was a casualty, and ambition was the victor. I remember the way the wind howled, as if echoing Clara's pain, amplifying the rawness of the moment. The trees stood as silent witnesses to their turmoil, branches swaying like skeletal arms reaching for what was lost. Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity, a heartbeat echoing in the vast labyrinth of their emotions. Was this what it felt like to dance with the gods? To stand at the edge of fate, heart pounding in rhythm with the universe? "There are no heroes here," I whispered, feeling the weight of their despair seep into my bones. "Only choices, terrible choices." What could I offer? Comfort? No. The truth clawed at my throat, desperate to escape. I was an observer, a ghost in this tragedy, and yet I felt every pang of betrayal, every flicker of hope snuffed out like a candle in the wind. Clara stepped forward, her voice trembling but fierce. "You've sold us for power, Ethan. You've sacrificed everything we built." The words struck like shards of glass, cutting deep into the fabric of their friendship. She was a warrior, wielding her heartbreak as a weapon, fighting against the darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. The moon hung low, a silent witness to their conflict, casting an eerie glow that illuminated their raw, exposed emotions. Ethan flinched, the accusation hanging in the air like a noose. "I didn't choose this." "You don't understand." His desperation clawed at him, a shadow of his former self. "I had to make a choice. I thought it would save us." But the lies tasted bitter, curling in his throat like smoke. He was drowning in the weight of his decisions, the consequences crashing over him like relentless waves. And then there was Marco, relishing the chaos, a puppeteer reveling in the tangled strings of human emotion. "You see? This is the beauty of it," he crooned, his voice smooth as silk, yet laced with poison. "In the end, it's all just a game, and you're nothing but pawns on a board." His laughter echoed in the night, a chilling reminder of how easily humanity could slip into darkness, how quickly the bonds of love could be severed. I remember the tension building, thick enough to slice through. Clara's breath hitched, her heart pounding like a war drum, a primal call to arms against the encroaching despair. "I won't let you do this." The fire in her eyes ignited a spark of rebellion, a fierce determination to reclaim what was lost. She was the embodiment of nature's fury, wild and untamed, refusing to be a victim of this horrific play. Ethan's resolve crumbled under the weight of her gaze, the flicker of hope dimming with each passing moment. "What can I do?" He was a drowning man, gasping for air in a sea of contradictions. In that moment, vulnerability wrapped around him like a shroud, exposing the raw nerve of his soul. I can't change what's been done. You can change what's to come. Clara's voice was a battle cry, echoing against the backdrop of their fractured world, a haunting reminder of what it meant to be human. We have to fight, even if it means losing everything. The intensity of her words ignited a fire in the darkest corners of Ethan's heart, a flicker of rebellion against the tide of despair. But the shadows were closing in, whispers of fate weaving a tapestry of inevitability. Marco watched, a malicious grin spreading across his face. You're both so naive. The world isn't kind, and love is a weapon, a currency. You're playing a game you cannot win. With each heartbeat, the weight of their choices pressed down, a relentless reminder of the fragile nature of existence. Clara stood firm, a lighthouse in a storm, refusing to let the darkness extinguish her spirit. Then we'll make our own rules, she proclaimed, her voice a beacon of defiance. As the night deepened, the confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, electrifying, terrifying, a harbinger of the chaos to come. The gods looked down, indifferent, as mortals wrestled with their own demons, a tragic dance of love and betrayal, echoing through the ages, a myth waiting to be written anew. And in that moment, amidst the shadows and the light, I felt the weight of it all, the struggle of nature against morality, the pull of society against the individual heart. Every emotion swirling, intertwining, a tapestry of human experience, weaving through the fabric of time itself, leaving an indelible mark on the universe. The cycle continued, an endless loop of chaos and creation, where every ending was but a new beginning, waiting to unfold. The wind howled through the skeletal branches of the trees, the moon a ghostly witness, illuminating the damp earth soaked with the remnants of last night's rain. A figure stood alone, breathless, heart pounding like a warped drum in the stillness of the ancient woods. Behind him, shadows writhed, twisting into forms that flickered like memories long forgotten, and he could feel their eyes boring into his back. It was as if the very fabric of the universe held its breath, waiting for the inevitable pull of fate. I remember the first time I felt their presence, my heart racing, a whisper of dread curling in my stomach. The stories of Orpheus, his heartache echoing through the ages, love so powerful it could shake the underworld. I wanted to capture that. I wanted to love like that, to grieve like that. And now, as I stood among the ghosts of the past, I could feel the weight of his sorrow wrapping around me like a shroud. But I wasn't Orpheus, I was Alex. A struggling playwright, a modern fool caught in a world that didn't care for the dreams of a man whose heart was still too fresh, too raw. The lights of the city loomed nearby, a labyrinth of concrete and steel, a stark contrast to the whispers of ancient sorrows that echoed in the night. I was lost in a storm of emotions, desperate to breathe life into my adaptation, to wrestle with the myth until it spoke to my heart, until it made sense. But instead, it brought me here, to this place of shadows, where the air hummed with the tension of lost souls. In the depths of the night, beside me stood a figure just as tormented. Sophia, my muse, my tormentor. Her eyes mirrored the tempest swirling within me, a burning intensity that flickered with every memory we shared. Desiring to be free from her own chains, she was both a siren and a storm, pulling me deeper into the depths of her pain. Her laughter, once bright, now echoed as brittle as the fallen leaves around us. She had loved and lost, she had danced with the gods and felt their wrath. I can't do this anymore, Alex, she said, her voice trembling, a plea wrapped in desperation. The past is a cruel monster. It won't let us go. Each word drew blood from the open wound of my heart. I remembered her bright smile, full of dreams, before the shadows had seeped into her life, before the weight of history crushed her spirit. Then let's rewrite it, I urged, my own voice thick with fear and longing. Let's create a new story where we conquer the darkness, where we are the heroes. I reached for her, my fingers brushing against the chill of the night, and felt a spark ignite between us, like the flicker of a dying flame. But Sophia pulled away, her gaze drifting to the shadows that danced just beyond our reach. You don't understand. Some stories are cursed. They claw at your soul until you're hollow. Her breath caught in her throat, and I could see the ghosts of her past tormentors in her eyes, echo, with her haunting song, and Narcissus, whose reflection had devoured his heart. I felt the pressure building, the weight of our shared history pressing down like an anvil on my chest. I was desperate to unearth the truth, to untangle our fates from the clutches of ancient myth. But fear wrapped its tendrils around my heart. What if we could not escape the narrative woven by the gods? What if every word written was a chain that bound us tighter into their tragic web? And that's when I heard it, a whisper, soft and chilling, like the rustle of pages turning in a long-forgotten book. It was the voice of fate, the chorus of the fates themselves, echoing from the shadows. You can change the ending, but the beginning will haunt you forever, it sang, a cruel reminder that no matter how hard we tried, we would always carry the weight of the past. As I stood there, caught in the crossfire of our fears, a single tear slipped down Sophia's cheek, glistening under the moonlight. It was a reminder of the love we had, vibrant and fierce, now shadowed by our failures and regrets. I wanted to scream, to shake the heavens until they answered, but all I could manage was a whisper, I remember. I remember when we dared to dream. Time slipped, a gaping wound, and I felt us spiraling, caught between worlds, between gods and men. I could sense the echoes of stories that had come before us, weaving through the air like a haunting melody, the tales of heroes and monsters entangling around our hearts. But there was something else, lurking in the dark, an ache, a wound that would not heal. The moment hung heavy, thick with unspoken words, and I could feel it pulling us both into the abyss. Let's face the monsters together, I pleaded, my voice cracking under the weight of my desperation. Let's rewrite our story, forge our paths among the ruins. But Sophia's gaze drifted, drawn by something I couldn't see. I was losing her, slipping through my fingers like sand, and I was terrified that she would vanish into the night, consumed by the very shadows we sought to escape. And then, in that silent chaos, it hit me, the realization that perhaps the myths were not about heroes at all, but about the scars that bind us, the love that drives us mad, the choices that lead us to darkness. As the trees whispered their secrets and the moon bore witness, I understood, our story was no different from those who had come before us. I could feel the tension building, a storm gathering strength, an electric charge in the air that promised confrontation. We stood on the precipice, hearts bare and souls exposed. I grabbed Sophia's hand, grounding myself in her warmth, and whispered, "We will not be defined by our pain, but by our courage to face it head-on." But the shadows were closing in, and the flickering light of hope felt fragile, teetering on the edge of oblivion. The ghosts of our past were not just in our memories, they were the very fabric of our lives, haunting us, urging us to confront them. Our hearts thundered in unison, a primal rhythm that called for release. And just as the night seemed poised to swallow us whole, as the air trembled with the weight of our unspoken fears, I felt a shift, a crack in the darkness, a breath of possibility. Destiny was not a preordained script, it was a wild, unpredictable force that could be reshaped, redefined. Together, I murmured, an oath whispered into the void. The cosmos trembled, stars blinking in acknowledgement, as we prepared to step into the unknown. The night was alive, pulsing with potential, waiting for our next move, our next breath. And so we stood, on the edge of something vast and terrifying, ready to confront the echoes of our past, knowing that our story would not end here. Our hearts pulsed with a fierce, unyielding resolve. The chase had only just begun. The air was heavy, thick with unspoken words, as I stood on the edge of the precipice, the abyss stretching below like a yawning mouth ready to swallow me whole. The wind howled, fierce and unyielding, a voice from the past whispering secrets of old, tales of gods and monsters that still echoed through the chambers of my heart. I could feel it, the pulse of history thrumming beneath my skin, the ghosts of ancient heroes and tragic lovers swirling around me like a storm. I was not merely an observer here, I was entwined in a narrative woven from threads of fate and desire, love and loss, triumph and despair. In that moment, I remembered the look in Cassandra's eyes, the wild desperation of a woman cursed to speak truths that no one believed. Her voice trembled in my ears, a haunting melody laced with the sharpness of betrayal. "They will come for you, they will come," she had warned, her hand shaking as if she were grasping the very fabric of time. I had laughed then, thinking her madness was the product of a fevered imagination, a tragic flaw that turned prophesied to dust. But here I was, teetering on the brink of an unwritten fate, my heart pounding with the weight of her foretelling. Across the chasm, I saw him, Orpheus, a soul torn in two, his lyre a fragile lifeline that tethered him to hope. His fingers danced across the strings, each note an echo of his grief. He sought his lost love, Eurydice, a haunting melody wrapped in shadows. I could almost hear her whisper, drifting through the air like a wisp of smoke, a reminder of what once was and what could never be again. "Turn around, don't turn around," I chanted silently, caught in the riptide of their story, a tale that unfolded in spirals of longing and despair. Why do we cling to these ancient myths? I thought, the question gnawing at the edges of my mind like a relentless beast. Perhaps it was because within those tales lay a mirror, reflecting our own struggles, our own heartaches, our own moments of weakness. They speak to us, these stories, threading through our lives with the skill of a master weaver, binding the past to the present in a tapestry of raw emotion. Cassandra's eyes, filled with fervor, flashed before me once more. "You don't understand," she had cried, her voice a tempest. "The truth is a double-edged sword. It can cut you, or it can set you free." I felt that truth now, the jagged edge of it lacerating my thoughts. I was trapped in a world of my own creation, the echoes of my own myths wrapping around me like a shroud, stifling and suffocating. The weight of expectation, of legacy, pressed down on my chest, and I gasped for breath in the stillness of the night. I remembered standing in the ruins of an ancient city, the stones warm beneath my fingers, their stories etched into every crevice. How many feet had tread this path? How many hearts had broken, healed, and broken again? The ground spoke to me, a language older than time, whispering secrets of gods who walked among us, of heroes who had faltered, of mortals who dared to dream. I could almost see them, Hercules, his sinewy muscles straining against impossible tasks, Athena, wise and fierce, her gaze piercing through the chaos of ignorance. Each character, flawed and magnificent, lived on the edges of my consciousness, reminding me that we are all intertwined in this cosmic dance of fate. As I continued to grapple with the echoes of those who came before, I felt the tension rise like a tide, crashing against the shores of my soul. Orpheus, still lost in his song, began to falter. His notes wavered, vibrating with a fragility that mirrored my own uncertainty. The audience of shadows, Cassandra, Eurydice, watched with rapt attention, their faces a blend of hope and despair, longing and resignation. Would he make it? Would he bring her back into the light, or would he succumb to the darkness that lay behind him? "Tell me!" I screamed into the void, the words bursting forth like a flood. Why do we crave these stories? Why do we cling to the myths that wound us and heal us, that terrify us and inspire us? I could feel the answers swirling around me, the weight of them pressing close, suffocating yet electrifying. It was in the longing for connection, the desperate need to understand our own humanity that we turn to these remnants of the past. They are our compass, guiding us through the chaos of existence, reminding us that we are not alone in our struggles, our desires, our fears. Each tale is a thread, weaving us together, drawing us back to the heart of what it means to be alive. The silence that followed was deafening, a pause heavy with anticipation. I stood there, breathless, feeling the pull of the past tugging at my heart. And then, like a dam bursting, the truth flooded in. These stories endure because they resonate with the very core of who we are. They are not just tales of gods and heroes, they are reflections of our own journeys, our own battles, our own fragile hopes. Orpheus' song reached a crescendo, a final desperate plea that echoed through the night. I felt it resonate within me, a pulse of life that reverberated through my bones. The shadows leaned closer, their faces etched with the sorrow of the ages, yearning for resolution, for closure. And as the last note faded into the ether, I knew. I knew that these myths, though ancient, were alive, woven into the fabric of our souls. They mattered, they always would, each heartbeat, each breath, every moment charged with the intensity of their truths. And just as I thought the weight of it all might crush me, I could feel the whisper of hope stir in the depths. There was no ending here, only a continuation, a loop of stories that spun endlessly, intertwining with our own, ever present in the tapestry of existence. Time spiraled, and as I stood at the edge, teetering between what was and what could be, I realized that I was part of the myth, part of the story, just as they had been. The cycle would never truly end, it would become something new, something magnificent. And with that thought, I took a deep breath and stepped into the abyss. The earth trembled slightly beneath Lucy's feet, a pulse in the silence, the kind that roots itself in the very marrow of your bones. Dust motes danced in the dim light, swirling like ghosts around her as she knelt, breath hitching, heart pounding in the eerie stillness of the ancient ruins. She brushed her fingers over the weathered stone, and a chill raced up her spine. The symbols carved there seemed alive, whispering secrets that beckoned her closer, each line a trail that led to forgotten myths and buried truths. "I can't believe we're actually here," she muttered under her breath, the words barely escaping her lips, heavy with a mix of awe and dread. "Do you think they knew?" Beside her, Henry's hands trembled with the weight of the find, an unearthing that had shaken the very foundations of their understanding. "Knew what?" he asked, his voice a low growl, laced with fatigue and fear. "Knew they were the stuff of legends. Or that they'd fade into nothing," Lucy shot back, the punch of her words hanging in the air like the oppressive humidity, thick and suffocating. "What if we're just dust in the wind, too? What if we're nothing more than a footnote in someone else's myth?" Henry's gaze flickered to the horizon, where the sun hung low, casting an orange glow that seemed to swallow the world whole. "Here, in the whisper of the past, we might just find something that matters," he said, but even he sounded unsure, as if the weight of the moment was too much to bear. They stood, two figures against the vastness of time, a time where gods walked among men, where myths were not just stories told around fires, but echoes of reality that lingered like shadows, haunting the edges of their consciousness. They exchanged glances, unspoken fears passing between them. Lucy wanted to scream, to unleash the storm churning within her, this obsession with the past, this insatiable need to claw through layers of history and emerge holding something sacred. But what if the sacred was only a mirage? What if the truths they sought were no more than reflections in a shattered mirror? The sun dipped further, casting long shadows that merged and twisted like the tentacles of some ancient beast. Lucy inhaled sharply as the remnants of a long-buried fear clawed at her insides, a fear of finding something that should remain lost. What if the stories they unearthed were warnings, not truths? "Do you think they knew they were cursed?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the rustle of wind that seemed to breathe through the ruins. Henry's brow furrowed, uncertainty clouding his usually sharp blue eyes. "Cursed?" He laughed, a sound that erupted from the depths of his gut, but it was devoid of mirth. "More like doomed to repeat their mistakes. We're not above it. Not yet." Lucy clenched her fists, each word he spoke striking her heart like an arrow. "We're different, though. We have the chance to learn." The words leaped from her, desperate and wild, as if she were trying to snatch the truth from the jaws of oblivion. "We can change everything." "Can we?" His question hung like a noose, tightening around her throat. "Or are we just digging our own graves?" Suddenly, the ground shook again, this time more violently, as if the earth itself was warning them, urging them to flee. The stones groaned, ancient voices mingling with the echoes of their uncertainty. Lucy stumbled, clutching the edge of the crumbling wall, her heart racing as primal fear surged through her. In a fleeting moment, she saw it, a shadow darting between the ruins, swift and serpentine. "Did you see that?" She turned to Henry, but his eyes were locked on something far beyond the horizon, something that tugged at the edges of his mind, and she felt that familiar spark of panic ignite between them. Was it madness, or had they awakened something that should have remained undisturbed? "It was nothing," he said, though his voice trembled, betraying him. "Just a trick of the light." But Lucy felt it deep in her bones, a tremor of truth. There were things that lived in the darkness, things that had seen the rise and fall of civilizations, and they were hungry. The mythic narratives they sought were not merely tales, they were warnings, haunting echoes of lives lost, battles fought, and sacrifices made. "I remember," she began, her voice barely above a whisper, "I remember when I used to think history was just about dates and events. But here, it feels like we're dancing on the edge of a knife." "I remember too," Henry replied, his eyes darkening, burdened with the weight of realization. "And it terrifies me." As the twilight wrapped around them, they stood at the precipice of something vast and unknowable, hearts racing, breaths shallow. The shadows deepened, and with them, a sense of crushing inevitability. It was as if time itself had decided to play a cruel trick, blurring the lines between past and present. The ruins were alive, breathing, pulsating with a rhythm that matched their racing hearts. Something shifted within the stone walls, a low hum that felt like a heartbeat. "We have to get out of here," Lucy said, the urgency clawing at her throat. "Now!" But Henry remained rooted, staring into the depths of darkness. "What if we find the truth? What if we rewrite the narrative?" His voice trembled with fervor, but her heart screamed in protest. They were not meant to tamper with what lay buried. Or what if we unleash hell? And in that moment, the ground convulsed again, a violent tremor that shattered their resolve. The shadows closed in, and Lucy felt a presence behind them, a weight that pressed down, cold as grave dirt. They were not alone, and the ancient myths were awakening, demanding to be seen, to be honored, to be feared. A shiver traced along her spine, and as she turned to flee, she couldn't shake the feeling that the past was reaching out, fingers icy and insistent, preparing to pull them into its dark embrace. "Lucy!" Henry's shout tore through the thickening air, but her feet were already moving, a frantic dance away from the shadows, away from the chilling echoes of forgotten tales. And somewhere in the darkness, ancient eyes watched. Time folded in on itself, a tapestry of what once was, weaving threads of fate that would ensnare them both. The legends whispered, the earth trembled, and the night held its breath, waiting. The wind howled through the gnarled trees, their branches twisting like ancient fingers clawing at the sky. I stood there, heart racing, a chill creeping up my spine as the shadows danced on the ground. In that moment, the world felt alive, a pulsing, breathing entity filled with secrets waiting to be unearthed. The air crackled with electricity, a prelude to chaos lurking just beneath the surface. Somewhere in the distance, a voice whispered, haunting and familiar, echoing tales of gods and monsters that had woven themselves into the very fabric of our existence. I remember the way Elara's eyes flickered with desperation, a storm brewing behind them. She was a scholar, lost in the labyrinth of her own thoughts, wrestling with the weight of her father's legacy, a legacy steeped in the myths that had built our world. "Why must we be bound by their narratives?" she cried, her voice rising over the wind. "Why can't we rewrite the story?" I felt it then, a deep ache in my chest, for I too had questioned the tales we inherited, stories of gods who toyed with mortals, of heroes whose triumphs were often tinged with tragedy. And there was Theo, a poet with a heart as fragile as glass, searching for meaning amidst the ruins of what once was. He stood by the old stone wall, fingers tracing the crumbling surface, as if the words of forgotten epics might bleed through the stone and fill the void in his soul. "I want to know if the gods are watching," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper, yet it reverberated through me like thunder. "Do they feel our pain? Do they care?" I could see the tremor in his hands, the way he clung to his notebook as if it were a lifeline, each word a desperate plea to a universe that felt so indifferent. I remember the night we gathered beneath the stars, a crescent moon hanging low like a knife above us. The shadows elongated, merging with the earth, and in that eerie glow, our fears came alive, dancing around us. "Tell me a story," Elara insisted, her voice trembling with an urgency that electrified the air. It was an invitation, a beckoning into the abyss of our collective psyche, where the shadows of our ancestors lingered, lurking just out of sight. "Here's one," I began, allowing the words to tumble out like stones rolling down a hill. "Once, in a forgotten age, a goddess wept for her lost love, her tears spilling onto the earth, giving birth to the oceans. And as the waves crashed against the shore, they whispered his name, a haunting reminder of what was. But the ocean grew restless, tired of mourning, and it surged forth, reshaping the land, forming new destinies. Each syllable dripped with the weight of truth, raw and unfiltered." Theo's eyes widened, the glimmer of inspiration igniting within him. "What if we write our own myths?" he breathed, catching a glimmer of hope in the abyss. "What if we become the gods of our own stories?" Elara nodded, her heart igniting with a fierce determination. "We don't need their approval. We can redefine our existence, forge a path where we are not mere characters in someone else's tale." But then, the wind shifted, the air thick with an unseen force. A chill crept through the night, a shiver of foreboding that wrapped around us like a vice. Something was coming, something dark and ancient, a spectre of our past that refused to be forgotten. I felt it in my bones, the weight of history pressing down, threatening to crush our words before they could take flight. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer. The whispers grew louder, an echoing chorus of lost souls, of heroes who had fallen and gods who had abandoned us. The tales of old pulsated around us, begging to be heard, clawing at the edges of our minds. "We must be careful," I warned, my voice trembling as the shadows twisted closer. "The past doesn't let go easily." Ilara's face paled, the fire in her eyes dimming. "What if we fail?" she asked, vulnerability cracking her resolve. "What if rewriting these stories makes them worse?" Theo stepped forward, his voice steadier than his hands. "But what if we succeed? What if we shine a light on the darkness?" He looked at us both, determination etched into his features. "We must confront our monsters, drag them into the light. We can't let them haunt us forever." The silence was deafening, a palpable tension crackling in the air. I could feel the weight of our collective fears, the suffocating pressure of dreams deferred and aspirations shattered. I remembered the stories I had been told, the myths that had shaped my understanding of love, loss, and power. I remembered the way the gods had played with our lives, their laughter echoing through the ages. "Let's write," I said, my voice steadying, the words feeling like an incantation. "Let's create something new, something that echoes beyond us. Let's breathe life into the shadows and watch them dance." And then it happened, an electric surge of energy coursed through us, igniting a fire that had long been dormant. Pen met paper, and we poured our souls onto the page, crafting tales that intertwined with our reality, stories that encapsulated our anguish and our joy. Each word felt like a heartbeat, each stanza a pulse that echoed through the night. But as the ink dried, the shadows stirred, restless and hungry. Outside our sanctuary, the world began to shift, a darkness unfurling like ancient wings. I felt it, an ominous presence creeping closer, a reminder that the past is never truly gone. It lurks in the corners of our minds, waiting for a moment of weakness to pounce. With frantic energy, we wrote faster, pouring our fears into the pages, crafting a weapon against the darkness that threatened to consume us. "We must keep going," Theo urged, his eyes wide, filled with a wild light. "Our stories can change the world, can reshape the very fabric of our existence." I could feel the threads of our lives intertwining with the myths we were casting, the echoes of our souls reverberating through time. And in that moment, I understood, Greek mythology was not just a relic of the past, it was a living, breathing force, a tapestry woven with the threads of our shared humanity. The winds howled louder, the shadows thickened around us, but we stood firm, united by the burning flame of creation. We were no longer mere observers, we were the architects of our own fate, ready to face whatever specters lay in wait. The stories would not end, they would evolve and transform, feeding our souls and binding us together across time and space. And so, we wrote on, hearts pounding, breathless, our ink becoming a shield, our words a lifeline, forging a path through the darkness, into the light of a new dawn. With each story, we carved our place in the cosmos, a testament to resilience and the unyielding power of the human spirit, echoing into eternity.